Demon Venerable had once owned monkey brain goo, dragon brain goo, phoenix brain goo, as well as the brain muscle goo that could be used alongside strength path methods. There was also Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's food path research result, brain juice goo. These goo worms were all suitable for the star array calculation formation. Other than these, the star array calculation formation's own offensive and defensive capabilities also contained huge potential to get stronger. But the current star array calculation formation has already reached the bottom line of the Venerables. If I raise any aspect, they may come to attack it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood the situation well. Because of external pressure, and the fact that it needed many immortal goo, the star array calculation formation could only be developed to this extent. Next, I need to collate the information of all the goo immortals in the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Their lifespan, cultivation level, path, immortal goo, killer moves, immortal aperture situations, attainment levels, and others. After processing this information, I will let the star array calculation formation deploy them accordingly. As for the goo immortals of the two heavens, grotto heavens, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to slow down. This could not be rushed. Probing a goo immortal's information was something that went against the social norm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable forcefully pushed through this plan. Because the 10 great ancient sects were subsidiaries of Heavenly Court, it was possible. Even so, immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects did not feel comfortable about it. They still concealed some information. But these were minor issues. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to force them. By forcing them now, she would only lose the support of the people. It was not worth it. Would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable act so unwise? After these immortals start gaining benefits, their mindsets would change. They would actively contribute to the star array calculation formation. After that happened, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would urge the goo immortals of the two heavens, grotto heavens, to contribute their own information to the star array calculation formation. Now was not the time. Many superforces of the two heavens, grotto heavens, had just joined Heavenly Court. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable forced them, they would become disheartened. The rest of the world would also see the sorry state that they ended up in after joining Heavenly Court. For the long-term situation, it would not benefit Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable first refined Heavenly Court's Tao marks, she then interfered in Western Desert and interrupted Fan Yuan's plans. She then created the derivation formation and recruited many of the two heavens, grotto heavens. After that, she worked with Fan Yuan to fight against Giant Sun while creating the basic form of the star array calculation formation. All sorts of measures and countermeasures were used in a stable manner. Now, Heavenly Court was revitalized. It got over the repeated history of failure and had a bright future ahead. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is even more injured than me. He has to recover and refine rank 9 light goo. As for Fan Yuan, he lacks immortal essence. Be it refining natural Tao marks or the contest between Venerables, it will be tough on him. The greatest uncertainty is still Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Thinking of this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked afar again. In the two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bathed in flames. His mountain-like body was melting and regenerating at all times. His 3 heads were twisted and growling in painful agony. Spectral Soul. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered lightly. Intense killing intent rose in her heart. Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan shook slightly as intense joy filled his heart, yet, his expression remained the same. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo was refined. Ever since the battle over Light Goo, Fan Yuan's refinement of Heavenly Secret Goo passed the most difficult trial. After that, Fan Yuan returned to Eastern Sea and did not refine the natural Tao marks. He pretended to be storing up immortal essence while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. Just earlier, Fan Yuan finally achieved success. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo was created. It was really rare. This was the first attempt at refining it, but he succeeded. The main reason was rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo. It helped Fan Yuan greatly. Secondly, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo had an amazing recipe that was modified by Fan Yuan. It had reached a certain limit of perfection. But looking at the overall situation, the difficulty was still quite high. If Fan Yuan had not taken a risk by staking his life, he could have lost terribly. Once rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo was refined, Fan Yuan went on to modify the killer move Obscured Heavenly Secret. This was not difficult. Fan Yuan was very confident in succeeding. He had accumulated a lot of experience when modifying Heavenly Secret Goo's recipe. While Obscured Heavenly Secret itself was an amazing killer move, it had a firm foundation. I need to find a time to meet with Li Xiaobai and use rank 9 obscured heavenly secret on him. That way, he will be able to stay undercover safely. Maybe I can make use of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to create a chance? Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was focusing on healing. Using the vast number of Longevity Heaven's luck path Dao marks, he slowly refined the Star Path, Wisdom Path, and Refinement Path Dao marks on his body. Even though he gained rank 9 Light Gu, he felt an even greater sense of urgency now. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable devoured the wild rank 9 Fire Gu. That is an extremely stupid move. He is insane now, there is no way he can refine Fire Gu. To save itself, Fire Gu will fight desperately inside his body, expending Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Soul Path Dao marks. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable weakens to a certain level, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will attack. An intense battle will erupt again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not use any investigative killer move. He had to save Immortal Essence now. This time, in order to protect Light Emperor and take rank 9 Light Gu, he consumed a lot of Immortal Essence in fighting both Venerables at once. If he continued to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the upcoming battle, because of his advantage with Light Gu, the two Venerables might join up to target him. The fact that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had rank 9 Light Gu was also quite troublesome. Chapter 2284. Human Path Breakthrough. Heavenly Court. 10 rank 5 Gu Masters carried intense excitement as they arrived at a certain important location deep within Heavenly Court. They were the 10 children of Human Path. This is the derivation formation? Xiao Qixing walked at the front. Behind him were the other 9, Sun Yuanhua, Fairy Bai Xia, Gu Ting, Wei Wuxiang, Ing Xingji, Chen Dejiang, Tang Ruqi, Sun Yao, and Zhao Shui. These were the most outstanding Gu masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They were nurtured by Heavenly Court, and cultivated within Divine Emperor City's painting worlds, becoming the rising stars of Human Path. They each carried a heavy burden. They were the budding sprouts of Heavenly Court and the Venerable's desire towards Human Path, integral to the goal of Central Continent's dominance of the world. The 10 of them looked ahead and saw a vast field of gray-white smoke presented before everyone's vision. The light continued to transform continuously. It was slivery like a dragon, fluttering beautifully like a butterfly, standing on the wall, or even tranquil like still water. This derivation formation is arranged by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally. It is Heavenly Court's greatest secret. We are immensely fortunate to be the first batch of Gu Masters allowed to cultivate in this formation. The outcome of Black Heaven engulfing White Heaven is set. Heaven's will is going to become stable again. Soon, we will be able to advance to become Human Path Gu Immortals. Thus, the derivation formation is our greatest fortuitous encounter before becoming a Gu Immortal. We need to make use of this unparalleled opportunity. That's right, after entering the formation to cultivate, the relevant memories will be deleted in our minds. After that, who knows when we can come here again. The 10 children of Human Path discussed among themselves and arranged the order of which they would enter. Sun Yuanhua was the first to enter the derivation formation. After 15 minutes, he slowly stumbled out of the constantly changing light. How was it? What did you experience in the formation? Are there any gains? Quick, tell us. The other 9 quickly went to him and asked. Sun Yuanhua was still a little dazed now, but he soon recovered his senses. He recalled. After I went in, all I saw was vast white fog. I tried stepping in and vaguely saw a human figure, so I gave chase. I chased it for a long time. After an unknown distance, more and more human figures appeared in the white fog. There were 5 or 6 of them initially. After that, there were 50 or 60, followed by 600 or 700. By the time I reacted, I was already inside a vast sea of humans. I was surrounded by people. I wanted to ask them questions, but I could not speak. I tried to smile to communicate with them. But in the end, I found that they were all smiling at me too. Their smiles were very fake. It looked like a painting drawn using lines. Can you imagine? Countless people showed a fake smile at me as they squeezed around me, slowly getting closer and tighter, making me feel suffocated. I tried my best to push them away, but my strength became smaller and smaller. Eventually, I was engulfed by the sea of humans with fake smiles. By the time I regained my senses, I had already stepped out of the formation and saw you guys. At the same time, in the depth of my mind, I found the Immortal Gu recipe of Shadow Puppet Gu. After explaining his encounter, Sun Yuanhua still showed some fear on his face. His description was very useful for the others in their preparation. Why does it seem like a nightmare? This formation is truly extraordinary. Looking at the situation, it seems that after entering the derivation formation, we will get a human path immortal goo recipe? One attempt is not enough for a conclusion. Who will go next? After the remaining 9 discussed for a while and came up with no explanation, the second person was decided, Gu Ting. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Ting slowly walked into the light fog. Several minutes later, Gu Ting walked out of the formation in a daze. It was similar to Sun Yuanhua's situation. But soon he recovered. Everyone got around him and listened to his encounter. Gu Ting's situation was quite different from Sun Yuanhua. He did not see any human figures. Instead, he felt like he did not even open his eyes. The only thing he heard was music. The music created by some instrument constantly played in his mind. After the tune ended, Gu Ting walked out of the immortal formation. I received an immortal goo recipe. It is the vital goo that I had recently swapped to, musician goo. The 10 children of human path talked among themselves again. Shadow puppet goo and musician goo were both human path goo worms. They were also Sun Yuanhua's and Gu Ting's vital goo. That means the reward has something to do with our vital goo. Or more accurately, the reward is our vital goo's immortal goo recipe? That is so useful to us. That's right, we may be able to use the excess tribulation chi during our ascension to refine our vital immortal goo. The 10 children of human path were very excited. Heavenly Court had arranged for them to cultivate human path. There was a benefit and demerit in doing so. The benefit was that a new path had no counter in this world. The more human path developed, the greater its advantage against other paths. The demerit was that a new path was too young. Without the help of predecessors, the 10 children of human path had to develop human path step by step on their own. Although Heavenly Court had the human path killer moves made by the past venerables, they were too high-ranked and of utmost secrecy. The 10 children of human path had no authority to learn of them. They understood that it would be extremely hard for them to create human path immortal goo recipes on their own. The time, effort, and resources needed were unthinkable. Even if they could use the opportunity of natural inspiration to ask Heaven's will when undergoing tribulation, they were not guaranteed an immortal goo recipe. They were the pioneers of human path. It was possible that the world itself did not have the corresponding human path immortal goo they needed. However, when the third person, Xingji, left the immortal formation, he did not obtain an immortal goo recipe. I obtained the rank 1 to 5 recipe of a brand new human path goo. It is called Pill Refiner. Xingji's vital goo was Dr. Goo, but after entering the formation, he actually obtained a new human path goo recipe. Xingji was a little disappointed. In his case, the immortal ascension was coming soon. Without Dr. Goo's immortal goo recipe, he would not have a human path immortal goo to use for a very long time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had always been keeping a close eye on the 10 children of human path. After Sun Yuanhua entered the formation, his comprehension and understanding of human path resonated with the inheritance of Heavenly Court's former Shadow Path Goo Immortal Monarch Goo Wing. Thus, he obtained the immortal goo recipe of Shadow Puppet Goo. Immortal Monarch Goo Wing was someone who appeared after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era. But after inspecting the historical records, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a deep impression of him. Immortal Monarch Goo Wing had stated in his inheritance that although Shadow Path was just a small branch of Dark Path now, it had more potential. In fact, Shadow Path was not just a branch of Dark Path, it was also part of Light Path. How could there be shadow without light? Precisely so, if Shadow Path developed in the future, it could potentially fuse both Light Path and Dark Path to become a huge, more powerful path. After Gu Ting entered the formation, he resonated with a sound path inheritance and obtained musician Immortal Gu's recipe. As for Xingji, after entering the formation, because there was no resonance with any Gu Immortal's inheritance which was skilled at healing, Ruan Dan's pill path was drawn to him instead and created a result. Pill Refiner Gu. Different from Xingji, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt that his gains were greater than the rest. Human path was the path that Heavenly Court was trying to develop, while pill path was also a new path. The result of the clash between these two paths was Pill Refiner Gu. It was the fusion of Xingji's human path research result and the essence of pill path. This was a new accomplishment. The Gu recipe of Pill Refiner Gu consists of rank 1 to 5. After refining them, we can produce a large number of pill refiners. These pill refiners are most skilled at refining pill goo. Most pill goo were consumable goo. From the ones that Ruan Dan created, one could see that they were very effective and powerful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable acutely sensed that if pill refiner goo was spread widely, it could change the current situation of the goo master world. There would be a huge revolution. After Sun Yuanhua, Gu Ting, and Ing Xingji, it was Xiao Qixing's turn. This person was seemingly the leader of the 10 children of human path. After getting out of the derivation formation, he obtained the immortal goo recipes of Soldier Goo and Sergeant Goo. Regrettably, his vital goo was Commander Goo. Chen Dijiang was the 5th to enter. His vital goo was Constable Goo, but he had not gotten its immortal goo recipe. I obtained the recipe of Police Gate Goo, from rank 1 to 6. They are 1 Police Gate Goo, 2 Police Gate Goo, and all the way to 6 Police Gate Goo. The Police Gate Goo are mutually connected. After they are refined, my Constable Goo can create constables that are able to travel from one gate to another gate instantly. After Chen Dijiang, Zhao Shuyi went in. Her vital goo was Craftsman Goo. After entering the formation, she resonated with a certain metal path inheritance, and obtained the rank 6 immortal goo recipe of Blacksmith Goo. The 10 children of human path entered the derivation formation one by one. They all had great gains, but these gains were all different as well. No matter what, this derivation formation is too amazing. In just half a day, all thanks to it, the entire world had a huge breakthrough in human path's development. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is truly the #1 wisdom path expert throughout history. The 10 children of human path were extremely amazed. Their eyes were shining brightly. They wanted to enter the formation again but were rejected. It was not that the derivation formation could not, but they themselves had reached a limit. The essence of the derivation formation was to use the research results of the 10 children of human path to clash with the inheritance of past Goo immortal experts, to attempt deriving new human path research results that had never been possible before. The 10 children of human path had only cultivated for a short time. They were all rank 5 Goo masters. Their foundation was limited. All of their current potential had been used up already. Even if they went in again, their minds would only be corrupted by the inheritances, preventing them from innovating and creating new ideas, restricting their future development. They were like young sprouts now. After this injection of essence, they would need to recuperate for a long time. Otherwise, excessive help would ruin their creativity in innovating for human path. Their bright futures would become dim and hopeless, with no expectations left for them. Chapter 2285. Jyoga helps Spectral Soul. Immortal Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. Everything happened stealthily. Only Fan Yuan knew how much immortal essence was used to activate this rank 9 killer move. 360 rank 9 immortal essence beads. After Heavenly Secret Goo was raised to rank 9, Obscured Heavenly Secret was also finally modified by Fan Yuan. It became a true rank 9 killer move. Compared to the rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret, the rank 9 version used much more immortal essence, and the activation time was lengthened to over 10 times of before. In addition, the steps were also 6 times more complicated, and Fan Yuan needed much more thoughts in the process. After paying such a price, rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret also became much more powerful. It was not a quantitative growth but a qualitative change. Originally, rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer Move could create temporary heaven path Dao marks that resembled fishing nets. They were layered over each other in a crisscross fashion, covering Fan Yuan's entire body. It was like how a caterpillar used its threads to create a thick and hard cocoon around itself. Right now, although the heaven path Dao marks were still in a fishing net form, they were more tightly connected and were no longer overlapping. He only had one simple layer around him. This layer of heaven path Dao marks were not temporary Dao marks, they had stabilized into a certain constant state. Fan Yuan understood the reason behind this. After observing closely and using investigative killer moves, he barely managed to detect this layer of the Heavenly Secret fishing net. It was in a state of existence and non-existence. The Heavenly Secret fishing net immediately made Fan Yuan think of the killer move that thieving heaven demon Venerable left behind, ghostly concealment. Honestly speaking, the Heavenly Secret fishing net was still inferior to ghostly concealment. But Fan Yuan could sense that the two had already become similar. They shared a type of special trait. Ghostly concealment could last for a long time without expending immortal essence. The Heavenly Secret fishing net was also the same. But the Heavenly Secret fishing net could not compare to ghostly concealment. The reason was that although it could stabilize, it could still be consumed. As long as the investigative method used on it was strong enough, the heavenly secret fishing net would be expended while resisting it. As long as the expenditure exceeded the natural recovery speed, then the heavenly secret fishing net would start experiencing a deficit. It would be like a sinking ship that got gradually submerged. Of course, ghostly concealment had such a flaw too, but its recovery speed and durability were much higher than the heavenly secret fishing net. Naturally, the information of Fan Yuan's ghostly concealment was already known by his enemies. They had created countermeasures against it. Thus, ghostly concealment's actual value was much lower than obscured heavenly secret. Even though it was more refined than obscured heavenly secret, it was outdated. Other than the huge boost in power of obscured heavenly secret due to the qualitative change, there was another benefit. The amount of heaven path immortal materials needed to activate it had fallen greatly, by a total of 80%. The reduction in consumption of heaven path immortal materials was very beneficial to Fan Yuan in his attempt to accumulate them. Heaven path immortal materials were not easy to obtain. Fan Yuan had only gotten a good opportunity recently when the two heavens were fusing. In fact, the appearance of so many heaven path immortal materials was also thanks to the senseless spectral soul demon Venerable. This was truly an extremely rare opportunity. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu and Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret had many tactical implications to Fan Yuan. This was an advancement. If the advancement failed and Fan Yuan got exposed, he would get attacked by the two Venerables. It was clear from how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable got targeted by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable after he took Rank 9 Light Gu. She was very overbearing and showed a tough stance. Eventually, she only gave up after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable brought Light Emperor into Longevity Heaven. If Fan Yuan was exposed, everyone would see that he had two Rank 9 Immortal Gu. He did not have an impregnable base like Longevity Heaven or Heavenly Court. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable cooperated, they would be very terrifying. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom path controlled certainty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path explored uncertainty. The two were mutually conflicting, but if they worked together, they would complement each other perfectly. With the potential of such coordination, even Fan Yuan could not stop them. After all, Fan Yuan had not created his own Rank 9 offensive method. Even if Fan Yuan could stop them, the external situation of the contest of three Venerables would start to emit pressure on him. He did not have enough strength to obliterate Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not be taken down. If they deepened their cooperation, it was very likely that they would become a huge hindrance to him. One could say, if Fan Yuan was exposed, he would fall into an extremely passive state. But the situation was fine now. With Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret, he could stabilize the situation at the critical moment. The refinement of Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was not hard, but Fan Yuan still had to take a fatal risk to succeed. He succeeded on his first attempt at refining it. He was quite fortunate. This was the turning point of the contest of three Venerables. Right now, Fan Yuan's foundation in Heaven Path was as such. He had Heaven Path Grandmaster attainment level, various killer moves like Heaven Endy's Heroic Geniuses, Heavenly Web Protection Veil, Emotionless Heaven in Earth, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm, Obscured Heavenly Secret, and others, as well as Immortal Gu like Heavenly Web, Heavenly Secret, Heaven's Envy, and Heavenly Birth. He also had the Truthful Floating Ice. At this point, he had already unsealed over half of the Truthful Floating Ice. Worth noting was that after becoming a Heaven Path Grandmaster, his speed of unsealing the Truthful Floating Ice also became faster. This was easily understood. Fan Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level was like a foundation. Once it rose, he would be able to understand and comprehend the Heaven Path profundities within the Truthful Floating Ice at a faster rate. Back then during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable obtained the Truthful Floating Ice and unsealed it rapidly. He almost became a Heaven Path Venerable. However, my Heaven Path attainment level only rose to Grandmaster after using more than half of the Truthful Floating Ice. It will be too hard for me to reach Great Grandmaster using the remaining portion. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the difference between ranks. This was the same for attainment level. If half of the Truthful Floating Ice could help Fan Yuan go from ordinary to Grandmaster attainment level, then it would be very hard for the remaining half to elevate Fan Yuan to a Great Grandmaster. Regardless, Fan Yuan was satisfied. The Truthful Floating Ice he gained from Crazed Demon Cave had been extremely useful to Fan Yuan. Ignoring anything else, just the rank 9 heavenly secret immortal goo recipe was something that did not originally exist in the world. Fan Yuan knew clearly. This immortal goo recipe was the research result of over 1,000,000 years through the crazed demon formation that limitless demon Venerable created, using the chaos outside the world and rank 9 derivation goo as the core. The concept was ahead of the entire world. It was too hard to achieve it on his own. Fan Yuan's human path attainment level was not low, he was a grandmaster. But why did he not try to create rank 6 human path immortal goo recipes? It was too hard. Such an attempt would expend too much of his time, energy, resources, and manpower. In fact, success was not guaranteed. In the current world, wild human path immortal goo were very rare. Creating a rank 6 human path immortal goo recipe was making something that did not exist in the world. It was the development of human path beyond its current limit. It was also pushing the current world beyond its current boundary and limit. Going from 0 to 1 was like going from nothing to something. This process was very difficult. But from 1 to 2, the process was just quantitative growth. Gradual development was possible with much lower difficulty. Rank 6 human path immortal goo recipes were very hard to create. As for rank 9 heavenly secret immortal goo's recipe, the difficulty was countless times higher. Fan Yuan was almost certain this rank 9 immortal goo recipe was the most valuable part of this largest piece of truthful floating ice. In the following period, I need to find a chance to meet with Li Xiaobai and secretly use obscured heavenly secret on him. Rank 8 obscured heavenly secret could deceive Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The rank 9 version was even better. Of course, that was under the situation that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have their own paths rank 9 immortal goo. If there was no opportunity, he would create one. But it would be hard for the two venerables to not become suspicious. Fan Yuan looked afar and cast his gaze on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Different from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention to kill, Fan Yuan wanted to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as his shield to conceal his true actions. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was currently bathed in fire. Under the threat of survival, rank 9 fire goo erupted with its strongest attack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had been tortured for tens of days. He was in a state of distress. His originally colossal body had already shrunk by 30%. Although his rank 9 aura was still domineering, there was already a hint of tiredness. Only several hundred of his countless thick black arms remained, while one of his 3 heads was burned to ashes. However, fire goo was not longer as powerful as before. Its firepower had clearly fallen. A rank 8 goo immortal slowly approached Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still had his senses, he could definitely capture fire goo. It is a pity that he has no sanity now. He cannot even isolate the natural essence of the world, otherwise fire goo would not have such terrifying power. This goo immortal had an incredibly deep gaze. He could comprehend a certain profound concept from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. It was Feng Jiuge. At this moment, a soul beast army was moving 100 li away. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seemed to have sensed the soul beast army. His expression was ruthless as he roared and flew to them. The soul beast army was easily disoriented by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He opened his mouths and devoured them. In a few breaths of time, he had already eaten over 10,000 soul beasts. These soul beasts immediately melted into soul path Dao marks that were transferred to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. His injuries healed rapidly, but soon, the fire burned and created new injuries. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has the instinct to consume, he was just lucky to have met a soul beast army, prolonging his struggle. Let me lend you a hand in that case. Feng Jiuge slowly activated his immortal killer move, Destiny's Song. His voice was illusory and deep. It was filled with unique contradiction. Initially, the song was like a small stream of water in the mountains, flowing slowly. Gradually, the stream turned into flowing lava that expanded the river's width. In the range of mountains, it sounded like a dragon's roaring echo. At the same time, the river of lava on the mountain turned into a raging tide, swish swish swish, ebb and flow. It continued without stopping. The lava and waves collided, reacting and creating steam that covered the entire sky. The steam condensed into clouds that wanted to fly towards the high heavens. Suddenly, lightning struck and thunder roared. The lightning bolts landed on the clouds. The immortals felt like they had fallen from the sky. They felt a sense of hollowness in their hearts. Phantom or real, high or low, being proud and confident at times, feeling lost and desperate during disasters. bending one's back at times, spreading one's words at times. Feng Jiuji's expression soon turned pale. His current destiny song was far stronger than before. In fact, his voice was wondrously beautiful and contained the essence of heaven and earth. Clearly, after retrieving the heavenly melody, Feng Jiuge had gained a lot of insight. Destiny's song only lasted for over 10 breaths of time before Feng Jiuge stopped using it and retreated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still engulfed in terrifying flames as he growled in pain. It was as if Feng Jiuji's Destiny's song had no effect. However, 3 days later, the red flames on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body went from burning hot to gray-blue cold. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable quietened down like an injured beast. He finally had time to recuperate. He did not refine the wild fire goo, while fire goo also stopped attacking and resisting him. Inside his body, a certain intricate relationship was formed as they started helping each other. Puff, huff, puff. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's breathing became slower, as the huge gray-blue fire around him became dimmer, until it was completely gone. His entire body was like a gravestone. He gave off an endless aura of death accompanied by an icy chill. Then, at the next moment, rumble! Flames surged and burst out over several thousand li, quickly spreading throughout the area in all directions. Everywhere it went, living beings crumbled. They broke down and burned into ashes as their soul essence was rapidly absorbed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It was as if they were returning to the source. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries healed quickly. His body also started to expand at an observable rate. Chapter 2286. Derivations Immortal Might. The shocking change to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who was inside the two heavens ruined the plans of the Venerables again. Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan raised his head and used his investigative killer move. He saw that the icy flame had covered half of the immemorial two heavens. Everywhere it went, all life was extinguished. Even immemorial desolate beasts could not last long. This was definitely a slaughter. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable benefited greatly from this. His entire body had grown to 100 times of when he was in Crazed Demon Cave. He had over 10,000 black pillar-like arms now. His terrifying aura and killing intent permeated the entire heaven. Although he was motionless in the two heavens, he took the role of the old son of White Heaven. He was now the absolute overlord of the night sky. Feng Jiuge. Fan Yuan's gaze was deep. He had already found out that the cause of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's huge change was Feng Jiuge. Ever since the Fate War, Feng Jiuge had betrayed Heavenly Court and gone missing. To think that the next time he showed up, he did such a shocking thing. But the suspicious thing to Fan Yuan was that Feng Jiuge seemed to still have his pseudo-venerable battle strength. This was the only explanation for how he could quickly affect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and escape successfully. Be it Fan Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they could not use their investigative method on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable all the time. This required thoughts and immortal essence. That was also why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created the Star Array Calculation Formation. It helped her to monitor the whole of Central Continent. Destiny's Song. It is able to allow Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the Wild Fire Goo to coexist, achieving harmony. Feng Jiuji's killer move has gotten stronger. Fan Yuan was now a refinement path venerable. In the entire world, aside from the venerables, Feng Jiuge was the #1 person who deserved Fan Yuan's attention the most. This person's talent was shocking to the world. He was even Feng Jinhuang's father. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Feng Jiuge was plotted against by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and died while attacking Langya Blessed Land. Now that Fan Yuan thought about it, he could see that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had also paid a lot of attention to Feng Jiuge. Precisely because of this, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable plotted and killed Feng Jiuge. Otherwise, during those 500 years, he would have created his own legend and shone brightly like the stars. The weird thing was that although Spectral Soul plotted to kill Feng Jiuge in that life, currently, Feng Jiuge seemed to be helping the former instead. So, is the pseudo-venerable battle strength that Feng Jiuge possesses a result of future self, or did he cultivate himself during this period of time? Fan Yuan pondered deeply. This was a crucial question. If Feng Jiuge still had future self-killer move, that meant that he still had a close connection to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. In that case, the person behind Feng Jiuge would be Red Lotus Demon Venerable, meaning he was plotting from behind the scenes. Fan Yuan knew about the relationship between these two. Back then, After he failed and was reborn, in order to destroy Fate Gu, he gave crucial intel to Feng Jiuge and allowed him to get his own Red Lotus true inheritance. Why was Feng Jiuge helping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? There was also Heavenly Court's attitude towards him that Fan Yuan had to consider now. Right now, Fan Yuan knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had sent Heavenly Court Gu Immortals to hunt down the remnants of Shadow Sect like Fairy Ziwei. Then, why was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not going after Feng Jiuge? Why did they leave Feng Jinhuang alone, as if they forgot about her? What was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planning? Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used anymore, while Fan Yuan did not know of many secrets and hidden information now. And because he lacked effective investigative methods that could be used on the Venerables, he had to pretend to be weak and only make guesses blindly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already healed. After leaving Heavenly Court, she had been refining Central Continent's wisdom path down marks these days. At the same time, she was making deductions. Feng Jiuge. Destiny Song. I cultivate wisdom path which controls certainty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable cultivates luck path which explores uncertainty. This destiny song actually contains both certainty and uncertainty. It involves heaven path and human path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recalled her own experiences. Throughout humanity's history, or even the variant human's history, in terms of pure talent, Feng Jiuge was definitely top 10. Feng Jiuge met with Fairy Ziwei and the rest, he might have helped them. Right now, he helped Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. These actions will greatly benefit his Destiny Song killer move. Heavenly Court's pursuers failed. They could not bring back Fairy Ziwei and the rest. But through the traces left behind, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to deduce many details of the truth. At this moment, inside Heavenly Court, Derivation Formation was currently in operation. Che Wei and several other Gu Immortals stood before the formation and waited. The 10 children of Human Path had left Heavenly Court already. Their memories regarding this were deleted. This was done by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally. She did not remove their memories carelessly, she had altered them meticulously. In the following period, these 10 children of Human Path would have bursts of inspiration which would allow them to create the respective Gu recipes. Fan Yuan was a vigilant person, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was even more vigilant when it came to this. She did the same to anyone who had come into contact with the Derivation Formation. In this case, as long as one did not have higher wisdom path attainment than her, they would not be able to gain intel about the Derivation Formation from the 10 children of Human Path. The Derivation Formation was too important to Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to think of ways to protect this secret to the best of her abilities. Ruan Dan flew out from the Derivation Formation. Che Wei and the rest quickly went up and asked for the results. Ruan Dan's expression soon went back to normal. It was extremely excited. Amazing! This Derivation Formation is too amazing! I obtained over 1,000 Pill Path Gu recipes, among which are 100 Immortal Gu recipes. I've tried to create Pill Path killer moves for so long without much progress, but now, I obtained more than 200 killer moves, among which, there are over 50 Immortal killer moves. Che Wei and the rest were shook. Ruan Dan was the first to enter the formation. To think that the gains would be so immense. Different from the 10 children of Human Path, Ruan Dan was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It had a long lifespan and countless experiences. Its foundation was very deep. Friend Ruan Dan, although you created Pill Path, you do not know much about other paths. With this Derivation Formation, you can come into contact with the research results of other paths by using Pill Path as the core. After creating a resonance, countless new results would be derived, thus, your gains were so immense. Feng Diqi analyzed. She was a Gu Immortal of Heavenly Lotus Sect. This time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had chosen her to become one of the people entering the Derivation Formation. Ruan Dan nodded in agreement. Fairy Feng is right. For a brand new path like Pill Path, the first step of development is to popularize it. After many generations of Gu cultivators come into contact and cultivate it, through their various life experiences and perspectives, they will slowly build Pill Path with their unique ideas. After that, more and more cultivators will emerge, among which, geniuses will create new advancements and breakthrough, obtaining huge research results. But now, the Derivation Formation has taken the place of all these steps. Using all sorts of exceptional Gu Immortal inheritances, the historical characters are helping us in this development. In just a short period of time, we can accumulate a vast amount of Pill Path Foundation. After hearing the analysis, Che Wei and the rest had increasingly heated gazes. I will go next. Che Wei was the second person to enter the formation. Several days later he came out. His gains were as huge as Wan Dan. The immortals continued their analysis. Wan Dan said, Friend Che Wei, although you have only created weapon path for a short time unlike me, you are a purebred human with the strongest spirituality. Therefore, your gains are equal to mine. If you had created this path for a longer time, your gains will even exceed mine. Che Wei shook his head in response. I do not agree with this conjecture. Any path that reaches Grand Master attainment can learn about any path using their own as a foundation. Through their path, they can mimic the expertise of other paths. For example, one can use fire path goo worms to create a move with water path abilities. The derivation formation might be a forceful type of mimicry. The vast number of true inheritances stored in the immortal formation were described through Wan Dan's pill path and my weapon path. For example, the iron rod goo recipe that I obtained is the result of converting metal path into weapon path. There is also leather whip goo, which is the resulting derivation by combining transformation path and weapon path. Che Wei's words made the immortal's understanding of derivation formation deepen again. It was Feng Diqi's turn. She only had rank 7 cultivation level but was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's bloodline descendant. After entering the formation, she only spent a day and night before getting out. After returning, she had a smile on her face. I've obtained Painting Path research results. Next, I will refine Painting Path Immortal Goo and change my Vital Goo to Painting Path. The immortals congratulated her. The use of the derivation formation was not just to help develop human path, pill path, and weapon path. It could also extract the specific essence of the various paths to create new branches of an existing path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not leave any Painting Path inheritance for his descendants. But through the derivation formation, Heavenly Court could directly nurture their own Painting Path Goo immortals. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth, man is the spirit of all living beings. There was no point in discussing the strongest Goo worm, only the strongest Goo immortal mattered. The way of Goo involved nurturing, use and refinement, these were all integral. Limitless Demon Venerable used rank 9 derivation Immortal Goo and other cores to create his crazed demon formation. He created the truthful floating ice and tried to utilize his eternal life research results but failed in the end. More than half of the truthful floating ice was lost. The remaining portion was split into 3 by Fan Yuan and the 2 Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used derivation Immortal Goo to create the derivation formation, allowing the various paths to develop rapidly. A vast amount of research results were produced, saving a lot of time and also preventing these results from leaking to the outside world, which was a huge drawback of development. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had such a method, he would not have needed to make his blood see clone distribute blood path inheritances worldwide. Chapter 2287. Spectral Heaven. For the 3 Venerables, the shocking change to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was only beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let out a breath of turbid air as he sat cross-legged with a bare upper body. Muscles could be seen on his strong upper body. His black chest hair gave off a manly aura. My injuries have healed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable continued to fight against Fire Goo, the 2 of them would suffer heavy injuries, causing the Venerables to fight over them again. However, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's injuries were more severe than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If he chose not to participate, he would lose the opportunity. But if he went with such injuries, he would be at a disadvantage. Not long ago, because of the contest over Light Goo, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable faced pressure from 2 Venerables. He even had to protect his son Light Emperor, causing him to pay a huge price in the end. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable healed long ago, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had only just recovered. Due to Feng Jiuji's action, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became much stronger, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable to continue observing. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable benefited from this. The feeling was very familiar to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as it was experienced in his previous life. He was a luck path cultivator who explored the uncertainty. The stronger he got, the more advantages these uncertain situations would bring to him. After preparing for a while, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable activated his luck path investigative killer move. But this time, he did not inspect the Venerables, he checked himself. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path Tao marks, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable reduced the number of times he inspected others. He started to focus on himself. His luck was not good. I successfully obtained rank 9 light goo, but my luck is still bad. Just what is causing this bad luck? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned. Don't tell me the reason is because rank 9 light goo does not suit me? Furthermore, it is currently injured and is being nurtured inside Light Emperor's body? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable guessed. Rank 9 light goo was injured after Fan Yuan used his crippled refinement killer move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have any method to heal it, but Light Emperor was more specialized in Light Path. He thought of the only solution to this. That was to use his light body to refine and nurture it, eventually converting light goo into his vital goo, allowing him to make use of it. If this was a normal wild rank 9 light goo, Light Emperor would have no way of refining it. But light goo was injured, its will was heavily affected. Together with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's help, Light Emperor saw a chance of success. This had its flaws. For a long period of time, Light Emperor would lose all mobility. He even needed assistance in eating and drinking. Longevity Heaven immediately lost a pseudo-venerable battle strength expert. But Longevity Heaven could not do anything else. They could not give light goo to Fan Yuan and ask him to repair it. This was a rank 9 immortal goo. While Fan Yuan was someone with no bottom line. Giant Sun and Light Emperor were not stupid enough to ask Fan Yuan for help. Looking at his poor luck, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed helplessly. If I had obtained a rank 9 luck path immortal goo instead of light goo, no matter which luck path goo it is, the situation will be much better now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also very familiar with this situation. Although many sudden events would often benefit him in the end, most of the time, they were not things that he needed. After all, this was uncertainty, not certainty. Currently, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a rank 9 luck path immortal goo, he would be able to create a rank 9 investigative killer move and find out who was his biggest threat. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have a rank 9 luck path immortal goo, thus, when he used an investigative killer move amplified by Longevity Heaven's Tao marks, he could only see the general trend of the luck. The contest of 3 venerables, the rampage of the senseless spectral soul demon venerable, the interference of pseudo-venerables like Feng Jiuge, as well as the possible plotting of other venerables in the background. All of these types of luck intertwined together, and prevented Giant Sun Immortal Venerable from seeing the specific details. He could only see a trend. Rank 9 Immortal Goo was very important. It signified a qualitative change. No matter how much the amplification of Tao marks became, it was only a quantitative boost. I may be the person with the most progress among the 3 venerables. Looking at this luck, it is likely that the other venerables will attack me because of rank 9 light goo. This will cause their luck to collectively suppress mine. Of course, there is another possibility: someone surpassed me. I've already lost my advantage. But if that is the case, who is the one hiding so deeply? Like what Fan Yuan did when he thought about Feng Jiuge and Heavenly Court, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could only make a guess. He could not see the truth immediately. Now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to leave Longevity Heaven and continue to refine Northern Plains Tao marks. After thoroughly refining Northern Plains luck path Tao marks, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would expand his base from Longevity Heaven to the entire Northern Plains. There were many benefits in this. For example, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable got attacked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable again, he would not need to escape to Longevity Heaven. As long as he was inside Northern Plains, he would receive the amplification of power. Naturally, the amplification would be weaker than being in Longevity Heaven, but it would be enough to resist 2 venerables. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's control over Northern Plains would increase. He would be able to specially nurture Gu immortal descendants. He would not need to worry about a certain shameless venerable who could slaughter the Huangjin tribes while disregarding his status, who Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have a good way to stop. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable understood that as time dragged on, the venerables would continue to get stronger, and as they progressed, the immortal essence storage would also become more abundant. At the initial stage of development, the venerables lacked immortal essence. At this time, it would be the best opportunity to refine the natural Tao marks of the world. If he missed this opportunity, it would get tougher. If one was interrupted when refining natural Tao marks, their progress would be very small. If other venerables took the lead, it would be even worse. For example, if star constellation Immortal Venerable first refined the wisdom path down marks of an area, then her strength would be much higher there. By then, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to refine the luck path down marks of that area and star constellation Immortal Venerable attacks, his best option would be to retreat. Excluding the senseless spectral soul demon Venerable, among the three Venerables, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the clearest advantage. He had refined the most luck path down marks. Once he refined all of Northern Plains luck path down marks, he would not allow the other Venerables to attempt the refinement here. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who would want to refine Northern Plains wisdom path down marks or Fan Yuan who would want to refine Northern Plains refinement path down marks, they would have to face Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's all-out retaliation. Thus, now was the best timing to refine natural down marks. After some time, the difficulty would rise greatly. Other than this reason, there was another crucial secret that forced the Venerables to quickly refine these down marks. That was, one had to completely refine all the natural down marks in the world to maintain their Supreme Grand Master attainment level. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable emitted a cold flame and slaughtered the lifeforms of the two heavens while the three Venerables refined their respective natural down marks. The five regions Gu Immortal World experienced temporary peace for the moment. Countless beast groups were escaping from the fused two heavens, landing in the five regions. The super forces of the five regions were extremely busy, they had to move out to defend their territories. As most of the beast groups were killed by the icy flame, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body continued to expand as his aura surged like the boundless sea. Some time later, his icy flame covered the entire two heavens. As the three Venerables and countless lifeforms of the five regions watched, the blue fire burned for 2 days and night. The white heaven and black heaven fragments in the fused two heavens melted and joined together in this blue fire, becoming one entity. A new heaven had appeared. People named it Spectral Heaven. With immemorial black heaven as the foundation and white heaven being completely conquered and absorbed, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who had devoured black heaven's heavenly spirit became the ruler of the new heaven. His body was colossal, on par with the previous sun. As the blue fire slowly extinguished in Spectral Heaven, only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body was left burning, even the smallest spark of fire on his body was tens of feet tall. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became the greatest source of light in Spectral Heaven. He emitted a cold and chilly killing intent at all times, spreading his aura to the five regions. This was an unprecedented change. Even in the 500 years of his previous life, Fan Yuan did not see such a phenomenon. The entire Gu cultivation world's environment was slowly changed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Light path was suppressed while dark path was amplified. Conflicts and deaths arose all around the world. Most lifeforms including Gu masters could not avoid the influence of the immense killing intent. Soul beasts started to appear all over the world. At the same time, heavens were also stabilized. Eastern Sea. A rank 5 female Gu master looked at Spectral Heaven and the majestic figure at the center of it. She looked for a while before quickly lowering her head, retracting her gaze entirely. In just this short time, the killing intent in her heart accumulated to her limit, almost exceeding her endurance. If the killing intent overwhelmed her, she would need to perform a massacre to calm down. The female Gu master was very old, she was 93 years old. Her name was Hua Ben Ku, she had just passed down the role of clan leader in Eastern Sea's Hua clan. She stared at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable intentionally. After the killing intent dissipated, she started the greatest attempt of her life. Immortal Ascension. First step, breaking the aperture. Heaven and earth chi surged and formed grand calamities and tribulations. Hua Ben Ku had a solemn expression, although she had the information provided by Hua clan. Facing the calamities and tribulations now, she was still shook internally. Second step, taking in chi. Heaven, earth, and human chi surrounded Hua Ben Ku as she focused to try and balance all three chi. At the same time, natural inspiration occurred. Regarding the external calamities and tribulations, Hua clan's Gu immortals took action to defend her. This was the benefit of being a super force. Third step, putting in the Gu. Her vital Gu was placed into the lump of 3 chi as an explosion occurred, creating a new small world. At this time, Hua Ben Ku's rank 6 immortal aperture was formed, her immortal ascension succeeded. A high-grade blessed land. But there was no extra heaven and earth chi to refine a vital immortal Gu. But Hua Ben Ku was satisfied. She could barely calm down. During the natural inspiration, she had huge gains. Her lifetime accumulation included her proudest killer move. It had received a qualitative transformation, becoming an immortal killer move. As long as she used this move, she could sit on top of an immortal goo house and cry. It would cause the target to suffer heavy damages and even reduce the reputation of the goo immortals inside. Chapter 2288. Trend of Immortal Ascension. After spectral heaven formed, it gradually stabilized. The beast groups that escaped earlier returned and lived in the new heaven again. All the various grotto heavens' doors were tightly shut as they condensed into one spot. Although there were some losses, they had managed to survive at least. Despite Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dominance of spectral heaven, he rarely moved. The two heavens' grotto heavens tried not to open their doors and connect to the outside world, otherwise, it was possible that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might approach them. Fan Yuan, Star Constellation, and Giant Sun were busy refining natural Dao marks. They were competing with each other as they fell into another deadlock. While the Venerables had ceased fire and everyone gained some respite, a large number of goo immortal seeds started to prepare for the attempt at immortal ascension. Central Continent. Heavenly Lotus Sect's headquarters. Mu Huai greets First Supreme Elder. A newly advanced rank 6 goo immortal knelt on the ground and greeted. Heavenly Lotus Sect's First Supreme Elder nodded and gave Mu Huai some words of encouragement before telling the immortal beside him. Wu Zhang, you nurtured Mu Huai, so you will be the one making arrangements for him now. Understood. Wu Zhang answered as he brought Mu Huai out of the hall. Wu Zhang was the 5th Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Long ago, he had created the 5 Virtues Sect in Central Continent under his own name. 5 Virtues Sect had the 5 Virtues Elders. Among them, Mu Huai was the Wood Virtue Elder. This time, he took a risk to undergo immortal ascension and succeeded, obtaining a medium-grade blessed land. Wu Zhang brought him to Heavenly Lotus Sect as he gained the First Supreme Elder's recognition. From now on, Mu Huai was a member of Wu Zheng's faction. Days later, in Northern Plains, an immortal ascension had just ended. Ouyang Bai Sang only had half of his body remaining, but he barely survived. Second brother, you succeeded! Amo Shi Kuang shouted loudly as he ran forward in excitement. Ouyang Bai Sang could only smile as he could not speak. He looked towards Lu Wenwu with a grateful gaze. If not for Lu Wenwu's help, Ouyang Bai Sang would have definitely died. Right now, all thanks to Lu Wenwu's immortal killer move, Ouyang Bai Sang managed to survive. Lu Wenwu was once Lu tribe's Gu immortal seed. He was the sworn brother of Ouyang Bai Sang and Amo Shi Kuang. They had participated in the Imperial Court contest. Lu Wenwu was already a Gu immortal. With his help, Ouyang Bai Sang also succeeded. Lu Wenwu understood what Ouyang Bai Sang was thinking. He smiled gently. Second brother, go ahead and rest. With me here, you will be safe. Ouyang Bai Sang did not even have the strength to nod. He shut his eyes and fell asleep. This showed how much trust he had in Lu Wenwu. Big brother! Second brother has already succeeded in the immortal ascension. I can do it too. When are you going to help me? I want to try it too. Amo Shi Kuang showed a heated gaze and spoke in an anxious tone. Lu Wenwu smiled bitterly. Third brother, calm down. You've seen what happened to your second brother. The immortal ascension is very dangerous. He almost failed to balance the 3 chi and nearly failed completely. With just my help, it is very unreliable to try and go through the unpredictable immortal ascension calamities and tribulations. We were lucky this time because the calamities and tribulations were within my abilities. But you need to know that there are all kinds of tribulations. By the time you undergo immortal ascension, we may not be so lucky. This. Amo Shi Kuang scratched his head. Lu Wenwu added. Let's wait a while for your second brother's cultivation level to stabilize. Once he has some immortal methods, we can work together to help you. That will be safer. Brother, you are right, I'll wait. Amo Shi Kuang agreed with the words and changed his decision. But he did not know that Lu Wenwu was sighing internally. Long ago, Lu Wenwu was just a Gu master. He did not have such a wide vision. Thus, he became sworn brothers with Amo Shi Kuang. But after becoming a Gu immortal, he realized that the world was ruled by humanity. All variant humans were marginalized. Amo Shi Kuang's Inkman identity was increasingly sensitive. After Lu Wenwu helped Ouyang Bai Sang to become an immortal, the latter would become Lu tribe's external supreme elder. He would be Lu Wenwu's supporter and stand on the same political side as him. Even though Ouyang Bai Sang was a purebred human, Lu tribe's other factions still attacked them. Why was Lu Wenwu helping an external member instead of nurturing Lu tribe's own Gu masters? If Amo Shi Kuang became an immortal through Lu Wenwu's help, it would be an even worse situation when he becomes a member of his political faction. This would be a weakness for the other factions to target. Sometimes, Lu and Wu envied the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The supreme elders of these ancient sects were able to create their own sects under their personal name to gather and distribute Central Continent's resource points. If they were able to nurture Gu immortals, then those would become their subordinates, or companions. This was a superb political method by the 10 great ancient sects to control Central Continent. But this could not work in the super clan-dominated regions. Creating one's own force was too much of a taboo. Like in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's lifetime, he wanted a hereditary monarchy. He wanted to unify and rule the entire world. Eastern Seas Hua Ben Ku, Central Continent's Mu Huai, and Northern Plains Ouyang Bai Sang. With the deep foundation of the superforces, they knew the secrets behind immortal ascension, thus, many of their Gu immortal seeds were quickly using the opportunity to ascend. Southern Border. Oh no! Yiping had a grim expression. He watched as the heaven, earth and human Qi lost their balance. Within the Qi lump, Gu Master Yichong failed the immortal ascension. By the time the 3 Qi lump dispersed, he was almost reduced to a stick, his arms and legs were gone, his entire body was a bloody mess. Calamities and tribulations could be resisted by allies, but the balancing of 3 Qi was something that only the Gu Master could handle, no one else could help. Sai, you were too immersed in the natural inspiration. I already told you not to be greedy. Yiping landed beside Yichong and sighed regrettably. Yichong did not move. After a few breaths of time, he died. Half a month later, on an unknown mountain in Central Continent, Ben Duoyi succeeded in the immortal ascension. I've finally become a rank 6 Gu immortal. He had a complex emotion. While he felt joy and excitement, there was also regret. In order to resist the calamities and tribulations while balancing the 3 Qi, he gave up on the chance of natural inspiration. Ben Duoyi's master was Yu Mu Chun, a refinement path quasi-great Grand Master, and also a member of Shadow Sect. From this aspect, Ben Duoyi was also a remnant of Shadow Sect. He was chosen by Yu Mu Chun due to his exceptional talent. Ben Duoyi was more witty than the average hairy man, he had clear thoughts and did not lose to humans in terms of spirituality. This successful immortal ascension also proved that Yu Mu Chun had great foresight. After cleaning up, Ben Duoyi quickly left the mountain. Not long after, a Gu immortal arrived at this place. This is it. The star array calculation formation showed that someone underwent tribulation here. Oh? Seems like a lone cultivator. After inspecting, this Gu immortal obtained some clearer clues. His eyes started to shine. The immortal ascension of lone cultivators was very difficult. Since they succeeded, it meant that they were very valuable. If I can recruit this person successfully, I will earn a huge sum of contribution points. This person can also be in my faction in the future. Places with people would have competition for benefits, leading to conflict. As long as the internal conflict of a sect was well managed, it would be a great system for eliminating the weak and nurturing the strong. The sect higher-ups were willing to see this. However, this Gu immortal did not know that the person undergoing tribulation was not a purebred human but a hairy man. Ben Duoyi's immortal ascension was just one of countless others. First, the 5 regions superforces Gu immortal seeds made their attempt. Afterwards, lone immortals and demonic cultivators also gave it a shot. Gradually, the trend of immortal ascension was formed. The immortal ascension trend involved the righteous path, demonic cultivator, and even lone cultivators. Many lone cultivators like Ben Duoyi emerged and showed themselves, surprising the world with their appearance. The superforces of the 5 regions were also involved. Among superforces, there was even some hidden competition. Tai Clan's Tai Ruan became a rank 6 metal path Gu immortal. Shang Clan's Shang Xinci succeeded in her immortal ascension. 2 of Western Desert's Lin Clan's Gu masters became immortals at the same time. Eastern Sea's Ningong Clan did not fall behind. In just 7 days, 2 Gu masters took a risk and succeeded. They both had considerable gains. Next, Southern Border's Tai Clan spread joyous news again. The revived Tai Mu Bai and Tai Bai Chi both succeeded in their immortal ascension. The one that shocked the 5 regions Gu immortal world the most was Southern Border's Wu Clan. Wu Clan's Zhong Ni, Wu Xintong, Divine Dr. Xingshou, Wei Xinjing, and others became rank 6 Gu immortals. There were a total of 9 people who succeeded. This was the number 1 record in the 5 regions. Wu Clan was lacking Gu immortals previously, but under Wu Yong's reform, they took in a large number of external elders. With these Gu immortals' presence, Wu clan immediately became the southern border's superforce with the most number of Gu immortals. Immediately, all sorts of congratulatory letters from various forces were sent to Wu Yong via Treasure Yellow Heaven or Information Path Gu worms. Wu clan gained a huge amount of fame, but Wu Yong only snickered coldly without feeling happy at all. Such celebrations are just a form of self-consolation for the chaotic future under the rule of the Venerables. So what if we have more Gu immortals? Can we be safe? Against the Venerables, we are all ants. Moreover, in terms of numbers, Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, and the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance definitely have the most number of immortal ascensions. They are huge and possess too many superforces under them. Wu Yong was extremely clear of the situation. He knew that the true trial was not the number of successful immortal ascensions, it was the huge impact that these new external Supreme Elders would cause after joining Wu clan, when they go against the traditional factions that had been long established through time. As the first Supreme Elder of Wu clan, Wu Yong needed to maintain the stability of the clan. If there was too many internal conflicts, they would weaken themselves. In that case, he might as well not implement this change. Central Continent. Shao Qixing descended from the sky. There was some dust on his white robe. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, his body was straight like a spear, his expression was cold, and he gave off an aura of pride. Good. Gu Immortal Xiao Baihong laughed as he stroked his beard, looking at Shao Qixing with a gaze of appreciation. As expected of my beloved great-grandson. You went through the immortal ascension without external help. Shao Qixing replied. Great-grandfather, this is nothing to be proud of. Many lone cultivators could achieve it, so why can't I? Rank 6 is merely the starting point. Ha ha ha, well said. Xiao Baihong's laughter became even louder. Next, Shao Qixing asked the other 9 children of Human Path. What? Sun Yuanhua, Gu Ting, and the rest became rank 6 Gu immortals but did not refine their vital Gu into an immortal Gu. They are really trash. Different from the others, the immortal ascension of the 10 children of Human Path were kept secret. They were the key to developing Human Path in Central Continent. They were the future pillars of Human Path. Before they grew to a certain level, it was better to let them grow safely. Some succeeded in their immortal ascension, some died while taking risks. Some made their ancestors proud, their names were spread throughout the world, while some kept quiet and developed earnestly, keeping a low profile. Some did not try to undergo immortal ascension, like Feng Jinhuang. Some did not even have the qualification to try, for example, southern borders Xia Cha and Ba Ba. There were also some who were preparing to undergo immortal ascension, like western deserts Emoli, and sovereign immortal apertures Gu Yufang Xiang. Chapter 2289. Natural Inspiration. Southern Border. Deep within a certain earth trench. Kong Ritian made the final inspection of the Gu formation and confirmed that it was operational. For the last 10 or so days, he had purposely picked this location and set up several Gu formations in the vicinity of over 10 li. Although I am not specialized in formation path, I can still create some simple mortal formations. With these formations, you will be able to quickly notice any peculiarities in the surroundings. You have my guidance, your chance of success at immortal ascension is high. Kong Xingtian's will was inside Kong Ritian's mind, he said with some confidence. Kong Ritian nodded. Ancestor, is there anything else I need to know? Kong Xingtian thought about it and said, Don't be greedy during the natural inspiration, but remember to make good use of it. Since you cultivate Chi Path, ask Heavens will questions about Chi Path related matters, don't go after the secrets of other paths, it will not be worth it. Natural inspiration has its limits, you can't receive an infinite amount of information. Furthermore, when asking Chi Path related questions, don't be too broad or demand too much. Don't ask for rank 8 or 9 Chi Path Immortal Gu recipes, you won't receive a complete one. Even if you obtain an incomplete recipe, it may not even have 5% of the content. Kong Ritian kept these words in his mind as he nodded. Then I'll ask Chi Path related questions that are problems that I currently face. That is the right thing to do. Kong Xingtian laughed loudly. Kong Ritian shattered his aperture and started the tribulation. Heaven and earth chi surged in the surroundings, forming a 3 days flying ring tribulation. The flying ring was powerful and soared in the sky, lasting for 3 days and night. Kong Ritian resisted with difficulty, eventually becoming a rank 6 Gu immortal with a high-grade blessed land. Kong Xingtian's will sighed. Your luck is very poor to have encountered such a tribulation. This tribulation is very special, it will last for 3 days and nights. Even if you destroy the ring, it will regenerate. To protect you, I expended almost all my immortal essence. I told you not to provoke that Xiao Yan. Kong Ritian was confused. What does this have to do with Xiao Yan? Kong Xingtian said. Xiao Yan's innate luck is comparable to you before obtaining Xingtian true inheritance. Most importantly, he is Shang Xian's subordinate. This girl has incredible luck. Going against Xiao Yan will cause your luck to be expended against Xiao Yan and Shang Xian's. Now that your luck is low, when undergoing tribulation, the 3 days flying ring tribulation appeared to waste all of my remaining immortal essence. Kong Ritian had an unsightly expression. Back then, he attacked Xiao Yan and wanted to frame it on the demonic path Gu Master Bao Tong. In the end, an accident occurred as he did not expect the tap fire to contain an immortal material flame. Kong Ritian was not a Gu Master then. He did not want to waste the precious immortal essence for Kong Xingtian to use his immortal method. Thus, an intense battle broke out and the tap fire was dispersed, causing the immortal essence flame inside to explode. The immortal material flame burned the entire mountain and could not be stopped. Xiao Yan and Bao Tong were both trapped in the fire. Kong Ritian managed to escape with the help of Kong Xingtian's will. To think that the backlash of that decision would influence Kong Ritian's immortal ascension. Kong Xingtian sighed. I underestimated that Shang Xian's. Unless your cultivation level and battle strength surpasses her completely, do not provoke her anymore. Do not even touch anyone who is close to her. Kong Ritian gritted his teeth. Ancestor, are you exaggerating this? Humph, foolish child. Innate luck 1. There are a lot of ways to write luck in Chinese. This one is written as Qi variable, which is why Qi path is involved. Is profound and mystical. Back in my days when Qi path dominated the world, many geniuses were able to catch a glimpse of its profundity. Do not underestimate the variance of luck. Look at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. I believe this person must have used innate luck as a reference when he created luck path. You have already become a Gu Immortal, you should learn more. Gu cultivation paths are not independent of each other, they influence and affect each other in a connected way. The connection between Qi path and luck path is this innate luck. Eventually, Kong Xingtian will convince Kong Ritian after a lengthy talk. Gu immortal cultivation is far more profound and deep than Gu master cultivation. I am lucky to have your help, ancestor, otherwise, I would have to undergo immortal ascension without knowing anything. Kong Ritian sighed. Next, he consulted. What do I do now? What is the most important thing? Kong Xingtian did not hesitate. Little fellow, although you become an immortal, there is not enough heaven and earth Qi to help you refine your vital Gu into an immortal Gu. This Qi path Gu worm is crucial to the entire Xingtian true inheritance. Kong Ritian understood at once. So now I need to refine that immortal Gu? Kong Xingtian snorted coldly. Hee, the ignorant have no fear. Do you think you can refine an immortal Gu? Even if you go bankrupt, you will still have no chance of success. Do you know that most rank 6 Gu immortals do not even own one rank 6 immortal Gu? Most rank 7 Gu immortals spend their lives trying to get a rank 7 immortal Gu. This is true even for venerables. Go and think about how hard it is for a Gu immortal to refine an immortal Gu that suits them. Kong Ritian was tongue-tied, he felt shocked. This is too hard, isn't it? Kong Xingtian sighed. Gu immortal cultivation is tough, it is much riskier than being a Gu master. Kid, you need to learn to survive now. Each calamity and tribulation is a test. You have a higher starting point than many others, but you cannot act rashly. Especially in trying to refine an immortal Gu, it can make you bankrupt without any gains in return. Kong Ritian was troubled. What do I do now? Ancestor, you told me that I should make my vital Gu an immortal Gu, but you also told me that I cannot refine immortal Gu. So what should I do? Stop beating around the bush. Kong Xingtian snorted again. Kid, are you willing to listen to me now? Earlier, I told you time and again not to provoke that Xiao Yan, but what did you do? You are just too young. Yes. Kong Ritian quickly apologized. Ancestor, from now on, I will listen to you. Seeing that his descendant had given in, Kong Xingtian stopped wasting time, he said. You are quite lucky to have a refinement path venerable like Fang Yuan in your era. Go make a transaction with him if you want to refine immortal Gu. Wait, you want me to transact with him in Treasure Yellow Heaven? Aren't you afraid? Before Kong Ritian could continue, Kong Xingtian rebuked him. Do you think a Grand Venerable will care about a rank 6 immortal Gu? I know what you are afraid of. Aren't you afraid that Fang Yuan is still connected to Shang Xianci? But you did not do anything to her either. Kong Ritian heard this and thought about it, feeling a little hurt internally. Kong Xingtian's was not wrong. In Kong Ritian and Shang Xianci's encounters, he had always suffered a loss. Last time, he was chased after by Shang Xianci and Wu Ji because of Xingtian true inheritance. Afterwards, he also suffered losses during his tribulation after provoking Xiaoyan. Shang Xianci was having a great life now, while Kong Ritian was suffering more now. Let's go to Treasure Yellow Heaven, we will talk to Fan Yuan's will. Eventually, Kong Ritian said. Back in Western Desert. The sandstorm stopped. Emoli had rank 6 cultivation level. He bowed deeply at the Featherman Gu immortals in front of him. Friends from Clan, thank you for the help. Otherwise, I would not have been able to become a Gu immortal on my own. Emoli thanked them sincerely. Ever since the contest in Sandheap Blessed Land, he was saved by the mysterious superforce, Clan, in Western Desert. Emoli came to Clan's headquarters and after interacting with them, he found that they were actually all Feathermen. This time, with the help of Clan's Gu immortals, Emoli became an immortal. Clan's Gu immortals Shoiko said. Friend Emoli, you are too polite. You are one who obtained Thieving Heaven true inheritance, that means you are his inheritor. Back then, our Clan's ancestor was helped by Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and survived. With the help of his method, Clan was able to stay hidden for so many years. Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is our benefactor. The entire Clan believes that Lord Demon Venerable has not died so easily without making a sound. By helping you now, we also want to repay the debt we owe to Lord Thieving Heaven. If one day in the future, Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable revives, our entire Clan will follow him by his side. Thus, we are comrades. Emoli was deeply moved by the Featherman Gu immortal Joiko's words. He had a warm feeling in his heart. Central Continent. Wei Wuxiang looked at the chi lump in his immortal aperture with a heated gaze. Just earlier, he had succeeded in the tribulation, becoming a human path Gu immortal. He obtained a high-grade blessed land. The remaining heaven and earth chi was enough for him to refine a vital immortal Gu. His vital Gu was Thief Gu. It was already enveloped in heaven and earth chi now. I heard that Gu Ting, Sun Yuan Hua, and the rest became immortals but did not refine a human path immortal Gu. I am different from them. Recently, while deeply asleep at night, I had the urge to pee and woke up. At that moment, I gained a burst of inspiration and comprehended Thief Gu's immortal Gu recipe. With this immortal Gu recipe and so much heaven and earth chi remaining, I can definitely refine Thief immortal Gu. Ha ha ha, this immortal Gu recipe is worth waking up to pee at night. Although Wei Wuxiang entered the derivation formation, his memories were altered and caused him to think that it was inspiration that allowed him to create Thief immortal Gu's recipe. But, after 15 minutes, Wei Wuxiang grunted as he fell to the ground. The heaven and earth chi were completely expended while his vital Gu was heavily damaged. I failed the Gu refinement? Impossible. Wei Wuxiang could not believe what had happened. To refine the vital Gu, I used heaven and earth chi. This is borrowing the power of heaven and earth to refine Gu. It has nothing to do with my refinement path attainment. So how did I fail? Wei Wuxiang could only think of one explanation. I failed because immortal Gu is unique? Thinking of this, Wei Wuxiang shook his head. In his view, this was even more impossible. It meant that someone else had already refined Thief Immortal Gu. I am the creator of Thief Immortal Gu. How can anyone get the recipe before me? Unless Thief Immortal Gu already exists naturally in the world? But that's also strange. Human past should not have developed this deeply yet. Wei Wuxiang fell into deep confusion as he contemplated. Note: there are a lot of ways to write luck in Chinese. This one is written as Qi variable, which is why Qi path is involved. Chapter 2290. Heaven's Will, please scram. Heavenly Court. Another Gu immortal walked out of the derivation formation. This female immortal wore golden armor. There was a golden cape flowing down her back, extending from her shoulder to the ground. She was taller than normal people and her shoulders were broad. When she walked, her long legs were the most eye-catching as they made her look beautiful and elegant. Her nose bridge was tall, her lips were thin and her eyes were also thin. She had outstanding presence. She was like born royalty that ruled above the common man. When she looked at people, because of her height, she often had to look down. She had an authoritative aura that was fermented naturally within her. People would lower their heads and not dare to look at her directly. It was as if they could only look at her feet in order to not offend her. She was Qin Dingling. After walking out of the derivation formation, Qin Dingling quickly recovered her senses. She turned around and looked at the derivation formation behind her. Her eyes shone with unprecedented brightness. She was very excited. Her entry to the formation gave her great gains. The most exciting thing that she obtained from this derivation formation was the hope for Heavenly Court to defeat Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Why was that? Simply because the derivation formation's ability to develop a Gu cultivator's path was just too powerful. Like how Qin Dingling obtained huge gains when she entered the formation this time. This was not just her personal growth, it helped to push the entire luck path forward in development. Thanks to her going into the formation, the luck path of the world took a huge stride forward, obtaining huge development. What did this mean? This meant that as long as more luck path Gu immortals like Qin Dingling entered the derivation formation, luck path would develop further. When the number of times accumulate, the quantitative growth would trigger a qualitative transformation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would be kicked out of his Supreme Grand Master attainment level. Supreme Grand Master attainment level meant that the Gu cultivator's understanding of a certain path was equivalent to the world. After Qin Dingling entered the formation, she became the core that used the vast number of inheritances in Heavenly Court to deduce many new research results of luck path. These new results were just some accumulation that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could decipher with just a glance. Because these luck path research results were still under the scope of the current profundity of luck path, it had not exceeded the existing limits. It was a quantitative growth but not a qualitative change. But once the quantity accumulated, there would be a qualitative transformation. Once there was a qualitative change, the entire world's luck path attainment level would rise by a level, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attainment level would lag behind. At that point, he would no longer be a luck path Supreme Grand Master. In that case, he would not be a Tao Lord anymore and would not be able to refine natural luck path Tao marks. That would be a disastrous blow to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It is a pity that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been protecting luck path from getting spread widely in the world. Otherwise, if there are more luck path Gu immortals like me to enter the derivation formation, we will be able to kick Giant Sun Immortal Venerable out of Supreme Grand Master attainment level. Qin Dingling expressed her pity towards this. After leaving the derivation formation, she would not be able to enter for a long time. Going in forcefully would not have any gains but instead cause her irreparable harm. It was too late to start nurturing luck path Gu immortals. Only a peak rank 8 Gu cultivator like Qin Dingling could promote the advancement of the entire luck path. Of course, it was not impossible for other luck path Gu immortals or Gu masters. But they had not reached the apex of luck path, it was simply too hard to exceed the current accomplishments of heaven and earth. For Heavenly Court, this was too costly to try and the gains they could derive from it were just too small. Next it is my turn. Fairy Maiden Soul smiled at Qin Dingling as she walked past the ladder. Fairy Maiden Soul went into the derivation formation and vanished. She was Heavenly Court's Soul Path Great Expert from Spectral Soul's era. She was on par with Thunder Ghost's True Monarch. This entry into the formation would derive great gains, it would promote the development of the world's soul path. It is a pity that Heavenly Court currently lacks Refinement Path Great Experts. There are many Refinement Path Gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sects but few are rank 8. Furthermore, none are great experts who have reached a certain height of Refinement Path. Qin Dingling pondered. Heavenly Court's derivation formation showed the terrifying power of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But to kick a Venerable out of Supreme Grand Master attainment level, the difficulty was too high. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul path, and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's refinement path. There was a need to have many Gu cultivators in these 3 paths. Heavenly Court had the derivation formation but rank 9 derivation Gu was not refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, thus, it was still wild and took in natural essence on its own. As a result, the derivation formation needed very little immortal essence to operate. But Heavenly Court lacked crucial members. Without enough great experts in these paths, the derivation formation could not kick the Venerables out of their thrones. Maybe this is the reason why Heavenly Court needs to focus on developing human path? Qin Dingling had a flash of inspiration. She could only see a small part of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan. she could not decipher the big picture. Eastern Sea. The sea was calm without any waves. Gu Yufang Xiang was at the crucial moment of his immortal ascension. Heaven, earth and human qi had already surrounded him completely. Gu Yufang Xiang gritted his teeth as he did his best to balance the three qi, condensing them as much as he could. I must succeed. I need to become a Gu immortal to save my mother. Also, I need to become a Gu immortal and gain more strength to find my father. Gu Yufang Xiang cheered himself on, but soon, most of his attention was diverted to something else. At this moment, he sensed heaven's will. This was the moment for natural inspiration. You must succeed. The mermaid immortal Lian Kuxian floated in the air openly as she appeared right beside Gu Yufang Xiang. Her eyes did not move at all, she stared at him fixedly. Unfortunately, the process of balancing the three qi could not be interrupted, otherwise, Lian Kuxian would rather do it for him. This time, she had taken the mission from the mission board to accidentally meet Gu Yufang Xiang, and coax him to go to a place suitable for immortal ascension. The truth was, Fan Yuan secretly opened Sovereign Immortal Aperture's door to bring Gu Yufang Xiang to the 5 regions. While Gu Yufang Xiang was undergoing tribulation, Fan Yuan hid near him but was not idling. He was secretly using a powerful rank 9 Heaven Path killer move. It was not obscured heavenly secret, this was stealing heavenly secret. After activating this move, one could steal the knowledge of heaven's will when a Gu master undergoes ascension and experiences natural inspiration. Stealing heavenly secret killer move's first core was the rank 9 heavenly secret immortal Gu, the second core was rank 8 great thief immortal Gu. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable first created rank 8 heavenly secret Gu, the initial goal was to use it to sense heaven and earth, attempting to artificially enter natural inspiration. Normally, a Gu cultivator would only have one opportunity at natural inspiration in their life. When a Gu master undergoes immortal ascension, they would use the opportunity when the aperture turns into an immortal aperture world to gain the recognition of heaven's will and communicate with it. At this time, the Gu master would be able to ask heaven's will questions, and their inquiries would be answered to a certain extent. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but the extent of answers was limited. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable succeeded. There were no events in the world that heaven and earth did not know of. Just using rank 8 heavenly secret Gu would allow the Gu cultivator to ask heaven's will and get an answer. It was able to expose the secrets of heaven and earth. Even without any evidence, the Gu immortal could reach the truth. By using heavenly secret Gu with other Gu worms, before undergoing tribulation, they would be able to find out the content of the calamities and tribulations to make appropriate countermeasures. And in terms of concealment, obscured heavenly secret was the best example. If Fan Yuan used rank 9 heavenly secret Gu alone, he would not be able to get any answers from heaven's will. Because heaven's will did not like him. Fan Yuan was one of the main culprits who destroyed Fate Gu. Heaven's will had been trying to kill him the entire time. With such a relationship, how could heaven's will give him any answers? Fan Yuan understood the advantages of natural inspiration. Earlier in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, why did he produce so many powerful killer moves? Other than self-deduction, he had also secretly used the natural inspiration of many Gu masters in his immortal aperture when they ascended, saving him precious time and energy. Without these exceptional killer moves, Fan Yuan would have gotten killed by the 2 venerables. Thus, natural inspiration was a huge reason why Fan Yuan emerged victorious in Crazed Demon Cave. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted more natural inspiration opportunities, so did Fan Yuan. Every Gu cultivator knew the precious value of natural inspiration. To do this, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created rank 8 heavenly secret Gu. What about Fan Yuan? He made stealing heavenly secret killer move. This killer move was created long ago, but it was only rank 8 then and had limited strength. Honestly speaking, it was worthless. Too much immortal essence was expended for too little gains. He might as well order Gu masters to ask specific questions during their natural inspiration. But this was in the past. Right now, the situation had changed greatly. The reason was rank 9 heavenly secret Gu. Where did rank 9 heavenly secret Gu originate from? Truthful floating ice. This was Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangement. He had used the chaos outside the world to fuel the Crazed Demon formation. It was a grand accomplishment from countless years of effort. Starting from the 8th layer, Crazed Demon Cave was isolated from the 5 regions. Crazed Demon formation was no exception. But Fan Yuan refined rank 9 heavenly secret Gu in his own sovereign immortal aperture. It was also isolated from the 5 regions. This meant that the current goo cultivation world did not have the recipe of rank 9 heavenly secret goo. By having rank 9 heavenly secret goo, on just this point, Fan Yuan was already above the entire world. Rank 8 stealing heavenly secret had limited power, but rank 9 stealing heavenly secret was above the world, it surpassed even heaven's will. Each time there was a goo master undergoing natural inspiration, Fan Yuan would activate rank 9 stealing heavenly secret killer move. The gains were simply unimaginably immense. Fan Yuan had a chance to observe everything that happened in the world. In normal situations, the natural inspiration of goo masters was limited. This was the restriction set by heaven's will. But Fan Yuan stealing heavenly secret could directly steal the answer. It did not matter what heaven's will intended to do. Chapter 2291. Fan Yuan's admiration towards star constellation. During this period of time, how many goo masters went through immortal ascension in sovereign immortal aperture? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, Hair Monster Grotto Lord, Lightning Lion Warrior, Dharma Lion Warrior, Solid Rock Warrior, Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Warrior, and Chong, Yiji, Crossing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust, Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, Bing Yuan, Bing Shua, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Shizong, Kuexian Hong, the 6 Eggmen of Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven, Xiao Hejian, Green Forest Great Sage, and now, Gu Yufang Xiang. Most of the Gu immortals who died in Crazed Demon Cave were already revived. This was excluding those who died during the chaotic disaster. But Fan Yuan did not revive them as Gu immortals, he only gave them Gu master cultivation level. One was to save resources and prevent human C from getting expended, the other reason was for this opportunity. Fan Yuan had always had a broad vision, he was also skilled at creating plans. But in the past, his plans were often unable to keep up with changes. Now, he had rank 9 cultivation level, he was a refinement path venerable. With the destruction of Fate Gu, there were few things in the world that could disrupt his plans. Fan Yuan had purposely made accumulations in the past. Now, during this trend of immortal ascension, he benefited immensely. In just a few months, in just sovereign immortal aperture alone, more than 30 Gu masters went through immortal ascension. This was excluding Fan Yuan's subordinate superforces in Eastern Sea and the 2 heavens. Wu Clan, who was extremely famous now, could not compare with such results. But Fan Yuan concealed them all, not a single bit of information was leaked. As for the benefits of immortal ascension, only a very small portion was for those who became rank 6 Gu immortals. The bulk of the gains went to Fan Yuan through stealing heavenly secret. This was something that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not dream of obtaining. The truth was, even Fan Yuan did not think that his gains would be so huge. He obtained a large number of killer moves, Gu recipes, immortal Gu houses, immortal formations, blueprints to construct battlefield killer moves, countless ways to cultivate resources, as well as the most comprehensive map of the current 5 regions, and the location of various wild immortal Gu. After satisfying his needs, he looked into Human Path, Pill Path, Painting Path, Star Path, Luck Path, and others. The outcome was extremely surprising to Fan Yuan, he was pleasantly stunned. He had only given it a test, but he obtained Musician Immortal Gu's recipe, Thief Immortal Gu's recipe, Soldier Immortal Gu's recipe, Sergeant Immortal Gu's recipe, and others. He even obtained a vast number of Pill Path and Painting Path Immortal Gu recipes. He also gained various profundities of Luck Path, Star Path, and Soul Path that were very useful to him. Now that Fan Yuan recalled it, the Human Path gains shocked him the most. To think that Human Path has already developed to this extent in the current world. Fan Yuan did not know of the existence of the derivation formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had hidden it too well. However, the root issue was with the derivation formation. The core of the derivation formation was rank 9 derivation Gu. It was not refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, so it was still a wild immortal Gu. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to refine it, but it could only be used in this situation as a wild Gu. Once derivation Gu was refined by a person, it would become useless. Limitless Demon Venerable had given it a try, thus, the Crazed Demon formation still used a wild rank 9 derivation Gu as the core. However, the innermost layers of Crazed Demon Cave were isolated from the main world. Thus, it did not matter if derivation Gu was wild or not. This was not the case for Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had devoured too many 9 heavens fragments. It was full of heaven's will and was the largest heaven vein node in the 2 heavens. When the 2 heavens were fusing, Heavenly Court had to mobilize all their rank 8 experts and immortal goo houses to survive the ordeal. In the end, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally took action after refining all of Heavenly Court's wisdom path Tao marks. She stabilized the situation and prevented Spectral Soul Demon Venerable from finding them. The current derivation formation was situated inside Heavenly Court. It was observable by Heaven's will. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop that as long as it was inside Heavenly Court. Heaven's will was one of the foundations of Heavenly Court itself. Other than Heavenly Court, where else could she safely put the derivation formation? Nowhere. At least, nowhere in Central Continent. Thus, everything within the derivation formation was also known by heaven and earth. This was a major flaw that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew. But it did not matter. Or rather, in her perspective, it did not matter. The reason? Heaven's will did not like any of the Venerables now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived. How could Heaven's will allow people to revive? Fan Yuan was even worse. He was a complete otherworldly demon, one of the main culprits who destroyed Fate Gu. Only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was more favored by Heaven's will. But he had lost his senses. Even if he wanted to target Heavenly Court, with the door shut tight, he could not find his way in. Even if he entered, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the amplification of Heavenly Court's wisdom path Tao marks. Would she fear him? It would be the best chance to kill him. Like how Fan Yuan did not know of the derivation formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also did not know that Fan Yuan had rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo. And most importantly, Fan Yuan created Stealing Heavenly's secret killer move. Regardless of the inclination of Heaven's will, Fan Yuan could use natural inspiration to steal countless heavenly secrets. The 3 Qi surrounded Gu Yufang Xiang, who was currently undergoing natural inspiration. Seeing this, Fan Yuan restrained his scattered thoughts and focused. What heavenly secret should I steal this time? He thought about it. I can ask for Heavenly Court's information directly, that seems fine. No matter how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tries to hide things, my stealing heavenly secret is rank 9. If she wants to resist it, she needs to have a rank 9 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo to achieve a qualitative change. No matter how many Wisdom Path Tao marks Heavenly Court had, it was only a quantitative amplification. When Gu Yufang Xiang's aperture exploded to create an immortal aperture, becoming a rank 6 Gu Immortal, Fan Yuan's body shook. Derivation Immortal Formation? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable hit it too deeply. I only found out now. So that's it. Incredible, as expected of the number 1 Wisdom Path expert throughout the past and present. At this moment, Fan Yuan felt deep admiration towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She actually had such a method to rapidly promote the development of various paths. The might of Wisdom Path was truly terrifying. Such an enemy was worth admiring. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stopped his action of refining Northern Plains luck path Tao marks. It is about time. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable inspected the surroundings first. He had a unique way of refining Northern Plains luck path Tao marks. He did not stay at the same place for long, moving to other places after fully refining all of the Tao marks in one area. Instead, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined Tao marks broadly. After refining 60% of the luck path Tao marks of a certain area in Northern Plains, he would move on to the next location and continue his refinement. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable started to refine Northern Plains Tao marks. After various events like the Great Love Declaration, Fang Clan's Saga, Spectral Soul destroying the sun, the 3 Venerables contest over Light Gu, and the trend of immortal ascension, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable finally refined 60% of Northern Plains luck path Tao marks. He had already covered the entire Northern Plains. At the same time, he did not forget to develop his own rank 9 immortal aperture. He went through several tribulations and put in several resource points. With the increased foundation of his rank 9 immortal aperture, his immortal essence production speed also rose. As time passed, the immortal aperture foundation of the Venerables would rise rapidly, their immortal essence would become more abundant. But now, Giant Sun's immortal aperture was still far inferior to Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven was the rank 9 immortal aperture that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had in his previous life. Because it did not devour any 9 heavens fragment, it had gone through many calamities and tribulations over the years, gaining a huge number of Tao marks through them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have sovereign immortal aperture. he could not annex a larger immortal aperture, while he also had to cultivate blood path. Thus, if he wanted to annex longevity heaven and gain the maximum benefit, he still lacked a lot of accumulation. In terms of foundation, longevity heaven was inferior to heavenly court. Heavenly court had the immortal aperture of 3 venerables, while giant sun immortal venerable only had his own rank 9 aperture as the foundation of his previous life. But longevity heaven had a huge advantage that heavenly court lacked. In the future, after giant sun immortal venerable's blood path cultivation reached a certain level, he could annex longevity heaven to raise his strength to a terrifying level. After some rest, giant sun immortal venerable started to prepare his killer move. As the killer move activated soon, with the amplification of 60% of Northern Plains luck path Tao marks, a golden light appeared in the sky, dyeing the sky of the entire Northern Plains. Good! With this luck path killer move, in the future when my bloodline descendants undergo tribulation, they will receive some help. This was not just for immortal ascension. In the future, when Gu immortals undergo calamities and tribulations, this luck path killer move would take effect and turn the tribulation into one that the Gu immortal could easily deal with. At the same time, the power of the tribulation would also be adjusted accordingly. If the Gu immortal undergoing tribulation was strong, the luck path killer move would make the calamities and tribulations stronger, so that they could get more down marks after succeeding. Conversely, weakening the calamities and tribulations would allow the Gu immortals to survive and pass the tribulation. This luck path killer move was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's newest creation. It contained the profundity of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. In the future, it could even fuse with self-luck to form a mystical power. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined most of Northern Plains luck path Tao marks, the Huangjin tribes of the entire region benefited as a result. The mystic power of luck path was starting to display itself on a wide scale. In the future, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable planned to use other luck path killer moves to support the entire Northern Plains. He would let himself, Longevity Heaven, and the various Huangjin tribes to have positive variables in anything they did, not just tribulations. They would have good luck. If the Gu cultivator was strong, they would have a tough time at first and be suppressed. Eventually, they would experience a rebound and gain immense benefits. However, these luck path killer moves need to be modified and carefully chosen. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable pondered deeply. He could not use too many of such killer moves. Killer moves would carve down marks upon use. If he used them too much, the entire Northern Plains would turn into a luck path environment. This had its flaws. Because of conflicting down marks, all other paths would be greatly suppressed. This was not beneficial to the growth of Gu immortals. Thus, this step was very important, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable needed to find a balance. There is no rush in doing this. I need to consider the benefits and costs more deeply. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought as he used his investigative killer move again. This time, he was not inspecting the Venerables but the region of Northern Plains instead. Soon, a vague luck distribution map appeared in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's mind. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. In his first life, there was great effect when he used this killer move. Now, the effect was more vague, especially towards the borders. Back then, the 5 regions were separated and independent. They were not tightly connected. Thus, it was easier to inspect the luck of one region. But now, the 5 regions are united while the 2 heavens turned into spectral heaven. To achieve the same level of investigative power as my previous life, I will need to refine all of the luck path down marks in the 5 regions. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable reached a conclusion and stopped using his killer move. He had just used 2 immortal killer moves in succession. They used a lot of immortal killer move. His immortal killer move storage had reached an alarming level once again. Next, he would need to rest for some time before refining Northern Plains down marks again. Otherwise, he would be in danger if the Venerables decide to fight. Chapter 2292. Obtaining Wisdom Gu again. Eastern Sea. At the depths of the sea, in complete darkness, Fan Yuan's main body concealed his movements as he secretly arrived here. A huge translucent bubble could be seen in front of him. This should be the place. Fan Yuan realized. He stopped moving, closely inspecting it. This bubble was formed in a special manner. It was a secret underwater world created from many elements, like an underwater volcano's eruption, the surrounding sea water, and the chi tides that swept past previously. Fire path, earth path, water path, and chi path, the down marks of these 4 paths created this isolated utopia. This place was very well hidden. Unless any Gu immortals saw it personally, it would be hard to detect. I'll name this the 4 paths air bubble. Fan Yuan activated his investigative method and observed the surroundings, before opening his immortal aperture's entrance to let out a Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal had pink wavy hair. He was Fan Yuan's dream path clone, Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen's cultivation level was still low, but he was a dream path cultivator. Because the mission was quite special, Fan Yuan purposely dispatched him. Otherwise, he would stay inside the sovereign immortal aperture most of the time to research dream path. On rare occasions, he went on missions to stabilize and resolve the sovereign immortal aperture's issues. Fan Yuan used a method to carefully move Meng Qiuzhen into the air bubble. After 15 minutes, Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture. He succeeded. He brought back a wild Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was previously rank 9, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made arrangements and gave it to Fan Yuan. During the Fate War, in order to complete Red Lotus Plan, Wisdom Gu was used as one of the materials. As a result, rank 9 Wisdom Gu ceased to exist. But under the laws of the heavenly Tao, life and death coexisted. Under the control of heaven's will, a wild rank 6 Wisdom Gu soon appeared in the 5 regions. This Wisdom Gu was hidden within the air bubble. After Fan Yuan stole heavenly secrets, he found the location of many wild immortal Gu. Among them, Wisdom Gu was his greatest gain. Thus, he came here personally to prevent any accidents from happening, ensuring that Wisdom Gu would be retrieved successfully. Everything had happened according to the information in stealing heavenly secret. Meng Qiuzhen used his dream path method to easily suppress the rank 6 Wisdom Gu. Within the air bubble, although there was an underwater volcano and surrounding fish groups, none were able to threaten Meng Qiuzhen. As for Fan Yuan, he had too many Tao marks. If he stretched his hand into the air bubble, it would likely burst. Thus, only his clone could accomplish this. Rank 6 Wisdom Gu was soon refined by Fan Yuan. Although it was Wisdom Gu, Fan Yuan was a great refinement path venerable. Refining a mere rank 6 immortal Gu was simply too easy. For a venerable, using rank 9 essence to refine wild rank 8 immortal Gu posed no problems at all. The difficult thing was refining rank 9 immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took over 100 years to refine rank 9 Wisdom Gu in her previous life, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable failed to refine Love Immortal Gu. These were all examples. After the Fate War, Wisdom Gu has returned to my possession again. And this time, it is not tampered with by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. This is a Wisdom Gu that belongs solely to me. Fan Yuan felt a faint feeling of joy internally. As for raising Wisdom Gu back to rank 9, Fan Yuan felt that there was no urgency in this. With stealing Heavenly Secret Killer Move, Fan Yuan could greatly improve his wisdom path deductions and modifications. He could also make up for his lack of information collecting methods. After obtaining Wisdom Gu, Fan Yuan returned to his original spot and showed that he was openly refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Tao marks. Furthermore, he took breaks quite often to show that his immortal essence was lacking, and that he was in a poor condition. His divine sense entered the sovereign immortal aperture. During this period of time, another major project in immortal aperture was completed. For this project, Fan Yuan used all the immortal material reserves of his subordinates, among which Eastern Sea's Hua clan had the greatest contribution. They earned a lot of contribution points. As for the construction of the splendid cloud cover, Fan Yuan succeeded after he chose to use stealing Heavenly Secret to get an answer from Heaven's will. This splendid cloud cover covered a radius of over 10 li. It flew slowly in the many 9 heavens. Once in a while, it would go from one heaven to another. The splendid cloud was an immortal material from rank 6 to 9. The splendid cloud that Fan Yuan had now was a congregation of many different similar materials. Most were rank 6, 30% were rank 7, less than 10% was rank 8, while there was barely any rank 9 ones. The food of rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was a large field of splendid clouds. Fan Yuan was still far from meeting the requirements of one feeding session. But it was not a concern. The higher the Immortal Gu's rank, the less frequent it needed to be fed. Looking at the current situation, there was still a lot of time until the next feeding session. During this period of time, the splendid cloud cover could grow sufficiently. There was ample time. Gu cultivation involved nurture, use, and refinement. The feeding of rank 9 Immortal Gu was a test that Fan Yuan had to pass. He currently had 3 rank 9 Immortal Gu. They were Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Advanced Refinement Immortal Gu, and Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. The former 2 were easier to feed, while Heavenly's secret immortal goo was comparatively more troublesome. But Fan Yuan planned in advance. He had already started to resolve this problem. In any case, the feeding of rank 9 immortal goo was not Fan Yuan's biggest problem. He could settle it by just putting in some hard work. He was already a venerable who owned Eastern Sea of the 5 regions. He also has super forces from the 2 heavens. Also, after his great love declaration, the most common business in Treasure Yellow Heaven became his immortal goo refinement transactions. And because the sovereign immortal aperture had immense foundation, even in the entire world, only Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court could match or beat him. Fan Yuan had already seen the Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven immortal aperture. Treasure Yellow Heaven was a special grotto heaven meant for goo immortal transactions. Its own foundation could not compare to the sovereign immortal aperture. After this period of development, the sovereign immortal aperture was gradually undergoing a qualitative change. In the past, the sovereign immortal aperture was like a dying patient. It was always close to destruction or breaking down entirely. But now, the situation did not just stabilize, it was even improving. There were 2 main reasons. One was that the sovereign immortal aperture's Dao veins had already been established to a certain level, allowing it to reap the first wave of benefits. There was already 1 ring of fire path, wind path, and water path Dao veins. The earth path Dao vein that was established first already had 3 rings. This had an immense effect to stabilize the sovereign immortal aperture. The effect was immediate. The sovereign immortal aperture's goo immortals could sense clearly that abnormal situations of earth path, fire path, wind path, and water path were decreasing rapidly. They became less common. The second reason was that more than 30 of Fan Yuan's goo cultivator's subordinates had passed their immortal ascension tribulation. Immediately, the sovereign immortal aperture gained a huge supply of manpower. With abundant people, Fan Yuan could easily dispatch goo immortals to various locations in the 5 regions secretly to collect the wild immortal goo. Days later, goo immortals started to return. Some of them brought back undiscovered resource points while others brought back wild immortal goo. Among which, there was 1 wild time path immortal goo month. At this point, he had collected all 3 immortal goo year, month, day. After getting the newest information, Fan Yuan's subordinates took action with a high success rate. The results of stealing Heavenly Secret did not end here. While Fan Yuan refined Dao marks, he also unsealed the truthful floating eyes secretly while making modifications to various killer moves. After stealing Heavenly Secrets, he obtained a large number of reference materials. His modification of killer moves became very aggressive, among which were compound killer moves. Fan Yuan even started to construct his combat system on a large scale. All along, he did not have much gains in this aspect, but with stealing Heavenly Secret, he obtained a lot of information that had immense value. Next, as goo immortals continued to return, although many succeeded, some returned empty-handed. Most of the secretive resource points were brought back, but some were damaged or destroyed by natural disasters like earthquakes or tsunamis. There was no point in relocating them. As for wild immortal goo, they were also starting to move elsewhere. Fan Yuan was not surprised. Heaven's will could influence people's minds, it could also think. Fan Yuan had always been the target of Heaven's will. Now that he collected all these secretive resource points and wild immortal goo, how could Heaven's will not make a response? Heavenly Dao emphasized balance. It would naturally try to restrict Fan Yuan from getting even stronger. Thus, this reaction was within Fan Yuan's expectations. Thus, Fan Yuan arranged for the most important immortal goo and resource points to be the ones that were targeted first, allowing him to have great gains. As for the rest, they had lower value. In comparison, Fan Yuan could give up on them with no significant losses, but he could also try and see if any were salvageable. Fan Yuan gradually digested his gains from using stealing Heavenly Secret. In this process, he gained a deeper understanding of this killer move. The information from stealing Heavenly Secret is extremely terrifying. It completely made up for my weakness in information path. However, if I use these information excessively, Heaven's will make adjustments and cause them to become less valuable. Additionally, grotto heavens like Longevity Heaven cannot be inspected through stealing Heavenly Secret. The various killer moves and information about combat system that I steal are very useful if I want to modify killer moves and make my own combat system. But since Heaven's will knows about it, then this information must have already existed somewhere. Others might know it too. Furthermore, there are many things that Heaven's will does not know, like the secret venerable true inheritances. Heaven's will can remember but not modify killer moves on its own. The painting path, human path, and pill path research results that I obtained were all produced through the derivation formation. Stealing Heavenly Secret could inspect and save Fan Yuan a lot of time and effort. It had an amazing effect. Regardless, it had its flaws. Fan Yuan still had a need for information path and wisdom path development. It was just that his needs were half satisfied now. He was no longer as urgent as before. Stealing Heavenly Secret mainly relied on rank 9 Heavenly Secret goo. Once Heavens will found out about the immortal goo recipe, it would respond and cause the effect of Stealing Heavenly Secret to become weaker. Stealing Heavenly Secret was also dependent on natural inspiration. It could not be used freely. Fan Yuan had already decided to nurture goo cultivators in the immortal aperture. He would continue to accumulate more goo immortal seeds. Whenever it was necessary, he would make a bunch of time undergo immortal ascension. Chapter 2293. Mental Domain. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, within the secret room, an entire circle of Fan Yuan were sitting. Or more accurately, a large number of Fan Yuan's clones. This cultivation secret room was huge. Fan Yuan's clones were all newly formed using human path goo worms. Among them, the goo master level ones were doctor, pill refiner, constable, and craftsman. There were also rank 6 goo immortal level ones like shadow puppet, talented girl, soldier, sergeant, musician, thief, farmer, dancer, and blacksmith. Indeed, the human path research results that the 10 children of human path gained from entering the derivation formation were all obtained by Fan Yuan. After that, he rushed to refine all these goo. As long as he had the recipe, with Fan Yuan's refinement path attainment, refining these low-ranked immortal goo was very easy. This resulted in the 10 children of human path failing to create their vital immortal goo during their immortal ascension. During this period of time, Fan Yuan's clones had been in closed cultivation, comprehending human path and having their respective insights. Although these clones are low in rank, there are exceptional aspects when compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's method. For example, they only need a small investment to create. Spectral Soul's Shadow Sect clones needed to cultivate themselves and start from zero. But these clones could instantly gain goo master or goo immortal level strength by just using human path goo worms. The clones formed from human path goo worms had apertures and immortal apertures for goo masters and goo immortals respectively. But be it aperture or immortal essence, neither could produce primeval essence or immortal essence, they could only store essence. The human path clones were also unable to cultivate to increase their strength. The rank of the goo worm decided the strength of the clone. But the human path clones would retain the main body's attainment levels. The human path clones mainly cultivated human path with other paths on the side. For example, musician clone cultivated human path with sound path on the side. Farmer clone cultivated human path with wood path and earth path on the side. Shadow puppet clone cultivated human path with transformation path and shadow path on the side. All in all, these clones were not useful to Fan Yuan. They were too weak, even the highest ranked one was only rank 6. The thing that both Fan Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable agreed with was that Pill Refiner clone had the greatest value. This clone cultivated human path with refinement path and pill path on the side. Although there were only rank 1 to 5 Pill Refiner goo masters, they would create a terrifying impact on the entire goo master world. If Fan Yuan's subordinates did not undergo immortal ascension at this time, these human path clones might still be useful. Now they were of little value to Fan Yuan. They were even an important evidence that could expose obscured heavenly secret. Thinking about it, Fan Yuan turned these human path clones back into their respective goo worms. They were similar to Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body but quite different. They could interchange between goo worm and human forms, but Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body was fixed at human form with the requirement to eat the goo worm's food. But in any case, a normal person needed to eat at set intervals as well. I'll leave thief goo behind. Thinking so, Fan Yuan willed at the next moment as most of the goo worms in the secret room self-detonated. Central Continent. In the deepest part of star array calculation formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inspecting a secluded domain of heaven and earth that was inside. This secluded domain looked like a cage or a lantern. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had used it in Crazed Demon Cave to fight against the other Venerables. This was the Wisdom Path secluded domain, mental domain. It was recorded in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed mental domain in the star array calculation formation and used the power of the formation to secretly absorb emotions. All sorts of negative emotions in the central continent's 10 great ancient sects were absorbed into the mental domain. With this method, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to leave only positive emotions in the countless lifeforms of central continent towards Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sections. This caused central continent's unity to rise to a new level. Mental domain needs to store emotions. The more emotions there are, the stronger this secluded domain of heaven and earth becomes. But it needs to be controlled too. If there are too much emotion stored, the mental domain will instead go too far and have a reverse effect. Like what is recorded in, it would be best to have calm goo and fortitude goo to suppress mental domain. It is a pity that I only have calm goo but not fortitude goo. Thus, there is an obvious limit to the amount of emotions the mental domain can store. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to be careful when activating it. She could not afford to expose this to the other venerables and end up with trouble. At that time, even someone who lacked immortal essence like Fan Yuan would want to extort Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was the trick that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable played when creating the star array calculation formation. She managed to hide it from the two venerables. After all, they could only see the general information of the star array calculation formation. After her inspection, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable received some good news. Oh? Among the 10 children of human path, someone has already refined musician goo to an immortal goo. Good. It seems that the failed attempts from earlier was due to the obstruction of heaven's will. The refinement of immortal goo during the Ascension Tribulation is essentially using heaven's will to help one refine goo. Heaven's will was unwilling to help likely because these are human path goo worms. But afterwards, the refinement attempt done by a person succeeded. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable put her heart at ease. Earlier, when she found that the 10 children of human path had all failed, she felt suspicious. The possibilities included having traitors in Heavenly Court, a problem with the derivation formation, the hidden methods of the other venerables in Heavenly Court, or even because information was leaked by Heaven's will. After learning of this success, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suspicions were mostly lifted. Half a day later, the first batch of goo immortals chosen from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects gathered within the star array calculation formation. Immortal Killer Move, Endless Learning. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated this killer move. The killer move had a light blue radiance that spread within the star array calculation formation. In a certain space within the formation, the goo immortals were ready. It's coming! Someone muttered with an excited expression. Everyone was stirred. Soon, the immortals' expressions turned solemn as they were immersed in the indescribable profundity of the great Tao. With the effect of the killer move, the immortals' cultivation path's attainment level rose gradually. As time passed, after reaching their limit, some goo immortals started to develop hallucinations. At this time, the star array calculation formation would activate, and send these goo immortals to another part of the formation to rest. Endless Learning was a human path killing intent. It used Book Mountain and Learning Goo as the cores, allowing the goo cultivator to produce true meaning and absorb it to raise their attainment levels. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had used this move in Crazed Demon Cave before. She was now using it on the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sex goo immortals. Her intention to nurture them was more sincere now. The gains of the goo immortals would depend on their own talent, aptitude, comprehension, and personal experiences. Unimaginable, to think that there is such a method in the world to directly raise attainment level. This move was used by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally. Of course it is amazing, she can achieve the impossible. Rumor has it that dream realms can raise the goo cultivator's attainment level. In my opinion, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method has completely surpassed the dangerous method of dream path. Dream realm explorations are very dangerous, but the attainment level gained can potentially be endless. As for Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's human path killing move, our gains will depend on ourselves. It can only help us to produce true meaning. After using it once, we will need to accumulate a lot of experience and foundation, otherwise, we will not have much gains next time. The immortals slowly break out of the hallucinations and woke up as they started conversing. Soon, the immortals flew out of the star array calculation formation. 3 stayed and did not leave yet. Among them, there was Heaven's Envy Manners Goo Immortal, Tan Ku. He went to find Ancient Soul Sex Yang Feng and Spirit Butterfly Valley's Dien Pu. After some discussion, Tan Ku used his own immortal goo to exchange for Yang Feng's resources. He then used Yang Feng's immortal materials to exchange for Dien Pu's other immortal goo. After the transaction, all three sides got what they wanted, they were satisfied. Thanks to the star array calculation formation, it can understand what we need and help us to undergo optimal transactions. Otherwise, how can we know of each other's needs so clearly? Dianpu sighed. At this moment, all three immortals benefited from the star array calculation formation, they understood its usefulness. Ever since the star array calculation formation collected information of the Gu immortals, such situations became more common among the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Gu immortals. Thus, even the Gu immortals of the smaller sects were interested, they wanted to report their own information to the star array calculation formation. The formation had the ability to distribute overall resources more efficiently in Central Continent by just focusing on transaction between Gu immortals. Undeniably, this would promote the growth of Central Continent and raise its overall strength. The three immortals did not have a close relationship before, but after the transaction, they became closer. On the way back, they talked about the recently popular topic among Central Continent's Gu masters, human path. During this period of time, human path cultivation had become a rising trend for the lower-rank Gu masters in Central Continent. This was clearly backed by the 10 great ancient sects who were tasked by Heavenly Court to support this trend. It seems that Heavenly Court has decided to develop human path. That's right, our sects chose the 10 children of human path who have all become Gu immortals now. Heavenly Court has the top-tier research results of human path, now is the time for them to promote it widely. I think that it is too rushed, but since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made such a decision, there must be a flaw in my logic. It is a pity that our path is already set, converting to human path is too costly. Friend Tan Ku, you are smiling. Do you have a solution to this? I only made the Gu immortal seeds in my immortal aperture cultivate human path. Haha, I did that too. Central Continent's Gu immortals were gradually feeling the advantages of the star array calculation formation. They also showed a consensus regarding the prospects of human path. However, Tan Ku still did not know this now. Although his action was the same as any other Gu immortals, one small character who he supported would rise to become a legend in the future. Chapter 2294. Finding Self-Gu. Quick, cultivate this! Within Tan Ku's immortal aperture, a middle-aged rank 5 Gu master was handing out a cultivation method to Wang Xiao'er. Foster father, what is this? Wang Xiao'er asked in confusion. Wang Xiao'er had his own secret. He was not of Fang clan's bloodline, he was a captive of Fang Dongxi. But after Fang Dongxi died in battle, his immortal aperture was invaded by Xiao Yihu, causing a huge commotion. Using the opportunity, Wang Xiao'er escaped for his life and mixed in with this branch of Fang Dongxi's descendants. Afterwards, they were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Tan Ku was one of the Gu immortals who bought these human slaves. Within the batch of Fang clansmen that he bought, there was Wang Xiao'er. Thus, Wang Xiao'er started his new life in Tan Ku's immortal aperture. Naturally, Tan Ku's immortal aperture had Tan clan's bloodline. Thus, the Fang clansmen all had low status, they were slaves. But even among slaves, there was a difference in status. For example, the middle-aged Gu master in front of Wang Xiao'er. He had a rather pitiful life. When Fang Dongxi's immortal aperture was in a commotion, his whole family died. The middle-aged Gu master became disheartened and did not want to marry anyone else. After seeing the lonely Wang Xiao'er who was in the same plight as him, he felt that this young man resembled his son, and took him in as a foster son. After all, in the eyes of the middle-aged Gu master, Wang Xiao'er was also a Fang clan descendant. The middle-aged Gu master knocked Wang Xiao'er's head and laughed as he scolded. What are you suspicious about? Do you think I'll harm you? I'll tell you the truth. The Gu immortals who bought us are from Central Continent. He bought us because he took an interest in our aptitude. Now, he has handed down a human path cultivation method. If we can cultivate it successfully, we will be able to raise our status. In the future, we may even become Gu immortals. Wang Xiao'er listened in a dumbfounded manner. But soon, he stated his suspicions. If this is such a precious cultivation method, why is the Central Continent Gu immortal not cultivating it himself? Why isn't he leaving it for his own descendants but us instead? The middle-aged Gu master clearly knew many Gu immortal secrets, he had a broad vision. He explained, Gu immortals cultivate their own path, with human path being one of the possibilities. Since this Gu immortal has already become immortal, he cannot cultivate human path anymore. Furthermore, not everyone has the aptitude to become an immortal. Human path has just started developing, Central Continent's Goo immortals are handing out these methods as a trial. Thus, for his own genius descendants, he will definitely leave a portion of the essence of his own cultivation method for them. The remaining Tan clansmen and us will cultivate Human Path. Human Path is really underdeveloped. In our former blessed land, I've never even heard of it. But we have no choice now. If we don't cultivate, we won't even have any opportunity. Xiao'er, you will live your life in here. Those Tan clansmen will step on you and command you like a slave. Are you willing to live like this? Wan Xiao'er quickly shook his head and said solemn. Foster father, please teach me the method. I will cultivate. Wan Xiao'er obtained a large amount of Human Path information. It was helpful in raising his understanding of Human Path. There were also several Human Path Goo worms. They were the foundation for starting his Human Path cultivation. After the middle-aged Goo master taught Wan Xiao'er some lessons, the latter started to cultivate on his own. On this night, Wan Xiao'er was so excited he could not sleep. He decided to cultivate instead. But an immortal Goo was accidentally awakened by him in this situation. The immortal Goos will took the initiative and communicated with Wan Xiao'er as he felt very surprised. Self-Goo? Self-Goo was so small and had hidden itself within Wan Xiao'er's body, nobody else had sensed it. He remembered that this was a famous legendary Goo in Rinzhu. He became extremely happy and incredulous. Thus, he quickly flipped through. Chapter 5, Section 38. After falling into the water of the River of Time, Rinzhu and the other two woke up in shock. The three immediately climbed up to a nearby floating ice. Although it was only a short time, they had already grown old. Time Goo is hidden within the River of Time. Our lifespan will be washed away by the river water. Great strength, True Marshal sighed. Rinzhu felt regretful. Constantly encountering good situations is actually a bad thing. It will create a huge problem. It is not good to be too happy or constantly happy. It can make people indulge in the present and forget about time as they get immersed entirely. But Carefree Wisdom Heart said with a tone of joy, Quick, look at your heart. The three of them inspected their inner heart. They saw that many accumulated emotions had been washed away earlier when they fell into the river. This discovery made Rinzhu and the other two feel very happy. Next, they continued to travel on the floating ice. Whenever they encountered a bad situation and felt negative emotions, they would put their heart into the river water to wash it. These bad situations will pass eventually. Their negative emotions faded away with time. Whenever they encountered a good situation and felt immersed in joy, they would put their heart into the river water to wash it. These good situations will pass eventually. Their positive emotions also weakened over time, preventing them from feeling indulgent. Cognition Goo saw that the three of them were constantly washing their hearts. It could not help but remind them. Time has never healed the wounds of the heart, except that your hearts have grown old. The worst thing is not your body growing old but your heart's aging. Stop washing them. Rinzhu and the other two heard these words and quickly stopped their actions. But without washing the hearts, their speed fell again. Let me help you. At this time, a Goo worm flew over and landed on Rinzhu. Rinzhu and the other two saw this Goo worm and became very happy. It was Familial Emotion Goo. With the help of Familial Emotion Goo, Rinzhu and the other two spread their emotions around. The joy of one person was split among three. The sorrow of one person was also split into three. Using familial emotion, Rinzhu and the other two consoled each other and carried each other's burden. They moved quickly and firmly. But good times did not last. More and more emotions accumulated in their hearts. Their hearts became tired and gradually got hurt after being unable to sustain it any longer. Deep emotions hurt the heart. The situation soon aggravated. Because their hearts were severely injured, they could not take in more emotions. At this time, Carefree Wisdom Heart took out a cage and held it in her hand. This is the mental domain that I created. Place all your emotions in here. Rinzhu and Great Strength True Marshal did as she said. They put their emotions into the mental domain. Immediately, the truthful floating ice revealed its original appearance in front of the three. They were simply pieces of floating ice. The three felt a different sensation towards it now. The emotions of people did not concern others, only their own mental state mattered. What is this? Carefree Wisdom Heart soon found a Goo worm in the floating ice. The Goo worm answered, I am calm Goo. The truth was icy cold. This was the attitude that one should have when facing situations. Rinzhu and the other two finally reached the center of the truthful floating ice. But they did not find Self Goo. So Self Goo is not here. Rinzhu was very disappointed. Initially, people would often think that they were the center of all situations, but that was not true. At the center of the truthful floating ice, there was no self-goo, but three other goo instead. They were rules goo, regulation goo, and practice goo. Rules and regulation goo had been with Rinzhu for a long time. After Rinzhu's heart was eaten by the predicament, they thought that he died and left him. They came here to create truthful floating ice along with practice goo. All sorts of situations were bound by the rules and regulation of heaven and earth. The three goo continued to create truthful floating ice like this. Afterwards, under the effect of time goo, these floating ice flowed away and sank. Rules and regulation goo saw Rinzhu and felt surprised. "Oh human, so you did not die?" Rinzhu quickly asked them on how he could find self-goo. Rules and regulation goo pointed at practice goo and said in unison, "It can help you." Practice goo replied, "Oh human, you have gone through too many situations. After such a long time, you have changed a lot. Self-goo is the same, even if it is right before you, it will feel very foreign now, you cannot recognize it. What can I do?" Rinzhu was troubled. "This is simple." Practice goo laughed. "Can't you just undergo the situation of recognizing yourself?" "That's right." Rinzhu and the other two realized at once. Practice goo continued, "For a human, recognizing yourself is the most important, and also most difficult thing in the world. Great strength, true martial, you are strong and have ability. If we work together, the chance of success is very high." Ability goo laughed and said, "Undergoing situations can make me stronger." Carefree wisdom heart supported this. She gave serious goo to great strength, true martial. Great strength, true martial started to undergo situations alongside practice goo. They first created a piece of floating ice that was as small as a ball. It surrounded great strength, true martial and practice goo as a light membrane appeared around the ice ball. Rinzhu and Carefree Wisdom Heart stood on top of the ice ball as they flowed away, eventually encountering your goo. "Is this self-goo?" Rinzhu asked. Great strength, true martial replied, "No, self-goo is smaller than it." They continued to undergo situations within the ice ball as ability goo got stronger. The floating ice also became larger as a water membrane appeared around the periphery. While floating, Rinzhu saw month goo. "Is this self-goo?" Rinzhu asked. Great strength, true martial replied, "No, self-goo is smaller than it." Great strength, true martial and practice goo continued working hard. Ability goo got stronger and made this floating ice even bigger. The periphery of the ice ball was covered in a stone membrane. Rinzhu saw day goo. "Is this self-goo?" Rinzhu asked. Great strength, true martial replied, "No, self-goo is smaller than it." The stronger the ability, the more one would find that they were small and insignificant. Eventually, the floating ice reached its biggest size. The periphery was covered by a crystal membrane. Rinzhu and the other two floated on the ice ball and eventually found self-goo. "Self-goo is actually so small." Rinzhu was internally shaken. Cognition goo sighed. "In the eyes of heaven and earth, in the eyes of mankind, a single self-goo is very small and insignificant." Chapter 2295. Fan Yuan wants more twins. Late at night. Wan Shaoer looked at them as his eyes turned bloodshot from excitement. His nose was also blowing out steam. Foster father's human path cultivation method is not wrong at all. Legends of Rinzhu is truly a human path classic. I've just noticed that in the section regarding self-goo, it actually hints the different levels of each goo master cultivation rank. Light membrane, water membrane, stone membrane, and crystal membrane. Rinzhu and the other two met the time path goo, year, month, and day, in the river of time. Does this mean that goo master cultivation takes a long time to gradually accumulate accomplishments? I am still too ignorant now, this is all that I can see. The human path cultivation method states that the most outstanding cultivators in history, the Venerables, have all comprehended something from. Thus, there are many human path killer moves created as their research results. Even though I cannot match them now, I still have an extraordinary hope. Self-goo. It has been hiding in my body all along. The moment I started my human path cultivation, I found it. This must be a human path immortal goo. Among the various goo worms mentioned in my eyes, self-goo is the most special and unique one. Ha ha ha, with this immortal goo, human path is truly the most suitable path for me. It is definitely the right choice to cultivate human path. At almost the same time, in the sovereign immortal aperture, mini Eastern Sea. Ha! Mermaid goo immortal Tang Qiong could not help but laugh. It was definitely the right choice for our entire race to join Fan Yuan and live in the sovereign immortal aperture. Her excitement could not be concealed. There was a total of 3 merman female immortals. Fan Yuan had brought them in earlier. After bringing a group of mermen to settle down here, they started to live in the sovereign immortal aperture. The 3 merman female immortals had a clear distribution of jobs. Yuzi was mostly in charge of completing missions and earning contribution points. Lian Kuxian was in charge of external relations. She communicated with the other races and forces. Tang Qiong was in charge of defending the merman tribe's territory. After all, abnormal situations often occurred in the sovereign immortal aperture. The territory of the various forces had at least one Gu immortal defending it at all times for safety. Tang Qiong had just received orders from Fan Yuan. There was a piece of information that was rather outstanding. From now on, Fan Yuan would put in more effort to support the well-performing descendants of the various tribes and forces. He would spend a huge sum to aid their cultivation and promote them to become Gu immortal seeds. To achieve this, Fan Yuan even gave orders to the Gu immortals in charge of the various factions. Each other, the respective forces had to nurture a certain number of Gu immortal seeds. If they reached the target, they would receive contribution points. Otherwise, they would be punished. Lord Alliance Leader is not just impartial and fair, he also has a heart of benevolence. He is helping us variant humans to nurture more Gu Masters by investing such a huge sum of resources. Even among the past venerables, none had ever shown such love to us variant humans like Lord Fan Yuan. Even Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable only helped some of our tribes. It cannot compare to Lord Fan Yuan. Thinking of this, tears appeared in Tang Qiong's eyes. The reason why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable helped the variant humans was because he could not bear seeing them face the threat of extinction. But Fan Yuan was different. Fan Yuan did not just give the variant humans a fair and relatively safe environment to live in without ostracism, he even gave them aid in the form of resources so that they could grow stronger. This was an unprecedented situation. Tang Qiong had gone through a lot of ordeals when she managed the Merman Imperial Court. They were ostracized and suppressed by various forces. As a Merman Gu immortal, she had lived a life of being bullied and overwhelmed with pressure. Now, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, she felt truly free and happy. The work she did in the sovereign immortal aperture was far more tiring than being in Eastern Sea. She often had to work her hardest and not rest for more than 10 days in a row, along with the threat of her liver exploding. But now, Tang Qiong was feeling increasingly fond of this place. She loved this world and treasured the sea area. Because here, there was fairness and equality that the 5 regions lacked. Because here, there was abundant hope. Because here, as long as one worked hard and was willing to undergo hardship, they will be rewarded based on effort. Because here, one could feel that they were growing and improving at an observable rate. Their own tribe or force was also developing rapidly. Tang Qiong's divine sense Gu entered the information path Mortal Gu again. She reread the information that she had already looked through several times. Fan Yuan's orders greatly encouraged the procreation of the various forces. The more children they had, the more rewards they would receive. Regarding the increase in population, Fan Yuan had a clear direction. The vast amount of cultivation resources would be handed down to the Gu immortals of the various factions and forces in the next few days. Among which, there were large quantities of relic Gu, unprocessed jade Gu, wood origin Gu, water source Gu, man triumphing heaven Gu and others. Relic Gu could raise the cultivation of a Gu master by a small realm, while precious mortal Gu like unprocessed jade Gu could raise the Gu master's aptitude. In essence, they were just carving a certain path's Dao marks on the Gu master's bodies. Unprocessed jade Gu carved earth path Dao marks. It was suitable for raising the aptitude of Rockman Gu masters. Wood origin Gu suited mini-men, water source Gu suited mermen, while man triumphing heaven Gu suited purebred humans without Gu master aptitude. It could forcefully awaken their aperture. With these resources, our tribe can finally see hope in a bright future. There has never been a venerable like Lord Fan Yuan. He truly cares about his people. No matter how ordinary or common these people are, his love is boundless like the sun while soothing like the wind, enveloping everyone. He is truly worthy of being great loved immortal venerable. It is my greatest fortune to be on his side. Thinking of this, Tang Qiong felt very excited as tears flowed down her face. Fan Yuan, who was idolized by Tang Qiong, had just used obscured heavenly secret once again. It could not be helped. The gains from stealing heavenly secret were too bountiful. Even now, there were still Gu immortals who were returning from Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Southern Border. bringing back cultivation resources secretly. The most valuable things were the information of the 5 regions, Fan Yuan's modified killer moves, and the establishment of his combat system. Everything caused his luck to grow immensely again. Thus, Fan Yuan had to activate Obscured Heavenly Secret again to fortify the concealment effect. During this period of time, Fan Yuan did not refine his 4th rank 9 Immortal Gu. On the surface, he was refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks intermittently, but in secret, he was digesting the gains of stealing Heavenly Secret and deducing many things. As for the truthful floating ice, although it was the most important thing earlier, it was no longer his focus now. The initial benefit of unsealing the truthful floating ice was already obtained. Now, the gains had evidently fallen. This was reflected upon Fan Yuan's own luck as well. Fan Yuan used luck inspection and only managed to see a portion of it, but from this portion, he could see many things that were useful to his deductions. Everything involving rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu was Fan Yuan's greatest secret. This involved Obscured Heavenly Secret, Stealing Heavenly Secret, and others. Because of Stealing Heavenly Secret, Fan Yuan started to target those mortals in the Immortal Aperture. He worked at lightning speed. After understanding the value of these mortals, he decided to nurture them with his full support. Tang Qiong and the rest did not know the truth. Fan Yuan had abundant immortal materials in his storage. Mortal materials were more lacking in comparison. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture itself produced a lot of mortal materials on a large scale, but there were a lot of materials needed to nurture mortals. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had to use Treasure Yellow Heaven to undergo various transactions and satisfy this need. The plan was already established while cultivation resources were not an issue, but Fan Yuan wanted to make this even better. He calculated and found that he had many methods that could be used to nurture these mortal Gu masters. For example, Blood Skull Gu, Bone Flesh Unity Gu, and Guts Gu, as well as the rank 1 to 6 version of Second Aperture Gu. Aptitude was very important to a Gu master. Back then, Fan Yuan had used Blood Skull Gu to slaughter his clan and obtained a great aptitude. The A-grade aptitude gave him immense help in his future cultivation journey. At the same time, a great aptitude meant a higher chance at becoming a Gu Immortal Seed than B or C grade aptitude. If one had poor aptitude, rank 3 or 4 would be their limit. How could they even reach rank 5? Blood Skull Gu's ability to raise aptitude is even more outstanding than Unprocessed Jade Gu, Wood Origin Gu, Water Source Gu, and Polished Gold Gu. Maybe I can use Blood Skull Gu to undergo a massive slaughter before reviving them using Human C and slaughtering them again. In that case, I can create a large number of a grade aptitude Gu masters. A terrifying cultivation plan emerged in Fan Yuan's mind. He thought of Bone Flesh Unity Gu. This Gu was very useful to Fan Yuan when he was still a Gu master. It could help to elevate primeval essence for cultivation. Not only could Fan Yuan use it to advance a small realm, he could even tackle the boundaries to cross a cultivation rank. It was truly useful. But to refine this Gu, I will need twins. This is a little troublesome. Fan Yuan not only needed a few hundred Bone Flesh Unity Gu, he needed a vast number of them and scattered them across the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In that case, in the future, there would be many new Gu Immortal Seeds. I do not have the time to focus on my current human soul cultivation method. My previous attempt has also bore little fruit. Thus, I can use Guts Gu to nurture Gu Immortal Seeds. A stronger soul is very useful to them. As for Second Aperture Gu, it is only icing on the cake. Fan Yuan would not use rank 6 Second Aperture Immortal Gu to nurture them. At most, he would use rank 1 to 5 versions of them. Right now, Second Aperture Gu was confirmed to be a Heaven Path Gu worm. Rank 6 Second Aperture Gu used Lifespan Gu as the material. While Lifespan Gu was the most classic Heaven Path Gu worm, it contained Heaven Path Dao marks. Rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu used the 10 Extreme Physiques as the Gu material. It was Immortal Fetus instead of Immortal Aperture, thus it was a Human Path Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan made a conclusion. He needed to amass Gu Immortal Seeds by first increasing the population. Whether they were variant humans or humans did not matter. Fan Yuan did not intend to take an external people. As for Gu Immortal Seeds, it would be better for the Sovereign Immortal Aperture to nurture them. They were more loyal after all. Variant humans were the most loyal to him. Fan Yuan felt more assured with these variant humans. With a higher population, the number of Gu masters would also rise. But to create Gu Immortal Seeds, one needed to raise the Gu master's aptitude first. This meant that mortals did not just need to give birth more often, They also needed to create more siblings and blood-related kin for Fan Yuan to slaughter in the future. It would be best if they were twins. That way, while slaughtering them, he could also refine them into bone-flesh unity goo. I need more twins. Fan Yuan thought about it and muttered, I need to look for Giant Son Immortal Venerable. Among the Venerables, he is most skilled at having children. Chapter 2296. Fei Wu revives. Giant Son Immortal Venerable had a strange expression. Just earlier, a transaction between him and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable was held. Both sides obtained what they wanted. But Fan Yuan has needs for childbirth. What is he planning? This transaction made Giant Son Immortal Venerable quite suspicious. But he knew that because of down marks, Gu Immortal found it hard to give birth. And in terms of having children, among the Venerables, Giant Son Immortal Venerable was the most experienced. Among the Venerables, which other person had more children than Giant Son Immortal Venerable? Back then, to raise more children, Giant Son Immortal Venerable searched the world for countless beauties, creating his 5 harem palaces. If Fan Yuan did not suddenly have this need, we would not have done this transaction. Sigh. To think that I would benefit now because of you, Zhu Zhu. Giant Son Immortal Venerable muttered a name as the memories of a scene emerged in the depths of his heart. Northern Plains. In a temporary tribe, tents were set up. The flap of an old and tattered tent was pulled aside as middle-aged Giant Son barged in, shouting, Zhu Zhu, what coup did you secretly use on me again? Middle-aged Giant Son had a bare chest that exposed his manly stature, but there was a pig head resting on his shoulders. Zhu Zhu saw him and laughed. It worked! Middle-aged Giant Son was furious. Zhu Zhu, I was discussing matters with the tribe elders earlier when this happened. You will turn me into the laughing stock of the tribe. Zhu Zhu sighed. Husband, I apologize. But I just want a child. Middle-aged Giant Son was stunned before becoming dejected. His anger faded away. It's my fault for being useless. No, it is my issue. Technically, I have half a Gu Immortal's body. It is my fault. Zhu Zhu stood before Giant Son as she held his pig head, saying with love and affection. This time, I used Transformation Path Gu. Do you know? This is called Sowing Pig. It is an amazing wild beast that has gone extinct. The male pig would eat in autumn and get fat to spit out a type of crystal flower. When spring arrives, the crystal flower will bloom and the female pig will eat it to nurture new life in its body. Middle-aged Giant Son's eyes shone. It is so effective? Zhu Zhu smiled and pulled his hand, dragging him into bed. Let's go. Middle-aged Giant Son laughed loudly as he pounced at Zhu Zhu. At the top of their tent, there was a flag. At this moment, the flag started waving around intensely like the wind was blowing. But after just a few breaths of time, the flag went motionless. Within the tent, Giant Son spoke in a guilty tone. Sorry, Zhu Zhu, I can't continue anymore. Zhu Zhu smiled. Don't worry, I have my methods. Next, Giant Son let out a soft growl as the tent started to shake again like a hurricane was blowing. This time, he lasted for over 10 breaths of time. The commotion in the tent stopped again. Giant Son sighed. Sorry, I can't continue anymore. Zhu Zhu smiled and said, Don't worry, watch this. For the third time, the tent shook intensely like there was a storm. But this storm only lasted for around 20 breaths of time before stopping. Giant Son breathed roughly as he said, Sorry, I really can't continue anymore. Zhu Zhu was still smiling. Don't worry, I still have some methods left. Wait. Giant Son said weakly. I am amazed that you have so many methods, but let me rest. Zhu Zhu replied humbly. Although I have many methods, the results are not good. Sigh. The most useful method can only come from Renzu. All of the humans of the 5 regions and 2 heavens are descendants of Renzu. Giant Son immediately patted his chest and assured. Don't worry, one day, I will comprehend Renzu's method and we will have countless descendants. His recollection ended here. A deep feeling of disappointment lingered in Giant Son Immortal Venerable's heart. In his previous life, he had already grasped such a method, otherwise, how could he have so many descendants? It was just that he could not use this method with Zhu Zhu anymore. He could never see her again. His children were also not of her bloodline. After collecting his thoughts, Giant Son Immortal Venerable's expression turned calm and cool again. He inspected the gains from this transaction. He had obtained a lot of blood path research results from Fan Yuan. Although he had been secretly making deductions on blood path, Fan Yuan's research results still saved him a lot of time and energy. Other than that, there were 5 blood path immortal goo. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined them into his own and tossed them into Blood Sea. Blood Sea. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's gaze pierced through the ground of longevity heaven, gazing into Blood Sea. Even if rank 9 light goo was repaired, it was not suitable for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. However, although he had no rank 9 immortal goo, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could use Blood Sea as a replacement temporarily. There were 4 different levels when it came to Dao mark density. Dao marks that were scattered all over the world, resource points that were created when Dao marks were arranged in a certain manner, the apex of resource points, secluded domains of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of heaven and earth, goo. A secluded domain of heaven and earth was considered half a rank 9 immortal goo. When goo immortals use immortal materials to form killer moves or immortal formations, the materials were consumable and could not have a stable form, thus, the Dao marks were lost after usage. But a secluded domain of heaven and earth could be used as a long-term stable core to form killer moves. Fan Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Dang Hun Luopa Seal were such examples. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has mental domain. While Fan Yuan may have refinement C, this Blood Sea is the foundation that I need to resist them. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had worked with Long Hair Ancestor to refine goo. He knew about this grand plan of Long Hair Ancestors. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable felt that for this period of time, refining natural Dao marks of heaven and earth was the most important thing. Trying to get a rank 9 immortal goo that was suitable for himself was not realistic. In this case, a secluded domain of heaven and earth was the best substitute. Among the venerables, the one who has the highest hope of getting a rank 9 immortal goo is Fan Yuan. In terms of potential, he is also the highest. Thankfully, he has insufficient immortal essence, and is unable to refine rank 9 immortal goo. Once he starts refining goo, he will expose his greatest weakness. At that time, I will work with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to stop him. If Fan Yuan is able to refine any refinement path rank 9 immortal goo, then he will have an easier time refining other rank 9 immortal goo in the future. This will snowball into an unstoppable advantage at an increasing speed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable reminded himself of the fact. Blood Sea surged with huge waves that ebbed and flowed. It was gradually expanding in size. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable nodded to himself. With 5 more Blood Path Immortal goo, the rate at which Blood Sea is forming is increasing. In half a year, it will be completed. Blood Sea was currently incomplete. Although a secluded domain of heaven and earth could be used as the core of a killer move, it was quite a wasteful thing to do as the secluded domain itself would be expended to a huge extent. For example, Fan Yuan's previously incomplete refinement C and Human C, although Human C was complete, only the whole Human Mountain and Sea was considered a secluded domain. Oh? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expression changed, an intense luck path intuition emerged in his heart. The last time he had such a feeling, he revived Light Emperor. The revival of Light Emperor caused him to gain rank 9 light goo. Now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was feeling expectant. Although reviving another person now would expend the incomplete Blood Sea, he did not hesitate as he used the immortal killer move once again, destined birth through luck. Swish, swish, swish. Blood Sea surged and created a huge wave that was tens of feet tall. Blood Sea was rapidly expended as a huge whirlpool was formed again. After the flickering of shadow and light, a rank 7 goo immortal emerged from within. Who is this? Yao Huang did not recognize the person. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expectations rose again. The reason was that this goo immortal's revival expended even more immortal essence and portion of the Blood Sea than Light Emperor. But he was just a rank 7 water path goo immortal. Oh, are you Fei Wu? Yao Huang stared for some time before shouting out loud. Fei Tribe's final first Supreme Elder, Fei Wu 1. Same pronunciation as trash worthless. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned. Note, Fei Wu, same pronunciation as trash worthless. He remembered now. Fei Tribe was once a super force in Northern Plains. It had genuine Huangjin bloodline. Fei Tribe's first-generation ancestor was not Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's son but someone who was many generations below. But Fei Tribe was still very famous in history. Or rather, infamous. Fei Tribe was a Huangjin super tribe that ruined itself. Fei Wu was their final first Supreme Elder. He was undeniably responsible for their destruction. Many people felt that he was incapable and too greedy. He let down the entire Fei Tribe and caused their destruction. When he was the first Supreme Elder, he expended Fey tribe's vast amount of resources and almost caused them to go broke. As a result, the other Fey tribe Gu immortals lacked cultivation resources and grew slowly. This resulted in their internal conflict. The external world also gave Fey tribe a lot of pressure. But Fei Wu did not handle this well. He had always shown a weak attitude to the outside world. In order to satisfy his own needs, Fei Wu even gave up many resource points that Fei tribe owned. The result was that his battle did not seem to rise. Fei Wu's performance disappointed everyone. In the end, he even led Fei tribe to excavate and develop in one of Northern Plains' 10 great fierce areas. In the end, he triggered a terrifying beast tide and caused Fei tribe's territory to be engulfed. Even their headquarters was taken down. Most of their Gu immortals died in the beast tide, while the remaining ones were quickly annexed and taken in by the other Huangjin tribes. After the beast tide was over, Fei tribe was wiped out while Fei Wu died pitifully inside the fierce area. Their remaining territory was also taken by the various tribes. Fei tribe became a laughingstock and the prime negative example for people to learn from. How can such a useless person who harmed his entire tribe appear now? Yao Huang felt confused and suspicious. After realizing his revival, Fei Wu reacted and paid his respects to Giant's son Immortal Venerable. Unfilial descendant Fei Wu greets Lord Ancestor. Giant's son Immortal Venerable had already used his luck inspection method to observe Fei Wu's foundation. He was shocked to find out that Fei Wu's luck was actually quite sizable, far surpassing most rank 7s while being lower than an average rank 8. More importantly, Fei Wu's luck had a close connection to a certain existence far away. This existence's luck had an influence on Giant's son Immortal Venerable himself. But Giant's son Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 Venerable. To think that there was actually an entity whose luck could affect him so intensely. Soon, Giant's son Immortal Venerable's voice penetrated the ground and reached Blood Sea. The truth is often buried deep in history. Fei Wu, my descendant, tell me the truth. Chapter 2297. Unified Essence ECZ. Giant's son Immortal Venerable's words made Fei Wu shook intensely as he showed an expression of gratitude. Ancestor is wise. The so-called Fei tribe's internal conflict was just our disguise to the outside world. The truth is, if not for that beast tide, how could our united Fei tribe be wiped out? Back then, I expended countless immortal material resources, but I did not use up Fei tribe's foundation. Afterwards, when we developed in the fierce area, I even took away Ichi-Z which was deep within it. However, legendary immemorial beast Ichi-Z had already recovered to a great extent. It was not unconscious. We fell for its ploy and ended up being exterminated by the beast tide. But in the end, our Fei tribe did our best to retaliate. Ichi-Z did not succeed after all. Its will was completely eradicated by us. It is a huge pity. If Ichi-Z did not ruin our plan, my Fei tribe would have dominated Northern Plains with an unceasing quantity of immortal essence stones. We will become the number 1 Huangjin tribe and to a certain extent, rival Heavenly Court. After hearing this, Yao Huang stared with wide eyes as he asked consecutive questions. Ichi-Z? Isn't that a legendary immemorial desolate beast which appeared in the earliest history of humanity? Legend says that it was killed by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. How can it still be alive? An unceasing source of immortal essence stones? Senior, did you unravel the mystery behind Heavenly Court's production of immortal essence stones? Giant's son Immortal Venerable was silent as he listened. If reviving Fei Wu would get him immortal essence stones, it was not significant enough. However, his luck inspection showed that Fei Wu was very useful to him. Within Blood Sea, Yao Huang was getting more excited. He clasped his fist with his palm and said, "Good, Senior Fei Wu has woken up right on time. As long as we have this way to produce immortal essence stones, we can raise our reputation and catch up to Heavenly Court. This is definitely a great chance now that Heavenly Court has stopped distributing immortal essence stones. Once we take over, it will cause everyone to have a deep impression of longevity heaven beyond Heavenly Court." The more Yao Huang spoke, the happier he got. Heavenly Court stopped distributing immortal essence stones? That's because they can't produce it anymore. Fei Wu was still kneeling on the ground, but he raised his upper body and said with a snicker, he was certain about the reason. "Oh? Get up and talk, tell me about it clearly." Giant's son Immortal Venerable descended upon Blood Sea. He arrived before Fei Wu. "Yes." Fei Wu bowed deeply again before getting up. "I will explain from the start." Fei Wu explained slowly. "Everyone knows that in this world, primeval energy is infinite. spirit springs produce primeval stones, but nobody has never found an immortal spring that can produce immortal essence stones. Wild goo, be it mortal or immortal, can absorb primeval energy to activate their abilities. But once they are refined, the goo worm will be someone's possession. They will lose the ability to use primeval energy. They will only be able to use primeval essence or immortal essence. This primeval essence and immortal essence includes both the owner and others. If a goo worm is lent out, the goo worm can still use others' primeval essence or immortal essence. For example, an immortal goo house can use the stored immortal essence of goo immortals inside. What is the root cause of all these? According to my research, the reason is that be it primeval essence or immortal essence, both contain our human will. Wild goo contain heaven's will, they are a product of heaven and earth, thus, we say that goo is the essence of heaven and earth. Once we refine goo worms, the heaven's will inside will be purged, replaced by our human will. As a result, the goo worm becomes privately owned and the human will does not get acknowledged by the heaven's will of the outside world. Thus, the goo can no longer absorb external primeval energy. If lent to others, the human will inside the goo worm will acknowledge others so they can use their own primeval essence, or immortal essence to activate it. Different immortal essence contain different human, thus, they can cancel each other out. This is why many rank 6 goo immortals fail to succeed when they invade blessed lands that are already owned. Yao Huang was confused. What does this have to do with immortal essence stone production? Don't be anxious, listen to what I am saying, it will make sense soon. Fei Wu waved his hand and smiled. Our aperture produces primeval essence while our immortal aperture produces immortal essence. They all contain our human will. Then, do primeval stones and immortal essence stones not have a will in them? They do. The primeval stones that spirit springs produce are essentially reinforced primeval essence that contains heaven's will. It is just that the primeval stones contain too little heaven's will, it is common to ignore it. However, the heavens will often sneaks into our minds while we absorb primeval stones to influence our thoughts. This is one way that heavens will use to control us. It is a pity that most goo cultivators in the world are attracted to the effect of restoring primeval essence through primeval stones. They do not notice this issue. Even if they do, they don't care about it. Heaven's will is just like air, it is everywhere, so it is quite normal to have some in primeval stones. The immortal essence stones that Heavenly Court gives out are the same as primeval stones in that they also contain heaven's will. Why does Heavenly Court give out rank 6 immortal essence stones? It is actually a huge scheme by Heavenly Court. During primordial origin Immortal Venerables era, Heavenly Court purposely gave out immortal essence stones. These immortal essence stones reached the hands of the variant human goo immortals and were used by them. This allowed Heaven's will to infiltrate them. Back then, Heaven's will sided with humanity which would rise to take the position of the variant humans. By star constellation Immortal Venerables era, she became one with the Tao and gained the ability to distort Heaven's will, greatly influencing it. The distribution of immortal essence stones became even more widespread. When goo immortals use these immortal essence stones, they will be infiltrated by Heaven's will, allowing Heavenly Court to influence and control them. Yao Huang heard his words as his mouth opened slightly. So that's it. Can we copy Heavenly Court to distribute immortal essence stones and achieve the same effect for our longevity heaven? Fei Wu shook his head. Unless we can assimilate with the Tao-like star constellation Immortal Venerable to alter Heaven's will. Yao Huang was anxious now. Even if we can't achieve the same effect, as long as we have an unceasing supply of immortal essence stones, we can still use it to longevity heaven's benefit. Senior Fei, how can we produce immortal essence stones? Fei Wu waved his hand again. No rush, listen to my story. When we produce primeval essence, our human will and aperture are needed. When we produce immortal essence, our human will and immortal aperture are needed. To produce primeval stones, we need Heaven's will and spirit springs. What about immortal essence stones? Yao Huang blinked. Do we also need Heaven's will and immortal apertures or immortal springs to create immortal essence stones? Fei Wu shook his head. Many rank 8 goo immortals who are not confident of passing a tribulation will annex an immemorial 9 heavens fragment. From then on, the immortal aperture will turn into a grotto heaven. It will be located at one place while the rank 8 goo immortal will be like a caged bird unable to leave the immortal aperture again. These grotto heavens contain Heaven's will. There is also an immortal aperture, so why can't immortal essence stones be produced? As for Heaven's will and immortal springs, this is something that people have been speculating about Heavenly Court. they think that heavenly court obtained the only immortal spring in the world. But the truth is, this is not true. There is no such thing as an immortal spring in the world. Yao Huang sighed. Senior Fei, stop beating about the bush. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable commented. Tell us directly. Fei Wu did not dare to defy Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He sighed regrettably and said, Then I'll cut to the chase. According to my research, the essence of a spirit spring is just an ordinary heaven path resource point. Within it, there are heaven path, water path, and earth path Tao marks. Because of the heaven's will, the spring water can produce solid primeval stones. The heavenly Tao seeks balance of the myriad beings. It will not produce a resource like immortal essence stones naturally. Immortal essence is the most fundamental resource. Without it, no immortal goo can be used by people. Meanwhile, the widespread distribution of immortal essence stones has greatly raised the chances of surviving calamities and tribulations. This can only be caused by people. However, the process cannot avoid heaven's will. Only through the injecting of heaven's will can there be immortal essence stones produced. This is an impossible loop. Fei Wu accurately pointed out that heaven's will was the most crucial element in producing immortal essence stones. But it was impossible to make heaven's will do this voluntarily, as it violated the rules of the heavenly Tao. But nothing was absolute. In history, heavenly court succeeded. During primordial origin Immortal Venerable's era, he used the special trait of Ichi-Z to produce immortal essence stones. During star constellation Immortal Venerable's era, Ichi-Z suicided, but she assimilated with the Tao and altered heaven's will, allowing it to work with heavenly court to produce immortal essence stones. So, what is the special trait of Ichi-Z? Since it suicided, how did it revive? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked the most important question. Fei Wu immediately answered. Ichi-Z is not its full name, its actual name is Unified Essence Ichi-Z. It is a very special legendary immemorial desolate beast, somewhat similar to Di Zhang Xing, which appeared later in the future. When a Gu master undergoes immortal ascension, there is a crucial step to draw in heaven and earth chi to mix with one's human chi and balance all three. If the balancing of three chi succeeds, the chi lump will condense and become smaller until it reaches the limit. This chi lump is known as the chi of unified essence. This is the root cause of the creation of unified essence Ichi-Z. As long as there are Gu masters undergoing immortal ascension in the world, they will produce the chi of unified essence. Even if it is destroyed, it can be reborn. Initially, during the immemorial era, it was granted intelligence by a beast-man great expert. Thus, it gained an immortal aperture and rose in strength, becoming a legendary immemorial beast. When primordial origin Immortal Venerable challenged the various variant human races, Ichi-Z fought against the Immortal Venerable and lost, getting captured. But to the outside world, primordial origin declared that it was killed. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable held Ichi-Z captive, and used it to produce immortal essence stones. Ichi-Z lost its freedom. Unwilling to give in, it tried all ways to escape. No matter what it tried to do, primordial origin Immortal Venerable still foiled its plans. After him, Star Constellation took over. She was even more skilled at planning and was extremely perceptive. Ichi-Z had no choice but to suicide out of despair. This is the reason why he suicided in Heavenly Court. Yao Huang did not understand it. So how are they still producing immortal essence stones? Brilliance shone in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes, he muttered. So that's it. At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable finally understood why Destined Birth through luck revived Fei Wu. This was because his revival would give Giant Sun Immortal Venerable a way to replenish his immortal essence. This was more useful and beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable than Rank 9 Light Goo. But luck path itself was an uncertainty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could ensure that positive variables happened to benefit him, but he could not control the exact situation, as that would involve controlling certainty. Chapter 2298. Yin-Yang Path, Multiple Pregnancy Goo. Fei Wu saw Yao Huang's expression of confusion and laughed. He explained happily. When a Gu master undergoes immortal ascension, they will have a fortuitous encounter known as natural inspiration. What is the cause of it? Heaven and earth chi contain heaven's will while human chi contains human will. At this crucial moment, the three chi fuse together, meaning heaven's will and human will congregate, allowing the person to ask heaven and earth for answers regarding the profundities and truths of the world. This is because heavens will acknowledge the human will. Why? From what I see, once an aperture undergoes qualitative change, it will become an immortal aperture. This is an achievement that grants benefit to the world. The heavenly Tao wants to see this happen, thus, it rewards the human will. The specialty of unified essence Qi lies here. Its body is made of the Qi of unified essence, which is the fusion of three Qi, thus, it is able to receive the acknowledgement and reward of heaven's will at all times. Yao Huang stared with wide eyes. That means it is able to undergo natural inspiration at all times. Fei Wu shook his head. Strictly speaking, yes. But the truth is different. We all know that the three Qi create the unified essence. It needs to be balanced carefully. If the lump of three Qi loses balance, the Gu cultivator will die. This is not true for Qi. Failure to balance the three Qi will not cause it to be in fatal danger. Instead, it will lose its rationality. Continuously controlling and balancing the three Qi is too difficult. We have all undergone immortal ascension. It is already too tough for us to sustain the state of balancing the three Qi for half a day. But unified essence Qi has to undergo it at all times. Thus, after it expends all its effort or gets sick of balancing the three Qi, its body will lose control of the three Qi. This causes heaven's will and the human will to intertwine and result in chaos, causing it to lose its rationality. In this condition, it cannot even think normally. How can it make use of the natural inspiration? Regardless, as long as the Qi of unified essence exists, heavens will still favors the human will. It will be willing to help. If this is an ordinary Gu master who has not created the immortal aperture yet, they will only be able to interact with heaven's will and undergo natural inspiration. But Qi is different. It has an immortal aperture already. Thus, when it is sane and clear-headed, its immortal aperture will produce immortal essence. When it is irrational and insane, its immortal aperture will produce immortal essence stones that contain heaven's will. Yao Huang finally understood everything. Unified essence Qi was too special. Because of its unique physique, primordial origin, immortal venerable gained immortal essence stones. But he only distributed rank 6 immortal essence stones. After unified essence Qi died, star constellation assimilated with the Tao. Although she could control heaven's will to some extent, there was a limit to it. Thus, from then on, Heavenly Court could only produce rank 6 immortal essence stones. Fei Wu continued. Back then, I accidentally found unified essence Qi in the fierce area. It was in a state of insanity, buried deep underground and unable to move. I spoke with it, but it could not respond clearly. Its answer was jumbled, but it cursed Heavenly Court's 2 venerables with deep hatred. After some time, I pieced together the story and deduced many truths behind the situation. I mobilized the entire Fei tribe and wanted to obtain unified essence Qi. I expended immortal materials and modified killer moves to try and manipulate it. After completing my preparations, I went into the fierce area and execute my plan. But to think that unified essence Qi actually had its sanity. At that time, I could not back out anymore. I had to continue my plan forcefully. Fei tribe was wiped out while unified essence Qi was also sealed by our Fei tribe's method. Without any accidents, it should still be trapped at the original spot. Ancestor, you only need to go retrieve it. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable nodded. He brought Fei Wu to the Jade Ring fierce area. Northern Plains had 10 great fierce areas. Within them were countless desolate beast groups. Immemorial desolate beasts and plants were also not rare. Super forces had the ability to develop in them, but if a mistake happened, they would trigger a huge beast tide. Fei tribe's failure was one of the examples. Jade Ring fierce area had more than 10 different rings of huge ancient trees. As one entered deeper into each ring, they would face more danger and threat. Unified essence Qi was hidden in the 6th ring. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable personally took action. He quickly arrived at it. Fei Wu had just revived and had no Gu worms, but he was only giving directions. Towards his ancestor, he did not hide anything but only said the truth. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made his deductions, he used a newly modified Luck Path killer move. It triggered the arrangements of Fei tribe. After doing that, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable extracted a huge black pearl from deep underground. The black pearl was large as an elephant. It had a smooth surface and a deeply hidden aura. This is the result that our Fei tribe created. Even a legendary immemorial beast was sealed by us. Fei Wu looked at Qi as he sighed with deep emotions. He had grand ambitions that ended in failure, and the entire Fei tribe was wiped out. But thankfully, he was able to revive and use the arrangements they made to help their ancestor. This was all worth it. After inspecting for some time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable saw through the information of Qi using the intel from Fei Wu. Unified essence Chi was a lump of the chi of unified essence. When it was sane, it would be in human form, the appearance would be hard to differentiate from actual people. When it stops balancing the three chi and they go into chaos, it would turn into a lump of the chi of unified essence. If there was more heaven chi, it would float higher; if there was more earth chi, it would sink into the ground. When Fei tribe fought against it, it had not regained its sanity fully, thus, it could not use its full strength. Fei Wu and the rest made ample preparations. They deduced the killer move that countered unified essence Chi, eventually sealing it here. Although Fei Wu was only rank 7, Fei tribe had many rank 8s in the past. They also had immortal goo houses that were the foundation of a superforce. Most importantly, unified essence Chi was not sane, so its strength could not be used properly. Without rationality, even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not take down Fairy Ziwei and Ing Wu Xie. A long time had passed. By now, Fei tribe's killer move was already greatly weakened. The sealing effect had reached its limit. But even if Chi regained freely, in its current condition, it would remain on the spot without regaining its senses. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked through the chi of unified essence, and inspected that deep within its immortal aperture, there were many rank 8 immortal essence stones. The production of immortal essence was as natural as breathing to the immortal aperture origin core, with heavens will suppressing the human will the entire time. Legendary immemorial beast Chi's immortal aperture had a large number of rank 8 immortal essence stones. Rank 6 immortal essence stones had little significance to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, but rank 8 immortal essence stones were different. While happy, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also found a problem. There was a lot of heavens will inside these rank 8 immortal essence stones. If he wanted to absorb them, he would need to get rid of the heaven's will. It was troublesome. If he handled it poorly, it would affect the conversion rate of the immortal essence stones. For example, one rank 8 immortal essence stone might only be able to produce half a bead of rank 8 immortal essence after getting rid of the heaven's will. Rank 6 immortal essence stones had no such problem because the heaven's will inside was too little. After considering it for a while, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought. Back then, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable made use of Chi. He also had rank 8 immortal essence stones but only distributed the rank 6 version. He was not likely trying not to alert the variant human goo immortals. By Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era, Chi suicided and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable altered Heaven's will. By fusing it with Heavenly Court's origin core, they could only produce rank 6 immortal essence stones. However, where did the storage of rank 8 immortal essence stones go? Are they used up or hidden somewhere? If they are hidden, why did I not find them when I attacked Heavenly Court? Did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtain them after ransacking Heavenly Court's treasury? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shook his head. Afterwards, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was captured by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made turned into her puppet. If he had obtained those valuable rank 8 immortal essence stones, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have retrieved them. But the situation was clear. She had always been lacking immortal essence the entire time. No, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivates wisdom path. What if she is hiding it the entire time? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned, his expression turned slightly solemn. If she has an abundant supply of immortal essence, why does she still lack it? In what area did she use the essence? Ever since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined Heavenly Court's wisdom path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had not inspected her situation anymore. As for Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could inspect him easily each time. If that is the situation, then Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. How much are you hiding? How deep are your secrets? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked in the direction of Central Continent. Eastern Sea. Any venerable has talent that is unimaginable to the average genius. Fang Yuan had already comprehended the information that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable handed to him in their transaction. He obtained what he wanted. Fang Yuan had already refined rank 5 Blood Skull Goo. Earlier, he was only using rank 4 Blood Skull Goo, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a newly developed rank 5 version. Although it was a Mortal Goo recipe, it had developed beyond the original limit of the world. This showed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's immense talent. Rank 5 Blood Skull Goo only needed to extract a certain amount of bloodline from the target's kin. There was no need to slaughter the entire clan. There was also a method to produce twins. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had no choice but to hand over the research results of Yin-Yang Path that he was secretly looking into. Back then, in 88 True Yang Building, there was the inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable regarding Yin-Yang Path. The content was a method. To use it, a male and female Gu Immortal had to cooperate, using copulation to extend the lifespan of one of them. But there was a flaw in this. If one gains lifespan, the other must lose lifespan. In other words, it was to transfer the lifespan of one person to the other. Right now, the Yin-Yang Path research result that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable handed to Fan Yuan was much more complete and comprehensive than the one hidden in 88 True Young Building. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had grand ambitions in creating this path. He wanted to use yin-yang to describe all beings in the world. This was the same as Feng Jiuji's desire to use sound path to express all life in this world. But as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength and knowledge increased, he recognized that his former ideology of yin-yang was very shallow. He eventually gave up on creating it. Although there were some research results in yin-yang path, it could not achieve a qualitative change to become a brand new path. At most, it could be used with other paths to occasionally create some unorthodox small gains. Yin-Yang Life Extension Method was one of such results. Another of such small gains were abortion Gu, safe pregnancy Gu, multiple pregnancy Gu, become pregnant Gu, reincarnation Gu, dead fetus Gu, and others. Multiple pregnancy Gu was what Fan Yuan wanted. Rank 1 could be used to produce one child, Rank 2 produced twins. Rank 3 produced triplets. Rank 4 produced quadruplets, and Rank 5 produced quintuplets. Chapter 2299. Floating Refinement Hive. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. So, can you tell me anything about my father? Guyu Fangxiang looked at the hairy man Gu Immortal in front of him. Beside him, there was a female immortal. The hairy man Gu Immortal 12th Hair took a look at the female immortal before casting his gaze at Guyu Fangxiang. This female immortal was Mermaid Lian Kuxian. It turned out that after Guyu Fangxiang passed the tribulation to become a Gu Immortal and returned to the Hairy Man continent, he saw his mother, Steel Thread City Lord, who was in an unconscious state. Lian Kuxian had been helping him with his tribulation. She explained the truth of this world to him. Guyu Fangxiang realized that to save his mother, he needed to make sufficient contributions to the great love Immortal Venerable of this world. In that case, he could use contribution points that he earned to issue a mission for those healing Gu Immortals to heal his mother. Moreover, Lian Kuxian told Fangxiang that this Hairy Man continent was governed by a Hairy Man Gu Immortal. If he wanted to find his father, he could go and ask him. Under Lian Kuxian's lead, Guyu Fangxiang met 12th Hair for the first time. He asked about the information regarding his father. 12th Hair nodded. I do know something. About your father. But that is from long ago. If you want to know, help me with something. Guyu Fangxiang was a little hesitant. He did not agree immediately. Lian Kuxian saw this and immediately said, Friend 12th Hair, Fangxiang has just become an immortal. If you want to request a difficult task, we will have to decline. Guyu Fangxiang casted a grateful gaze at Lian Kuxian. 12th Hair laughed loudly. Friend Fangxiang has half of our hairy man bloodline. Why will I bully him? Don't worry, this matter involves the arrangement of floating refinement hive. Oh? You have already refined this hive? Lian Kuxian was really surprised. 12th Hair answered. With the method that our master created personally, we hairy man Gu Immortals only had to follow the instructions to achieve success. Next 12th Hair looked at Fangxiang. Floating refinement hive has already been created, you only need to place it inside refinement C. This is much easier than creating it. If you can complete the mission, I will tell you things about your father. Guyu Fangxiang could not decide. He looked towards Lian Kuxian subconsciously. Lian Kuxian smiled at him and nodded. All right, I'll do it. Guyu Fangxiang immediately decided. Thus, 12th Hair transferred the floating refinement hive into Guyu Fangxiang's immortal aperture. Guyu Fangxiang saw the floating refinement hive for the first time. This structure was quite peculiar. It was large as a mountain but had the appearance and structure of a beehive. There were many small spaces of various sizes inside. Floating refinement hive had a narrow top and a broad bottom, which was the base of the hive. It could float on the sea and resist huge waves with great stability. This is amazing! Fangxiang used investigative methods and observed. His eyes stared wide in amazement. 12th Hair laughed and said in a proud tone, This is invented by our master. Of course it is amazing. Each floating refinement hive can be considered an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth. It contains countless refinement path Dao marks. If one refined Gu inside, not only will the success rate be much higher, They can even save on the cost of goo refinement. Floating refinement hive can not only accommodate countless refinement path goo masters, it can also hold 10 refinement path goo immortals at most. With refinement path goo immortals stationed here, the hive can continuously produce immortal goo. Each floating refinement hive can be seen as a refinement path super resource point. Alright, there is no time, get going now. Fang Xiang nodded and immediately set off to Refinement Sea with Lian Kexian. Refinement Sea was at the center of Mini Eastern Sea. It was not large compared to the other sea areas, but it had extraordinary value. This is a genuine secluded domain of heaven and earth. After hearing Lian Kexian's explanation, Fan Yuan understood the value of Refinement Sea. Master is really amazing. His methods are unfathomable like true immortal deities. He can even create his own secluded domain of heaven and earth. Fang Xiang praised continuously. The current Refinement Sea had already been completed. By Fan Yuan, it was a genuine secluded domain of heaven and earth. Back then, Langya Land Spirit used calamities and tribulations to collect water path Dao marks and painstakingly built the incomplete Refinement Sea. After Fan Yuan obtained it, his speed of building it was many times faster. Firstly, Fan Yuan was a venerable. He was even stronger than long-hair ancestor, not to mention Langya Land Spirit. Secondly, Fan Yuan was a Supreme Grandmaster in Refinement Path. The current Supreme Grandmaster was far superior to the Supreme Grandmaster of the past. Thirdly, Fan Yuan had sovereign immortal body with non-conflicting Dao marks. He could use methods of any path. He directly used water path methods that were far more efficient than Langya Land Spirit's idea. Fang Xiang soon found his destination. But there was a need to create an immortal formation here. The content was much more difficult than he imagined. That was because there was more than one floating refinement hive. In the current Refinement Sea, there were many other hives. Arranging the floating refinement hive was not as simple as dumping it here. It needed a stable location to form a certain connection with the surrounding floating refinement hives. After the floating refinement hives reached a certain number, the immortal formation would activate, and cause all the hives to float around with the waves of Refinement Sea. They were like ink pens that drew a painting on this Refinement Sea as the canvas. Refinement Sea helped the refinement hives to refine goo while the refinement hives replenished the Refinement Sea after it was expended greatly. This was a grand system that was established. Under Lian Kexian's guidance and cooperation, Fang Xiang started arranging the immortal formation. 3 days later, they only completed 10% of it. This will not do, it is too slow. Lian Kexian immediately decided as she used some contribution points to post a mission to recruit helpers. Not long after, a Goo Immortal came. I am a newly advanced formation path Goo Immortal, and I Lao sure. This Ni clan Goo Immortal was a purebred human. He accepted Lian Kexian's mission. With his help, there was rapid progress. 3 days passed, the arrangement of Refinement Hive was finally completed. Fang Xiang and Ni Lao sure left with lingering reluctance. They became good friends after 3 days. Fang Xiang had spent his entire life on the Hairy Man continent. He rarely interacted with humans. He knew that his father was a human, so he bore curiosity and good feelings for them. Ni Lao sure was honest and loyal. It was natural that they became good friends. Fang Xiang's perspective of the humans improved again. After completing 12th Hair's mission, he returned to the Hairy Man continent and asked about his father. As for Ni Lao sure, he took a sum of contribution points from Lian Kexian and immediately went back to his clan. After returning to Ni clan's territory, he was welcomed by the entire clan's cheers. Ni clan was originally situated in southern border. It was moved into the sovereign immortal aperture by Fan Yuan to research the human path Goo refinement method. Right now, Fan Yuan became a refinement path venerable. Ni clan lost its value but still remained in the sovereign immortal aperture to develop. Ni clan had several Goo immortal seeds, but the least outstanding Ni Lao sure actually succeeded in the immortal ascension. With a Goo immortal, Ni clan became a super force. Ni Lao sure assembled the higher-ups of Ni clan and expressed his thoughts to them. One of Master's clones has some gains from researching Dream Path. He is able to create a Dream Path formation to raise the aptitude of an entire clan. I already have sufficient contribution points. I'll bring you to the formation now. What do you think? Seeing that Ni Lao sure had become an immortal but did not forget his roots, the higher-ups were very moved that he still cared about their development. They nodded their heads in agreement. Ni Lao sure placed the clansman into his immortal aperture as he set off to find Meng Qiuzhen. After Ni Lao sure paid his respects and stated his intention, Meng Qiuzhen brought him to a dream path formation. Ni Lao Shi paid the necessary contribution points as Meng Qiuzhen activated the formation. The former opened his immortal aperture door and let out his clansmen who walked into the dream path formation. Will there be any issues? Ni Lao Shi stared with a fixed gaze until the final Ni clansman walked into the formation. He had an expression of worry as he said that, especially when his parents were among them. Meng Qiuzhen smiled lightly as he shook his head. How can that be? Don't worry. Saying so, he activated the formation. At the next moment, all the Ni clansmen who entered the formation fell onto the ground as some started snoring. They had all fallen asleep. However, there was a chain of explosions that soon followed. These Ni clansmen had all self-detonated and died in their dreams. Their blood was extracted by the formation and pumped into the sole surviving Ni clansman. After completing everything, Human C, who was deep within the formation, also activated. Thus, the self-detonated Ni clansmen were revived, but they remained asleep. How many clans have already come to this place? Ni Lao Shi asked. There were 4, you are the 5th clan. Meng Qiuzhen said. Don't worry, this formation is very safe. At the same time, the Ni clansmen started the second round of self-detonation, but this time, the final survivor was switched to another person. Like this, they were revived and slaughtered continuously until all the Ni clan members' aptitude rose. Meng Qiuzhen stopped the formation and woke them up. Immediately, waves of astonishment hit the Ni clansmen as they cheered and shouted with loud voices. Amazing, my aptitude improved! What method is this? It is so strong, so strong! Ni Lao Shi is a really good child, he did not forget us even after immortal ascension, he repaid us fully. Ni Lao Shi inspected everyone, almost all of them had a great aptitude. This is truly a miracle. I guess only someone like Master can perform such legendary acts. Ni Lao Shi was very shocked, his admiration towards Fan Yuan grew deeper. But he did not know the truth. Dream path formation? No, this was clearly a blood path formation. But Dream Path was a great cover that could convince many Gu immortals. After all, they had all fallen asleep. It was quite similar to Dream Path methods, so this seemed quite normal on the surface. Chapter 2300. Born with a rank 5 Gu. Fan Yuan's divine sense spread rapidly in the sovereign immortal aperture. Maybe I should build some small wisdom path formations so my divine sense can spread here more easily? Fan Yuan thought. His divine sense was moving at a rapid speed, but the sovereign immortal aperture was just too big. It was too troublesome for Fan Yuan to look into his immortal aperture closely each time he entered. Ordinary Gu immortals had no such issue. Although their immortal aperture was called a small world, it could not compare to Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Not long after, Fan Yuan's divine sense reached the destination. Mini Western Desert, Inkman City. There was a family at an unassuming corner of the city. The man of the family was a young Inkman Gu master. He had limited aptitude and only had rank 2 cultivation. Currently, he had a nervous expression as he paced outside the room. Wah! The crying of a baby could be heard coming from within the room. The man immediately showed an expression of joy. He rushed into the room and saw his wife and the female doctor who he had hired at a high price. The female doctor was hiding a male Inkman baby. He was very small and ugly but was healthy. Everything is normal, except... The female doctor smiled at the man and directed her gaze to the baby's arm. In his hands there were a pair of Gu worms. They were bone-flesh unity Gu. The female doctor had an expression of shock. Because she was the doctor here, she saw that this pair of Gu worms were born alongside the baby. If I had not been here the entire time, I would not have believed this. Is this the effect of the pregnancy temple? The female doctor asked the male Inkman. The male Inkman saw this immediately. His eyes turned red after seeing the Gu worms. With his strength and wealth, he would need to expend a vast amount of time and effort to get such Gu worms. But now, this pair of rare Gu worms was born alongside his son. This was such a huge surprise. The male Inkman nodded. He said chokingly, "Yes, after the pregnancy temple was built, my wife and I went to give it a try. To think that it really worked!" The female doctor sighed and said, "You must not be the only one. This pregnancy temple really works as they said. It can help you to rapidly have children, and if lucky, they will be born with Gu worms." The male Inkman wanted to speak but hesitated. The female doctor cast at him a gaze of suspicion. On the bed, the weak female Inkman spoke now. she wanted the doctor to test their bloodline. The female doctor was stunned. She realized that they were worried this baby was not their own. Immediately after, the test was completed. It was a joyful ending. "This is my son, I finally have a son. Oh goodness, I finally have a son!" The male Inkman had no hesitation anymore. He held the baby and cried tears of joy. Fan Yuan's divine sense observed the scene and left quietly. This pregnancy temple was his arrangement. There were many of such mortal gu houses. After Fan Yuan built them, he placed them all over the sovereign immortal aperture for the people to use. Pregnancy temple was a human path immortal gu house. The core human path gu worms it used included become pregnant gu, triplet gu, dead fetus gu, multiple pregnancy gu, and safe pregnancy gu. It even used a large number of time path and refinement path gu worms. The actual effect of pregnancy temple was to extract the yin-yang qi of the male and female to activate become pregnant gu and make the female pregnant. After that, it would use triplet gu to turn the fetus into triplets. After that, 2 of the fetuses would be used as gu materials after dead fetus gu activated, while the final one would be protected by safe pregnancy gu. The 2 dead fetuses would be refined as bone-flesh unity gu, born together with the final fetus. The entire process of the pregnancy to childbirth would not take more than 7 days. This was the effect of time path gu worms. In that case, the sovereign immortal aperture's population would rise rapidly. Once the population went up, more clans would be created, and under the effect of the dream path method, their aptitudes would rise together and produce more gu immortal seeds. Throughout the process, the citizens of the sovereign immortal aperture would feel more admiration and love towards their great leader Fan Yuan. They would feel indebted to him. It was clear that they would become increasingly loyal to him. The bone-flesh unity gu that comes with the baby acts as the vital gu and is refined naturally. Once these babies are born, they will have a rank 5 vital gu. After bone-flesh unity gu reaches a certain level, they will switch to other gu worms. In that case, the growth of these babies will be accelerated. Fan Yuan planned inwardly. It was not hard for the current him to achieve this, it was completely a breeze. He used the human body gu refinement method, which was one of the peak profundities of refinement path, originating from Ni clan. When Ni clan's bloodline reach a certain density, the current generation Ni Xiang would be born with an immortal gu appearing in their body. Fan Yuan was only producing mortal gu now. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created Yin-Yang path, the essence was in gu worms like abortion gu, safe pregnancy gu, and multiple pregnancy gu. All the past venerables have comprehended some human path killer moves from, but these methods are too profound and not suited for the masses. Thus, Heavenly Court arranged for Divine Emperor City to develop the foundation of human path. The truth is, there is a very special man among the venerables. He had actually created many foundational mortal gu of human path, but had always kept them to himself and did not popularize them. The prospect and development of human path is truly great. Fan Yuan sighed. Higher-level human path killer moves were able to easily turn the situation of the Fate War around, while lower-level methods had incredible use. Fan Yuan was certain that human path was not inferior to heaven path. Most importantly, human path had not developed yet. Human path is suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Just these human path mortal gu that are created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable have such a terrifying effect. How can the heavenly Tao that emphasizes balance allow such a qualitative change in the growth of humanity? Fan Yuan was increasingly understanding why Heavenly Court was focusing on developing human path. Heavenly Court had always been tampering with heavens while using Fate Gu as their pillar. After Fate Gu was destroyed, Heavenly Court became the #1 superforce that Heavens will disliked. Being unable to use Heaven's will, Heavenly Court decided to develop human path instead. But why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not know about the weakness of the derivation formation? Fan Yuan had a deep and eerie gaze. Derivation formation was situated in Heavenly Court. Any research results that it produced would be known by Heaven's will. This meant that as those gu cultivators who entered the derivation formation grew, the Heavenly Tao also grew together with them. But even if the Heavenly Tao gained from this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable still had benefits to gain from using the derivation formation. She could develop herself to surpass the other venerables. It was possible that in her plan, she would first eliminate the other venerables and make Heavenly Court the dominating force before dealing with Heaven's will. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has not entered the derivation formation herself, or is she waiting for a chance? Fan Yuan guessed to himself. At least, Fan Yuan knew that Crazed Demon Cave was the most suitable place to put the derivation formation. The first 7 layers of Crazed Demon Cave could not isolate Heaven's Will, but the 8th and 9th layers were safe. Other than that, Fan Yuan could not see any other possibilities. It would not work if one placed the derivation formation into a venerable aperture. Because the wild derivation goo was rank 9, it contained too much Heaven's Will. If placed into the venerable's immortal aperture, the Heaven's Will within would connect with the Heaven's Will of the 5 regions, allowing the venerable to be detected by Heaven's Will. Fan Yuan had once suffered a loss from this. Limitless Demon Venerable created the Crazed Demon formation, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable must have been a part of it. After all, the formation needs Wisdom Path's help. This is also why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable held the initiative. In Crazed Demon Cave, after returning to Heavenly Court, she easily created the derivation formation. But Crazed Demon Cave itself must have been made by Limitless Demon Venerable alone. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable does not know of its profundity, otherwise it will be the first thing she constructs. Fan Yuan's divine sense continued to search. There were many families in Inkman's city that had given birth to children. The situation was quite successful. Each newborn had a bone-flesh unity goo as their vital goo. Come to speak of it, bone-flesh unity goo's recipe was modified by Fan Yuan. Rank 8 wisdom goo was of some help to Fan Yuan. During this period of time, he easily raised wisdom goo to rank 8. In addition, Refinement C and Human C were completed. It was just that Human C lacked Human Mountain. It was not a complete secluded domain now and could still be expended. The cost of reviving mortals was much cheaper than goo immortals. It could last for a very long time. Other than Human C and Refinement C, Fan Yuan had also collected many fragments of the Qianquan crystal wall. Most of the Qianquan crystal wall fragments scattered in Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert were currently in Fan Yuan's hands. As for the other 2 regions, because of the existence of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fan Yuan did not ask about them when he used Stealing Heavenly Secret. The complete Qianquan crystal wall was even stronger than Stealing Heavenly Secret. It contained the information of all situations that happened in the world. If Stealing Heavenly Secret was said to be a ladle that was drawing water from the vat, then the Qianquan crystal wall was the vat itself. According to Fan Yuan's understanding after using Stealing Heavenly Secret, the complete Qianquan crystal wall could create primordial domain. Moving his divine sense, Fan Yuan left Inkman's city and came to Mini Eastern Sea to inspect the floating refinement hives. These floating refinement hives were arranged appropriately. There were no issues. They were originally derived from the Fan Yuan stone nest. Back then, Fan Yuan had the concept of a production line. He created these stone nests and arranged for many hairy man goo masters to refine goo. Right now, each of the floating refinement hives were an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth. They were far superior to the Fan Yuan stone nest back then. There were already many hairy man goo masters in some of the floating refinement hives. The first batch of goo worms to refine were relic goo and connecting heaven goo. After Fan Yuan's divine sense looked around for a while, he left again. After a while, under the control of his divine sense, countless goo worms expended his rich reserves of rank 9 immortal essence to activate an immortal killer move, Endless Trouble. The core immortal goo of this move was rank 8 after, it could delay the current calamity or tribulation to the next time, and face them together. Fan Yuan had already modified this killer move and used it many times. He adjusted the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow to make it much faster. This caused calamities and tribulations to occur more frequently. But each time, Fan Yuan used Endless Trouble killer move to delay them to the next tribulation. Such an action infuriated Heaven's Will. When the actual tribulation occurs, it would be extremely strong. For this was a flaw that Fan Yuan could benefit from. Even if the tribulations erupted with the anger of Heaven's Will and became more powerful, Fan Yuan was confident of passing them and getting a large number of Dao marks. Chapter 2301. Heaven Path Dream Realm. The truth was, Fan Yuan had no choice but to use Endless Trouble killer move. If he had to undergo tribulation, he would need to place the Sovereign Immortal Aperture in the 5 regions and draw in heaven and earth chi. At that time, Heaven's Will would control them and form tribulations. The calamities and tribulations were not scary. Fan Yuan was confident of dealing with them. But during his tribulation, the other venerables would definitely come to probe and suppress him. But at that time, his Sovereign Immortal Aperture would not be movable. Because of the deep involvement of Heaven's Will, if the venerables attacked too fiercely, obscured Heavenly Secret might not be able to conceal Fan Yuan anymore. Fan Yuan would be exposed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable must also be using methods to delay their tribulations. Fan Yuan was certain about this. In this contest of 3 venerables, nobody wanted to be the first to undergo tribulation. Whoever did that would expose a flaw first and face suppression. If they were targeted too badly, it would be hard to catch up to the other venerables anymore. There would be a danger of dying. This was true for grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, while the chaotic disaster was a huge flaw of the venerables. After using endless trouble this time, I am not far from the next chaotic disaster, Fan Yuan thought. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. That was to say, after 8 grand tribulations and 1 myriad tribulation, they would face 1 chaotic disaster. Fan Yuan had already used endless trouble many times. He was 2 grand tribulations away from the chaotic disaster. In this aspect, Fan Yuan was the venerable with the biggest problem. Oh? After endless trouble was used successfully, Fan Yuan's expression changed slightly. Although endless trouble succeeded like many of the previous attempts, there was a difference now. Fan Yuan felt a faint sense of hunger. After gaining sovereign immortal body, it needed to consume food or it would get hungry. But this hunger was not like the normal feeling of hunger. It originated from his origin. Fan Yuan's expression gradually turned solemn. He knew why. This was the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's desire to eat a venerable immortal aperture. Sovereign Immortal Body originally had this flaw, or rather, weakness. But in Fan Yuan's estimations, there was still some time left after becoming rank 9. To think that he was already feeling faint hunger that could not be ignored. This was much earlier than he had expected. Is it because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture has grown too big and annexed too many grotto heavens, since even now, I am still bringing in resource points? Fan Yuan vaguely felt that this was the truth. He had developed the Sovereign Immortal Aperture too well. The greatest weakness and also advantage of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture were the non-conflicting Tao marks. But because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's development was too good, and because of the non-conflicting Tao marks, its foundation was unstable. But before, even with rank 8 cultivation level, I have never felt such hunger. After becoming venerable, this feeling emerged. What is the reason? No matter what, the 4 paths of refinement path, food path, heaven path, and human path hold the possibility of resolving sovereign immortal body's problem of requiring food. Fan Yuan analyzed continuously in his mind. He was most skilled in refinement path, there was no need to explain it. As long as he raised the sovereign immortal body to rank 10, the problem would be resolved. Food path could replenish the expenditure and promote growth. Children need to eat food to have enough nourishment to grow. Sovereign immortal body held the same logic. As for human path and heaven path, sovereign immortal fetus goo was made using the 10 extreme physiques as the main materials. It was a pure human path goo worm. But in the end, it transformed into sovereign immortal body that had the sovereign immortal aperture. In this aspect, it contained heaven path profundity. And the effect of having non-conflicting Tao marks was also part of heaven path. Now, the problem was that these 4 paths were theoretically capable of resolving the issue of sovereign immortal body's food requirement. The issue was that Fan Yuan did not know which path was the most feasible and possible one. Fan Yuan knew most about refinement path. He needed to modify and innovate to resolve sovereign immortal body's issue. Food path and human path were not developed yet. Heaven path was uncertain too. There might not be any solution available. Fan Yuan might have to create his own method. After all, rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo had already broken the balance of the heavenly Tao. It was a grand feat achieved by spectral soul demon venerable. It was very difficult for Fan Yuan to resolve the root issue of sovereign immortal body's food requirement. Even though he was a venerable, he was not confident of doing it. He needed to invest resources and effort to make deductions. After all, rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo was an unprecedented creation. Other than solving the root cause, there were also methods to alleviate it. That was to satisfy the hunger and devour a venerable immortal aperture. This difficulty was quite high. It meant that Fan Yuan would have to defeat a venerable. If there was just one venerable, Fan Yuan might have an easier time. The issue was that many venerables existed now. If one person was too outstanding, there would be a huge chain reaction. Fan Yuan did not have the strength to suppress all the venerables at once. If he was exposed, the situation would be troublesome for him. But if I can annex a venerable's aperture, there is also a good aspect in that I can skip tribulations. This means that if I plan properly, I will not need to take a risk and undergo the chaotic disaster. I can directly skip this huge problem. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan was moved internally. He thought of Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth was killed by him in Crazed Demon Cave, his soul dissipated but his immortal body and aperture remained. Because he cultivated Heaven Path, the immortal aperture was very stable unlike other paths. Thus, Fan Yuan was able to preserve it until now. Although Paradise Earth's immortal aperture was only rank 8, it was merely a step away from venerable level. Paradise Earth's immortal body had enough Heaven Path Dao marks, he only lacked Heaven Path attainment level to become a Heaven Path venerable. That was to say, as long as Fan Yuan used Split Soul to take over Paradise Earth's immortal aperture and body, he would gain a Heaven Path clone. A Heaven Path clone with rank 8 cultivation level, but it is only a step away from venerable level. Fan Yuan was moved. If his Heaven Path attainment level could reach Supreme Grand Master, he would immediately be able to create a Heaven Path venerable clone. At that time, be it to fight against other venerables or to annex this venerable immortal aperture, it would be very useful to Fan Yuan. It is a pity there is only a bit of truthful floating ice left. I've used most of it. The remaining part cannot allow me to become a Supreme Grand Master in Heaven Path. Spectral Heaven. Ziwei, you can't escape. Duke Tong quickly shortened the distance between him and Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei's expression was quite pale. Ing Wuxia, who was in her arms, said, "Let me block them, you should escape." Heavenly Court had countless methods. Duke Tong and the rest were revived Gu immortal seniors. Even as a Wisdom Path great expert, Fairy Ziwei could not hide for long. Most importantly, the environment in Spectral Heaven changed. The previous black-white overturning clouds had completely vanished. Fairy Ziwei could not use them anymore. Thus, even though she could escape from them temporarily, she would be found by them after a short period of time, and they would catch up in no time. Seeing that Duke Tong was reaching her again, Fairy Ziwei felt despair in her heart. It was not easy to last this long, she was already at her wit's end. "Feng Jiuge, when are you going to take action?" Fairy Ziwei shouted. Duke Tong snickered in disdain. "Ziwei, how long are you going to keep up this act?" Feng Jiuge did not appear after all, he was not Shadow Sect's savior. But another change occurred. A pink beast growled and charged at them while covered in an illusory halo. "What is this?" Duke Tong stared with wide eyes. "Dream Realm?" Fairy Ziwei gritted her teeth. She flew towards the pink beast and got devoured in one mouthful without dodging it. After devouring Fairy Ziwei and Ing Wuxia, the beast was not satisfied, it charged towards Duke Tong instead of stopping. Facing the intense Dream Path aura, Duke Tong had no choice but to dodge. "Dream Realm? Why is it in a beast form?" Duke Tong was helpless, he could not enter or leave the Dream Realm at will. Moreover, this Dream Realm was different from what was described in their intel, it could move around and hunt prey. Compared to the Dream Realm that we are used to, this current one fits the description in "What is going on?" Duke Tong was bewildered. While reporting to Heavenly Court, he chased after the Dream Realm. When the Dream Realm attacked, he retreated. After it left, he followed it from afar. Afterwards, he discovered even more Dream Realms. These Dream Realms had various forms, but they were all beasts. Dream Realms that have gathered into a group. This is a new transformation in Spectral Heaven. Duke Tong was increasingly suspicious. He watched as the Dream Realm that devoured Fairy Ziwei and Ing Wuxia mixed into the group. Duke Tong's investigative methods were ineffective on Dream Realms, and because they were constantly changing forms, he soon lost all traces of that particular Dream Realm. He could not tell which one was it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable soon received Duke Tong's information. She sighed as her gaze flickered with uncertainty. Heaven Path Dream Realms. They finally appeared. One of them even devoured Fairy Ziwei and Ing Wuxia. This is all the ploy of Heaven's will. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan, Ing Wuxia was crucial. If she could capture it, she would have the best pawn to use against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, although Duke Tong chased after him, Heaven Path Dream Realms appeared at the crucial moment and destroyed her plan. In that case, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately used her backup plan. She contacted and gave orders to Fairy Maiden Soul. This Soul Path great expert received the orders and immediately showed an incredulous expression. Afterwards, she returned to Heavenly Court and entered the treasury, taking out a soul. Next, she placed this soul into her immortal aperture and used her method to nourish the soul while altering its memories. Time passed quickly in the immortal aperture. Several days later in the immortal aperture, Fairy Maiden Soul's modification was completed. She immediately contacted Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Bo Qing's soul has already been modified. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable received the news and nodded. Now, all they needed was the body of a Sword Path Gu Immortal. Chapter 2302. Contest of the Three Venerables again. Where am I? Who am I? Fairy Ziwei woke up in a dream, but she forgot about herself. As she scanned her surroundings in a daze, she saw that she was in a vast desolate yellow plain with no signs of life. She lowered her head to look at herself, but her body was that of a mud man. She had short hands and feet. Her body was also hard and dry. I feel like I have forgotten something important. Fairy Ziwei frowned, but she could not remember no matter how hard she tried. She even forgot if that important thing was a situation, or a person. She could not figure it out. However, this bleak yellow land gave her a warm feeling of closeness. Home? This word emerged in Fairy Ziwei's mind. But this desolate home made her feel sad as well. Wind blew over at this time. The wind got increasingly stronger, blowing the soil into the air. Splash, splash, splash. There were no clouds in the sky, but heavy rain started to fall. Countless bean-sized raindrops smashed on the yellow soil. Soon, a large marshy land was formed. Fairy Ziwei was in the marsh. Her whole body got drenched as she ended up in a miserable state. But despite the wild storm, her head was always raised and her vision was not blocked even a bit. She discovered that she knew everything about this yellow land. She also had a feeling that she could control the storm. It seemed to be as simple as moving her fingers. Hence, she thought to herself, "This storm is too big, make it smaller." At the next moment, the storm really became smaller. Hints of greenery appeared in the marsh and spread everywhere. These were the young shoots of weeds. Fairy Ziwei felt endless joy at the sight of these weeds. This was life. Finally, she stopped feeling alone. Such a pity that they grow too slowly, it would be better if they grew faster. The weeds began to grow faster. With a speed visible to the naked eye, the emerging greenery began to flourish and spread. The grass became taller and covered her feet, and this bleak yellow land turned into a grassland. Some sunken areas were filled with rainwater and became clear ponds. Fairy Ziwei moved across the lush grass and stood beside a pond. Her image was reflected on the water surface as she finally saw her appearance. She was a clay doll made of purple clay. Her eyes, nose, and mouth were drawn with golden lines. Fairy Ziwei suddenly realized her identity. That's right, I am this blessed land's land spirit. Central continent. Below star array calculation formation, outside of embroidered tower. Bai Qing pays respect to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. A pair of mother and daughter greeted respectfully. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body was staying inside embroidered tower. She did not invite this pair of mother and daughter inside embroidered tower. Instead, she used an information path Mortal Goo to show a video in the space outside embroidered tower. After the video showed the scene of those heaven path dream realms, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. Feng Jin Huang, have you seen this kind of dream realm before? Feng Jin Huang had been watching with concentration, she replied. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Junior has never seen this kind of dream realm. But from my speculations, the present dream realms can be divided into 3 types according to their sources. They are human path, beasts and plants, as well as heaven path dream realms. The source of human path dream realms are the humans or variant humans, these are their dreams. The source of beast and plant dream realms are those beasts and plants that once existed or are still living now. As for heaven path dream realms, the source is heaven and earth itself. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded slightly. Good, make your preparations. I will need you to go to spectral heaven to explore these heaven path dream realms in due time. Feng Jin Huang, however, shook her head, refusing firmly. Please excuse Junior for being unable to do it. Junior is only a mortal. I have no confidence in exploring such a level of dream realms, and also have no way to guarantee my own safety. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's brows rose slightly as she had not expected Feng Jin Huang to reject her so directly. At this time, everyone went silent. Fairy Bai Qing was stressed out, she wanted to speak but could not say anything in the end. She felt increasingly suffocated. Feng Jin Huang still had an indifferent expression, seemingly not feeling any pressure. All right. You may both leave. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke after a long while. Junior takes her leave. Feng Jin Huang bowed towards Embroidered Tower and left. Looking at the receding figures of the two, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed lightly with a complicated gaze. Ingwu Xia was swallowed by a heaven path dream realm. This was really unfortunate. He was a great pawn to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but was gotten rid of by heaven's will. The dream realm could not be explored. That meant that Ingwu Xia was done for. Feng Jin Huang's opinion about Heaven Path and Human Path dream realms verified Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's own ideas. But Feng Jin Huang was indeed only a Gu master and not a Gu immortal. It was natural for her to be unable to do anything to these dream realms. I cannot conceal these Heaven Path dream realms. It is only a matter of time for the other two venerables to know of them. The contest of 3 venerables may start once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worried. Because this was much more complicated than before. Black and White Heaven were gone, only Spectral Heaven remained. Spectral Heaven was the territory of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. What would Spectral Soul Demon Venerable do if venerables were to barge into his territory? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his sanity, and was filled with heaven's will. The Heaven Path dream realms were also the same. What connection did these two have? Would they help each other? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was weak before. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no worries. But now was different. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had resonated with rank 9 Fire Gu, and his soul foundation had surged to a terrifying level after slaughtering billions of living beings in the 2 heavens. If a conflict occurred between the venerables because of the Heaven Path dream realms, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was likely to participate and would be an opponent that could not be neglected. After pondering over it, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to slow down in refining Central Continent's Wisdom Path Dao marks. She had to save her immortal essence for the battle. Her intention to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became firmer as time passed. Since Ingwu Xia is gone, I need to make proper use of Bo Qing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to create a powerful Spectral Soul clone. The risk was high though, after all, tampering with the soul was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's forte. Fairy Maiden Soul's action was tantamount to showing off in front of an expert. But the situation forced Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's hand. She could not afford to care about this. Bo Qing's soul was filled with Sword Path Dao marks which must be paired with a Sword Path Gu immortal body. This body should contain an immortal aperture, and the higher its cultivation level, the better. However, even looking at the whole world, there were not many Gu immortals who cultivated Sword Path. There were a few in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but they were all at rank 7. In the whole 5 regions, there was no rank 8 lone and demonic cultivator who cultivated Sword Path. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's deductions showed that there was only one rank 8 Sword Path Gu immortal currently. Western Desert Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder? Prince Fengxian, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 spiritual fairies showed strange expressions. Heavenly Court needs his immortal aperture and body. This is related to the contest of venerables and the safety of the world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice was clear and cold. The 3 immortals looked at each other before responding resolutely. Please give us your command. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted her instructions to them, as well as how they should cooperate with Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xian. The 3 immortals' gaze shone sharply as they heard the plan and left with great confidence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent for a while. She then contacted the Genesis Lotus Will in Heavenly Court. Genesis Lotus Will had been overseeing Divine Emperor City, but through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method, it expanded and split a portion to stay in Heavenly Court. This portion of Genesis Lotus Will in Heavenly Court had one main task, that was to nourish Sangxianzi. Sangxianzi was a legendary immemorial beast. It was a huge vine that connected heaven and earth. It sprouted in 300 years, blossomed in 300 years, and bore fruits in 300 years. The fruits that it created were called vast heaven fruits. If used in the grotto heaven, it could expand the size of the immortal aperture's sky. Thus, this vast heaven vine was also known as the 10th heaven of this world. It entered Heavenly Court after an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was an unique existence in Heavenly Court. It did not need to follow orders, and only had to provide a batch of vast heaven fruits every 1,000 years. But in the Fate War, it was killed by Fan Yuan's time-cutting edge. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have any methods to revive it, but Genesis Lotus will that originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had methods to revive Tsung Xianzi. Tsung Xianzi's death is actually beneficial to Heavenly Court. Genesis Lotus will communicate it with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In 100 or so days, Tsung Xianzi's body will be restored. At that time, I will enter and control this body, supplying a legendary immemorial beast's battle strength to Heavenly Court. An even more amazing thing is that the fruits produced by Tsung Xianzi will contain my will. Using these fruits to reforge Heavenly Court will isolate us from Heaven's will. There will be a new Heavenly Court in the future. Our gains from the derivation formation will belong to us and not be known by Heaven's will. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded. This is a long-term plan and not an urgent matter. Have you remembered anything else regarding the revival of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Genesis Lotus will shook its head. I know very little about the revival plan set by my main body. I only know that he left behind a self-portrait from which he can revive. But I have no idea where this self-portrait is. How about you, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? You are Senior Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, don't you know his revival plan? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heaved a sigh. Truth be said, Master told me he left behind 2 revival methods just in case. The first revival method was Heavenly Court's Qi Harvest Fruit. However, that Fan Yuan took it before this fruit could ripen. The second method involves the Primordial Origin Treasury. Primordial Origin Treasury? Primordial Origin Treasury was secretly created by Master to store the large number of rank 8 Immortal Essence Stones produced by each EZ back then. The treasury also has Master's arrangements for revival. But I have no way to look for it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said that she has no way to look for it, and not that she had no clues. In fact, she had related clues of both Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's revival methods. Moreover, she already knew they were in Central Continent. But she could not inspect or probe it, because it would then be discovered by other Venerables. With the revival of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the other Venerables were definitely on guard against the revival of other Heavenly Court Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to refine all the wisdom path Tao marks in Central Continent before she could conceal these revival plans and not be afraid of other Venerables' inspection. Even if other Venerables saw through it, she could use her terrain advantage in Central Continent to resist the attacks of the Venerables and protect Heavenly Court Venerables' revival methods. Only after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined all the wisdom path Tao marks in Central Continent could she start reviving other Heavenly Court Venerables. Heavenly Court's foundation was unfathomably deep. Once the 2 Venerables revived, they would rule the world once again. After all, the combined strength of 3 Venerables was unthinkable. They would easily surpass the individual strength of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Fan Yuan. Even if Giant Sun, Fan Yuan, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable allied, they would be weaker than Heavenly Court's 3 Venerables. It was because of the difference in their ideals. But the Heaven Path Dream Realms appeared, which delayed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to slow down on refining Tao marks, and save her immortal essence to prepare for the battle between Venerables. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed. He did his best, but after absorbing rank 8 Immortal Essence Stones, the converted Immortal Essence was only 70% of the Immortal Essence Stones. And this 70% Immortal Essence was only rank 8 Immortal Essence. I need to get rid of the Heaven's Will, but I don't cultivate Wisdom Path. I also lack Crucial Luck Path Immortal Goo. Maybe I can transact with Fan Yuan? No, I can't reveal any clues about this. Eastern Sea. Heaven Path Dream Realms? Good. Very good. Fan Yuan had been planning to create a Heaven Path Venerable clone not long ago. He was just worried about his lacking Heaven Path attainment level when Heaven Path Dream Realms appeared. It was just that seizing the Heaven Path Dream Realms would probably incite another battle between Venerables. It is better to refine another rank 9 Immortal Goo to help me raise my direct combat strength. Fan Yuan began to secretly refine rank 9 Immortal Goo. He had a lot of Immortal Essence. Even after refining this rank 9 Immortal Goo, he would still have a lot remaining to use in the Battle of Venerables. Note by Qing, another title for Feng Jin Huang. Chapter 2303. Besieging Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. Back in Western Desert. Lin Luanzhou suddenly opened his eyes. The immortal formation sounded an alarm. Someone had intruded. Such guts, you dare to invade my Lin clan's skeleton mountain. Lin Luanzhou was surprised and furious, checking immediately. He saw that an immortal goo house was violently colliding with the defensive formation. Inquiry Doc! Fang Clan! Lin Luanzhou's expression turned serious as he sent requests for reinforcements to Lin Clan while fully activating the defensive formation. Ever since Fang Clan started the commotion, Lin Clan had reinforced the immortal formations in many resource points, and almost all the formations had the ability to transport people. So, Lin Luanzhou was not panicked. As his battle intent rose, he frowned. Since Fang Clan attacked after remaining in hiding for so many days, they definitely made sufficient preparations. I definitely am not Fang Clan's match by myself, but I can use this immortal formation to stall for time. Once the Anti-Fang Alliance army arrives, Fang Clan will definitely suffer consequences. Of course, if the situation turns bad, I will immediately use the formation to get out. What? Lin Luanzhou had been controlling the formation when his eyes suddenly opened wide and panic filled him. To his horror, he found that the formation was restricted. Although the formation could still operate, its transportation effect was nullified. They targeted this after all. Lin Luanzhou clenched his teeth as he forcibly calmed himself, thinking of a way to get out of this predicament. He felt that not all hope was lost. He was a rank 7 Bone Path Goo Immortal defending Lin Clan's Skeleton Mountain. This was a Bone Path resource point, and he had a huge territorial advantage here. Moreover, Lin Luanzhou was stationed here all year round. He knew this place like the back of his hand. After thinking for a while, Lin Luanzhou arranged a portion of his will with some immortal essence while he left quietly. The defensive formation was still defending with all its strength under the control of his will. Fang Clan's immortal goo house collided again, creating thunderous sounds. Lin Luanzhou's will was shrinking rapidly, but it could still last for some time. Lin Luanzhou entered the depths of Skeleton Mountain. The rocks on Skeleton Mountain were dark and let out soul smoke from time to time. Once in a while, the mountain rocks would produce a skeleton. Some skeletons were like humans, some had animal shapes. There were countless possibilities. Besides these bone armors, dark mist crows flew above Skeleton Mountain and fed on the soul smoke. Fang Clan's immortal goo house's attack shook the whole Skeleton Mountain. The countless skeletons that were among the rocks were originally motionless. But as the mountain started shaking, these skeletons propped themselves up and ran wildly on the mountain. The skeletons collided and killed each other, creating chaos. At this moment, Lin Luanzhou activated a killer move. He transformed into a large mammoth skeleton and started running on the mountain. He was mixed in among the countless skeletons, becoming inconspicuous. But not long later, threads of water vapor bound him. Friend of Lin Clan, why be in a hurry to leave? Shortly after, a voice entered Lin Luanzhou's ears. Lin Luanzhou immediately fell into despair. Rank 8 Goo Immortal? You are not from Fang Clan. At the next moment, the water vapor ropes moved and bound Lin Luanzhou tightly. Lin Luanzhou struggled madly, but soon, his vision turned black as he lost his consciousness. News of Fang Clan's attack on Lin Clan's peripheral resource point Skeleton Mountain soon reached Lin Clan's headquarters. Shortly after, Lin Clan contacted the Anti-Fang Alliance. By the time the Anti-Fang Alliance reached Skeleton Mountain, there were only ruins. The whole Skeleton Mountain was gone. This is indeed Fang Clan's style. Lin Luanzhou was the Goo Immortal stationed here. He cultivates Bone Path and is quite strong. I did not expect him to go missing as well. Sigh, it bodes ill for him. Fang Clan came to make trouble again. Their sins are unforgivable. Once we catch them, we will rip their skin and cut their tendons to relieve our hatred. Just as the Anti-Fang Alliance members were cursing Fang Clan, another astonishing news arrived. Dong Clan's peripheral territory, Dragon Roar Volcano, was also attacked by Fang Clan. Dragon Roar Volcano was a fire path resource point, but whenever the volcano erupts, it would produce dragon roars. At that time, a sizable amount of sound path resources could be harvested. When the Anti-Fang Alliance reached Dragon Roar Volcano's site, they did not see any volcano. Heavens, even the underground magma has been taken away. It seems like Fang Clan wants to make a big commotion this time. They went into hiding for some time. It was probably to exchange for immortal goo or killer moves from heaven refining Demon Venerable, and increase their strength. Otherwise, would they dare come out? That's right. Be it Dragon Roar Volcano or Skeleton Mountain, they are important areas that Fang Clan would not have rashly invaded before. But now, Both were attacked and taken. Fang Clan's strength has definitely increased greatly. The important thing is, will Fang Clan continue their actions? Where is their next target? Where is the closest resource point to Dragon Roar Volcano? It is Clear Water Grassland. Clear Water Grassland was a rarely seen grassland in Western Desert. There was plenty of water and lush grasses here, and it produced water path and wood path cultivation resources. But just as the Anti-Fang Alliance was discussing, they received the news of Fang Clan capturing Clear Water Grassland. The Anti-Fang Alliance was in an uproar. Fang Clan's action this time shows extremely sharp offensive ability that was several times more powerful than before. Skeleton Mountain, Dragon Roar Volcano, Clear Water Grassland. Please take a look. Fang Clan's path is already marked. Their next target is probably Dong Clan's ascending heavenly pit. Then what are we still waiting for? Let's go reinforce them immediately. Dong Clan sent a message. Ascending heavenly pit is in Dong Clan blessed land, so it is not heavily guarded. More importantly, Dong Clan has not sent any Gu Immortal to guard ascending heavenly pit. Gu Immortals were much fewer than resource points. In general, Gu Immortals were stationed in peripheral resource points. And resource points in blessed land would have fewer manpower. The Anti-Fang Alliance rushed to ascending heavenly pit without stopping. But when they arrived, the immortal formation was already broken. There was noise coming from the depths of ascending heavenly pit as if Fang Clan immortals were still plundering resources. We finally caught them. Kill them. We must eradicate Fang Clan, otherwise our Western Desert will have no peace. The Anti-Fang Alliance attacked with a belly full of anger. But not long later, an immortal formation rose from the heavenly pit and trapped all of the Anti-Fang Alliance members. We were tricked. Such a powerful immortal formation, I can't even connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven or send a message. This immortal formation prioritizes entrapping and doesn't have much offensive power. Crap. Fang Clan intentionally arranged this. They don't want to fight us. They are only trying to plunder resource points. Sigh, what should we do? I wonder which resource point of Dong Clans will be attacked next. Anti-Fang Alliance members were trapped by the formation and lost their means to communicate. At the same time, an emergency news reached Lin Clan headquarters. Fang Clan's main force suddenly appeared in Evil Spirit Desert and were attacking Giant Spirit Oasis. Giant Spirit Oasis was Lin Clan's super resource point. It was heavily protected and could not be lost. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder was still in closed cultivation. The second Elder thought for a while before deciding to make a move personally. He controlled the two immortal Gu houses of Lin Clan and mobilized as much Gu Immortals as he could towards Giant Spirit Oasis. At the same time, he also asked for reinforcements from the Anti-Fang Alliance. Lin Clan's second Supreme Elder mobilized their full strength. This was because he had no choice. Since Fang Clan lost their territories, they could easily mobilize all their members. It was extremely difficult for other super forces to resist them. Lin Clan's second Supreme Elder had to mobilize enough troops to match Fang Clan's crazed attacks. If the mobilized troops were too few, they would just be asking for defeat against Fang Clan. But with this, Lin Clan headquarters naturally became empty. Bam! Several figures suddenly landed and roughly killed their way into Lin Clan's headquarters. They were Prince Feng Xian, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, as well as Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xian who just arrived from Ascending Heavenly Pit. 5 Rank 8 experts attacked Lin Clan headquarters. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, we came for you. Red Heart Traveler said loudly. If you don't resist, you will be able to live. 9 Spiritual Fairy added. Inside a secret room, Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder slowly opened his eyes and sighed. What has my Lin Clan done to provoke such a grand action from Heavenly Court? Heavenly Court is the leader of the Righteous Path. Why are you sneakily attacking a Righteous Path superforce? My Lin Clan has never colluded with the demonic path. Wan Zihong sneered. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, stop pretending. You act differently from what you say. You secretly protected Fang Clan while colluding with Fang Yuan. Otherwise, how can Fang Clan be still at large? Zhou Xiong Xian nodded. I have already gathered sufficient evidence. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder was silent for a bit before laughing. Heavenly Court? Haha, you are truly Heavenly Court. Chapter 2304. Sword Chi takes form. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Rumor Cage. Zhou Xiong Xian clapped. In an instant, countless silver text characters emerged and circled Lin Clan's public blessed land. These characters were large as horse carriages or small as ants. They weaved together into a huge ball, enveloping Heavenly Court 5 great Gu immortals and Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. Success. Zhou Xiong said with excitement, letting out a breath of relief. A good start was half the success. The other 4 Heavenly Court immortals also looked relieved. What they were most worried about was Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder running away. They were all rank 8 Gu immortals. Heavenly Court was fighting 5 versus 1, but it was very hard to catch a rank 8 Gu immortal who wanted to flee. With the conflict between Dao marks, Gu immortals could not easily show the advantage of numbers. These 5 Heavenly Court immortals separately cultivated Wood Path, Information Path, Fire Path, Blood Path, and Transformation Path, which conflicted with each other. Rumor Cage really deserves the title of the battlefield killer move with the fastest activation time. But I did not expect Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder to not dodge or flee. Did he see through it? The 5 Heavenly Court immortals conversed with each other through mental transmission. They appeared grandly because they had already arranged a temporary formation outside Lin Clan's public Blessed Land headquarters. Once Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder escaped or flew out of the public Blessed Land, the formation would be triggered and attack him, reducing his speed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had personally instructed them regarding the requirement of a Sword Immortal's immortal aperture and body. These 5 Heavenly Court members naturally made ample preparations. Although this formation did not have much offensive power, it was modified by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself to target Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's escape methods. Moreover, public Blessed Lands always had weaker defense than an individual's Blessed Land. As an information path expert, Zhou Xiong had already gathered relevant information when he moved around in Western Desert. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder was already trapped in Rumor Cage battlefield. Prince Fengxian gave a shout and charged forward. He flew to the sky and opened his mouth towards the palace. Whoosh! Flames gushed out of his mouth and landed on the ground, growing rapidly into a blazing inferno. The palace was only a mortal Gu house, it crumbled apart rapidly in the inferno. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder was forced to come out of his seclusion. He flew to the sky and faced the enemies. Prince Fengxian, however, retreated slowly. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, Lin Jianxing, have a taste of my attack. Wan Zihong chuckled charmingly as she took the place of Prince Fengxian. She activated a Wood Path killer move. Instantly, flower petals fluttered and covered the battlefield, a fragrant smell spreading along with it. All the 5 Heavenly Court immortals held their breath. Lin Jianxing had a solemn expression as he pushed forward with his hands. In an instant, Sword Chi rampaged and formed into a giant wave. The wave surged and billowed, washing away the poisonous flower petals. Wan Zihong disappeared amidst the petals and appeared behind Lin Jianxing. She raised her left little finger that had a sharp purplish nail as she stabbed at Lin Jianxing immortal killer move, Flower Thorn Stab. Lin Jianxing was struck, his figure paused before Sword Chi rose violently, sealing Wan Zihong within. At the next moment, his previously activated Sword Chi wave moved backwards. The surging giant wave drowned Lin Jianxing and Wan Zihong. The other 4 Heavenly Court immortals did not do anything to avoid hurting Wan Zihong. The Sword Chi wave disappeared shortly afterwards, leaving only Lin Jianxing while Wan Zihong disappeared once again. Flower petals fluttered beside Prince Fengxian, turning into Wan Zihong. Wan Zihong was injured but had a satisfied smile on her face. Stall him, he is struck by my method. The longer time goes by, the more thorns will grow in his body, hindering his movement and even stabbing him to death. Wan Zihong made her contribution. She retreated and began to heal her wounds. The other Heavenly Court immortals continued to surround Lin Jianxing, not giving him any time to rest. Heavenly Court made full use of their numerical advantage. The silver characters that formed Rumor Cage began to let out dazzling light. The dense light flowed like water, moving in the air as it gathered and swirled. Next, from the silvery light, silver tigers emerged. The tigers roared and pounced on Lin Jianxing. It was Zhou Xiong's killer move, Rumors Become Tigers. Prince Fengxian made his move next. Countless beautiful fire birds appeared out of thin air. The fire birds burned intensely while having deep intelligence. They formed into groups and followed the tigers. Red Heart Traveler also made his move. Blood light pillars crashed down. Tigers, fire birds, and blood pillars formed 3 waves of continuous attacks. Lin Jianxing was surrounded by the attacks, but he did not evade. Against the incoming attacks, he shouted grandly as Sword Chi surged out violently and charged towards the tigers. Sword Chi condensed into vines beside the countless tigers and bound them. The vines had countless sword path thorns that pierced deep into the tigers. Painful roars of tigers resounded as most of them crumbled apart like balloons being popped. At this time, the fire birds entered the battlefield. Lin Jianxing transferred his immortal essence as the sword chi in the battlefield were replenished, turning into fierce wind. The fierce wind killed all the remaining tigers and blew away countless fire birds. The remaining few fire birds were unsteady and unable to gather into a formation again. The blood-light pillars smashed down, rapidly suppressing the fierce wind. Lin Jianxing was forced to move backwards. After pulling some distance, he released a large amount of sword chi. Sword chi turned into ice walls that confined the blood-light pillars and ground them constantly. Lin Jianxing neutralized 3 waves of attacks consecutively, showing his extremely profound sword path attainment. 9 Spiritual Fairy did not stint on her praise. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's methods have a unique style and are truly extraordinary. I can't wait anymore, take this. 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast. Her roars were like lightning as they shook even the rumor cage. 9 Spiritual Fairy clashed with Lin Jianxing. Her attacks were filled with great strength, forcing Lin Jianxing to move back again and again. Lin Jianxing continued to retreat, unable to ward off 9 Spiritual Fairies' charge. Transformation Path and Strength Path Gu cultivators had a unique advantage when they were vanguards in the battlefield. The 5 Heavenly Court Immortals continued to attack in turns, suppressing Lin Jianxing since the start of the fight. Although their down marks conflicted, they had an extremely tacit coordination. Their attacks were like tidal waves, continuing without stopping. On one hand, they suppressed Lin Jianxing, not giving him any chance or time to study rumor cage battlefield. On the other hand, they were weakening and wearing him down, creating a chance to capture him. Lin Jianxing's sword chi were exquisite and profound, transforming into all kinds of shapes. His extraordinary sword path attainment made even the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals sigh in awe. But he was just one person after all. 2 fists cannot rival 4 hands, let alone when Heavenly Court had 5 people. As time passed, the situation got increasingly disadvantageous for Lin Jianxing. Strange, what method did he use to suppress my flower thorn stab? Wan Zihong was inwardly surprised at seeing Lin Jianxing moving so freely. Right at this time, Prince Feng Xian suddenly used a killer move. After Lin Jianxing was struck, gray flames burned all over his body. The flames constantly produced fire birds. Lin Jianxing's momentum decreased rapidly as his speed also had an obvious reduction. Seeing the chance, Red Heart Traveler immediately used his killer move, Blood Sun Seal. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. The fragrant blood flew to the air and started rotating. Like a miniature blood sun, it emitted endless blood-red light as it rushed towards Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing was surrounded by sword chi. At this moment, the sword chi flew and turned into a giant python that tried to stop the blood sun. But this blood sun seemed to be illusory. It passed through the obstruction and struck Lin Jianxing's chest, turning into a red sun insignia. Lin Jianxing's expression changed slightly. The blood sun insignia showed its effect quickly. It formed into blood-red lines. The blood lines covered Lin Jianxing, gradually forming a blood cocoon. It seemed like Lin Jianxing was about to be captured alive. But at the next moment, Lin Jianxing's body crumbled apart, turning into a powerful wave of sword chi that slipped out of the blood cocoon. After flying outside, these sword chi condensed back into Lin Jianxing. He can even do this? No, something is not right. This is not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. The 5 Heavenly Court Immortals' expressions changed as they noticed an issue after seeing the situation. They shockingly found that the trapped Lin Jianxing was not the Gu Immortal himself, but only a killer move. All along, the 5 Immortals had been toyed around until now when they discovered it. He is only a lump of sword chi. No wonder my flower thorn stab had no effect. So that's it, this was not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, that's why he did not try to evade when I used Rumor Cage. Zhou Xiongxian's expression was unsightly as he cancelled the battlefield killer move. The 5 Immortals once again appeared in Lin Clan's public blessed land. The true Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder Lin Jianxing was standing in the air with his hands behind his back, showing a smile as he looked at the 5 Immortals. You finally came out. Lin Jianxing, truly formidable. I wonder what the name of this move is called? Red Heart Traveler smiled warmly as he asked. Lin Jianxing nodded slightly and explained. This move is called Sword Chi Takes Form. Sword Chi Takes Form, truly a great move. Prince Fengxian praised sincerely. After this battle, no matter what happens to you, this move will definitely be renowned throughout the 5 regions. Zhou Xiong commented. Although they were played, the 5 Heavenly Court immortals only looked grim-faced but had no loss in confidence or battle intent. In the battle inside Rumor Cage, they were also suppressed. After all, Rumor Cage created an information path environment which suppressed 4 of the Heavenly Court immortals. They did not dare to use all their strength in fear of breaking the Rumor Cage. Even if it was not destroyed, if there were great impacts, the battlefield would still be broken and reveal gaps from which Lin Jianxing could escape. Lin Jianxing stretched out his palm and showed several immortal goo that were bound by sword chi. Heavenly Court's immortal formation is truly amazing. It seemed to have been modified to specifically target my clan's public blessed land. Is this star constellation Immortal Venerable's method? The 5 Heavenly Court immortals could not conceal their serious expressions. The formation they had secretly arranged outside of Lin clan's public blessed land was already taken down by Lin Jianxing. But at the next moment, Lin Jianxing waved his hand, throwing the immortal goo to the Heavenly Court immortals. The immortal goo have been returned to you. This is my clan's headquarters. It won't be nice if we destroy it. Let's change the location of our fight. The 5 Heavenly Court immortals quietly received the immortal goo and looked at each other. Finally, Red Heart Traveler nodded. You have unparalleled grace. I am in admiration. There is a desolate area 3,000 li from here. Please follow me. Lin Jianxing flew out of the blessed land, moving at a slow speed with an indifferent attitude. The Heavenly Court immortals followed closely after. Chapter 2305. Heavenly Court's crushing defeat. How do we deal with this? Since the formation is already broken, we can only rely on Rumor Cage. What is Lin Jianxing planning? If he is thinking of waiting for the Anti-Fang Alliance or Western Desert Righteous Path's reinforcements, he will be disappointed. Wan Zihong, Prince Fengxian, Zhou Xiong, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 Spiritual Fairy followed Lin Jianxing while secretly conversing. Lin Jianxing's methods were exceptionally exquisite, ruining the 5 immortals' plan. With just sword she takes form killer move, he fooled them for so long, making these Heavenly Court immortals feel ashamed of themselves. Lin Jianxing's main body used that time to destroy Heavenly Court's formation. This made the Heavenly Court immortals realize that their battle plan had a mistake. They should have designated one person to guard the formation. In fact, the formation had a certain amount of defensive capability, and also had the ability to convey messages. If it was attacked, the message should have been sent. Even if the 5 Heavenly Court immortals were inside Rumor Cage, they could still obtain the reminder. Rumor Cage battlefield isolated the inside and outside. The ones inside could not even connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. But this message would directly rush to Rumor Cage, creating subtle vibrations in Rumor Cage as a warning. At that time, the 5 immortals would know that the formation was being destroyed. They would react to the specific situation and send a few people to deal with it. However, Lin Jianxing's methods were exceptional. He quietly dismantled the whole formation without alerting the 5 Heavenly Court immortals. However, he still returned the obtained immortal goo to these 5 immortals openly. Such magnanimity captivated even these Heavenly Court immortals. Under this situation, when Lin Jianxing mentioned changing the battlefield, the Heavenly Court immortals were too ashamed to continue fighting in Lin clan's public blessed land headquarters. This is the place. Lin Jianxing slowly stopped in the air and turned around to face the Heavenly Court immortals. The 5 Heavenly Court immortals looked around. This desert was indeed like Lin Jianxing said. It was extremely poor with no sign of life and was suitable for the battle. Lin Jianxing, if you don't resist, I will guarantee with my life that your life will be preserved. Red Heart Traveler said with a sigh. Lin Jianxing scoffed. If someone suddenly intrudes your home and frames you for something you did not do, even going as far as to attack you, and afterwards say that they are going to preserve your life, what will you do? Why talk so much? Red Heart Traveler was about to reply, when Wan Zihong suddenly attacked. She disappeared and appeared behind Lin Jianxing in an instant. She stabbed at Lin Jianxing's back with her 10 sharp, purplish-black nails that were extremely sharp. Wan Zihong was a demonic immortal recruited by Heavenly Court. She did not lack viciousness and also had her own arrogance. Lin Jianxing toyed with her for so long with sword she takes form, she was already disgruntled. Right now, she still used flower thorn stab, but with 10 times the power. You have a body made of flesh and blood, let me see how long you can resist this. Wan Zihong's eyes shone with a ferocious light. However, at the next moment, there was a thunderous explosion. By the time Wan Zihong reacted, she found she had already flown far away. She could only see the back figure of Lin Jianxing, who had been so close to her, and because of the long distance, he was as small as her palm. What happened? What killer move is this? Wan Zihong just had this thought when an intense pain assaulted her. Guh. She coughed out blood and found to her horror that her defense killer move was almost destroyed completely. What in the world was that move? The other Heavenly Court Gu immortals were also extremely shocked. Lin Jianxing's method was too fast, the Heavenly Court immortals did not see it clearly. Zhou Xiong Xian quickly retreated and pulled some distance apart. 9 spiritual fairy, however, transformed into an immemorial desolate beast once again and attacked Lin Jianxing. Under this situation, the sturdy and tough transformation path Gu immortal was the best choice to probe the enemy. Boom! However, with a thunderous explosion, 9 spiritual fairy was also sent flying. 3 of her ribs were broken at the very least. This time, the other Heavenly Court Gu immortals were able to barely see the killer move. This was a sword path killer move. It was formed from sword chi and was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch it with naked eyes. Even with investigative methods, they were only able to barely see it. This move is called Sword Chi Lightning Roar, please appraise it, Lin Jianxing said before counterattacking. Bam bam bam. Thunderous explosions rang again and again. The 5 Heavenly Court immortals were actually forced back. Naturally, Lin Jianxing did not use just his Sword Chi Lightning Roar killer move, he occasionally used Sword Chi Takes Form as well. Sword Chi Takes Form killer move was exquisite and profound, while Sword Chi Lightning Roar was fast. It was extremely fast. So fast that the 5 Heavenly Court immortals could not even see it properly. For a while, they could only use defensive methods to resist. Lin Jianxing actually had such methods. Protect me. Zhou Xiong Xian secretly transmitted his voice. Red Heart Traveler immediately flew in front of him and activated Majestic Blood Light. The blood light was like a sphere that completely covered Red Heart Traveler and Zhou Xiong Xian. Zhou Xiong Xian had just prepared his method for a few breaths of time when Lin Jianxing sensed it. Lin Jianxing pointed at the blood sphere. In an instant, at least 3 Sword Chi Lightning Roar attacked, rapidly destroying the blood sphere. But Zhou Xiong Xian laughed loudly. You fell for it. He had already finished preparing and was only intentionally delaying to create a deception of activating a powerful killer move that needed a long period of time to activate. After all, a killer move with longer activation time was often more powerful. Zhou Xiong Xian cultivated information path. He activated the move, but it could not attack actively. However, if the enemy used a killer move and was blocked by this move, it could capture the information about the enemy's killer move and give a warning to Zhou Xiong Xian. Zhou Xiong Xian received early warnings. He quickly used information path methods to share the effect with the other 4 immortals. The battle situation had a clear change. The 5 Heavenly Court immortals finally stabilized their footing and began to exchange attacks with Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing's Sword Chi Lightning Roar killer move was extremely fast. It would hit the target before they could even react. But Lin Jianxing still required time to activate this killer move. Zhou Xiong Xian's information path killer move would give early warnings to Zhou Xiong Xian and the rest when Lin Jianxing started preparing Sword Chi Lightning Roar killer move. Adding on this little time, the 5 Heavenly Court immortals were barely able to react. Both sides fought intensely, but the Heavenly Court immortals were actually unable to grasp the control of the situation, and were still being suppressed by Lin Jianxing. How is this possible? He is actually so strong? This does not match the intel we have. Sword Chi Lightning Roar and Sword Chi Takes Form are already brilliant moves. His combat awareness is even better, far surpassing mine. The Heavenly Court immortals were inwardly shaken. Lin Jianxing did not just rely on the 2 moves to dominate them, he showed his terrifying strength as well. There was no strongest Gu worm, there was no most powerful killer move, but there was always a strongest Gu immortal. Lin Jianxing was nowhere near number 1, but he vaguely surpassed the 5 Heavenly Court immortals. Our paths are different and impede each other. This will not do. Lin Jianxing has such battle strength, he needs to be weakened for us to have the chance of using Rumor Cage killer move. Let me try. The 5 Heavenly Court immortals discussed quickly as Prince Feng Xian stood up. He sent out lumps of sparks which covered the battlefield in just a few moments. Lin Jianxing's surging sword chi were actually burned by the sparks and whittled down rapidly. Lin Jianxing was momentarily stunned. His vital immortal gu was rank 8 immortal gu sword chi. Be it sword chi takes form or sword chi lightning roar, they both use sword chi as the foundation. Prince Feng Xian's move actually burned his sword chi, which broke his battle foundation. At least half of Lin Jianxing's sword chi were burned. In an instant, his strength fell rapidly. The Heavenly Court Immortals used this chance to counterattack. After several exchanges, an opportunity appeared which was grasped by Nine Spiritual Fairy. Nine Spiritual Fairy turned into a willow tree, its branches coiled around Lin Jianxing like a python and bound him to the trunk. Using this chance, Zhou Xiong Xian quickly used Rumor Cage Battlefield Killer move. Seeing that Lin Jianxing had fallen into the Battlefield Killer move once again, the 5 Immortals' spirits rose. But at the next moment, Nine Spiritual Fairy let out a painful cry. Her willow tree immemorial desolate beast form disappeared as she returned to her human form. She retreated in panic with her whole body covered in blood. What happened this time? The other 4 Heavenly Court Immortals were astonished. Careful! Nine Spiritual Fairy was shielded by Zhou Xiong Xian. Her expression was still full of shock along with a trace of fear. Lin Jianxing got rid of the bindings and smiled, his aura rising slowly. The Heavenly Court Immortals turned pale when they sensed this aura. Pseudo-venerable. He concealed it really well. He is actually a pseudo-venerable. At this point, Lin Jianxing finally showed his full strength. Translucent milky white strings emerged around him. The strings flew towards Heavenly Court Immortals with an extremely fast speed. Sword Path Killer move, Sword Chi Threads. It was this move! Nine Spiritual Fairy reminded. The other 4 Heavenly Court Immortals were solemn. Transformation Path 9 Spiritual Fairy transformed into an immemorial desolate plant, but was beaten miserably by this move. They naturally could not treat this lightly. Red Heart Traveler activated all of his defensive methods as he took the lead in facing these threads. The threads had extreme sharpness that could not be expressed in words. They directly cut straight through. Red Heart Traveler might have been cut into pieces by the threads if he had not reacted fast enough and pulled apart some distance immediately. This move cannot be blocked. The other 3 Heavenly Court Immortals also probed the power of this move and reached a consensus. The thread's sharpness was unimaginable. Even the powerful Heavenly Court Immortals could only flee and evade. Lin Jianxing did not move. He sent out more and more threads that gradually filled the whole battlefield. The 5 Heavenly Court Immortals made an awkward discovery. The battlefield they wanted to trap Lin Jianxing in became an obstruction for their own dodging attempts. They finally realized now that Lin Jianxing changed the battlefield not to stall for time. The reason why he returned the Immortal Gu was because he believed he could fight all 5 of them alone. He fight the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals head-on. Lin Jianxing! You are really underestimating us. Cancel Rumor Cage, let me activate my strongest method. No, let me go first. Facing such a powerful Lin Jianxing, the 5 Heavenly Court Immortals decisively cancelled Rumor Cage and used their strongest killer moves. Lin Jianxing's smile did not go away as he activated another method. In an instant, Sword Light flew everywhere. Sword Path Killer move, Sword Light Disintegration. Bam bam bam. In this battle, Lin Jianxing won against 5 opponents alone. He killed Wan Zihong, severely injured Zhou Xiong Xian, Prince Feng Xian, and Red Heart Traveler, while 9 Spiritual Fairy who shielded their retreat was captured. After this battle, Lin Jianxing's name shook the 5 regions. Chapter 2306. Yet another rank 9 Immortal Gu. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. Refinement Sea area. Sea breeze blew and sound of the waves could be heard constantly. An elderly rank 5 hairy man was lying on a dinghy in an unconscious state. The dinghy moved along with the waves. If no changes occurred, this elderly hairy man was going to face death by drowning. But a towered ship was moving past here, and the people on the ship started shouting when they noticed the dinghy. When the elderly hairy man woke up, he found he was already on the towered ship. Elder, are you also going to the Refinement Path Sacred Land to compete for the qualifications to enter Floating Refinement Hive? A hairy man Gu master on the ship asked. The elder nodded. I live in many northern plains. I heard about Floating Refinement Hive and learned that it was forged by the orders of our Supreme Lord Great Love Immortal Venerable. This Refinement Path Sacred Land might be my final hope to make a breakthrough. The hairy man Gu masters on the ship exclaimed in surprise. Senior, It is really not easy for you to make such a long trip from many northern plains to here. You have our respect." The elderly hairy man shook his head, smiling bitterly. "At first, it was not just me, there were 3 others as well. But on the dangerous journey, 2 died in succession, while the remaining 1 did not dare to continue and returned. So, only I arrived here." Sovereign Immortal Aperture was not safe. Especially when abnormal situations occurred frequently, the stable living habitats were the areas where clans or large groups settled. Those areas were usually protected by immortal formations or goo immortals. Even rank 5 goo masters would have to face huge risks if they were to make a long journey. The elderly hairy man also asked about the origins of the hairy man goo masters on the ship. Like what he had expected, these hairy man goo masters came from many Eastern Sea's 3 hairy man continents. Back then, Langya Blessed Land's Yellow Hair Continent, Black Hair Continent, and White Hair Continent were jointly called 3 hairy man continents. These hairy man goo masters had different cultivation levels. Rank 4 were the majority, there were few rank 5s, and there were also rank 3s, but they were rare. "I am really envious of you, you all live so close to the refinement path's sacred land." The elderly hairy man let out his inner sigh. "What's the point of being close? We are forbidden from entering during normal times. How can we be allowed to enter the sacred land so casually? From what I know, many goo immortals' descendants can enter casually. Sigh, we can't compare to them. They have goo immortal seniors, they enter or leave this area through flying boats, which are extremely fast. As long as this test is not difficult and I pass it, I will have the qualifications to enter and leave here freely." The hairy man goo masters discussed. Several days later, the elderly hairy man and the hairy man goo masters arrived above a floating refinement hive. The floating refinement hive was enormous and towering, making all the goo masters exclaim in shock. A voice entered every person's ears, instructing the correct path to enter the floating refinement hive. The floating refinement hive structure was even more complex. There were countless rooms and corridors which made it easy to get lost. With the guidance of that voice, the hairy man goo masters found their rooms one after the other. There were all kinds of living amenities in the rooms, but they were extremely simple, clearly showing the style of asceticism. That night, the newly arrived hairy man goo masters slept well. The second day began. Goo materials were sent to the separate goo refinement chamber in the room. The hairy man goo masters began their goo refinement. According to the explanation of that mysterious voice, this was the initial test. The goo masters were required to use their most proficient methods to process goo materials, or refine goo worms. This test lasted for 3 days, in which time goo masters could display their attainment to their heart's content. After the test, goo masters would be shifted to different rooms. Some moved to higher floors while some were dropped to lower floors. Floating refinement hive did not restrict interaction between goo masters. All kinds of small-scale meetings were held during night frequently. The rank 5 elderly hairy man goo master saw many excellent goo master. Among them, hairy men were the most numerous, but there were also humans, and even some other variant human goo masters. He also heard many news. One day, according to everyone's speculation, they concluded that the goo masters on higher floors had better results. Because the higher the floor, the better the environment of the room, and the more exquisite the food served. Goo masters began to compete intensely based on this standard. Floating refinement hive never lacked tasks to process goo materials, refine goo worms, or create new goo. If the goo masters passed with good results, they could request guidance from the mysterious voice, learning exquisite goo refinement knowledge and techniques. After living here for a couple of weeks, all the goo masters felt their strength rising rapidly. Like this, 14 days passed and the goo masters faced the midterm test. A top-tier goo material needed to be processed by many goo masters together. The goo masters were distributed in their respective rooms. They watched the real-time video and processed the material together at separate locations. The video was lifelike and even had vivid temperature and smell like it truly existed. The real goo materials were in a refinement path goo formation in a secret area and were not placed before the goo masters. Such a method was unimaginable, shocking and awing the goo masters. The midterm test soon ended. 10 or so days passed again before it was time for the final test. This time, the test was to process immortal materials. Naturally, the main lead were goo immortals. Every floating refinement hive had at least one refinement path goo immortal. The goo masters were in charge of doing some supplementary tasks like processing a part of the immortal material, and so on. After passing the final test, the goo masters possessed the qualifications to enter and leave Refinement C freely. But this qualification had a time limit of 50 years. Once this time limit was up, they had to retake the test. Most of Fan Yuan's floating refinement hives were packed with Gu masters. The earlier stage did not have a high standard. Most of the Gu masters could pass and obtain this qualification. But in the future, as the population increases explosively, there would be intense competition in every field. This was even more so for the qualification to enter Refinement C. Every floating refinement hive could borrow the help of Refinement C and greatly raise the success rate of Gu refinement. At the same time, the wasted Gu materials from refining in these refinement hives were melted by the floating refinement hives and sent to Refinement C. Both components complemented each other. If there was no replenishment from the floating refinement hives, the current Refinement C's water level would have already fallen by a lot. After all, Fan Yuan had been trying to advance an immortal Gu for many days. The central area of Refinement C was an absolute forbidden ground. Only the Gu immortals permitted by Fan Yuan could enter. It was because 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was there. Suddenly, a rumbling sound spread from 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. A light pillar suddenly took shape and soared towards the sky. The light pillar slowly dissipated and a rank 9 immortal Gu revealed itself. This Heaven Path immortal Gu looked like a crystal spider. It was clear and transparent with no flaws on the body. The spider's 8 legs were slim and long. Its body was also small and raised high by the 8 legs. It was Heavenly Web Gu. And on the back of Heavenly Web Gu, there was a cobweb-like white insignia. This was unique to rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu. Rank 8 Heavenly Web Gu did not have it. Success! Master gained yet another rank 9 immortal Gu. Goodness, it is our utmost glory to be able to participate in this whole process. As long as this continues, Master will definitely trample on all the venerables one day. There were other Gu immortals who took part in the advanced refinement process in 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Most of them were hairy men. They looked at the sky and sighed with emotions. Under the control of Fan Yuan's divine sense, rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu disappeared shortly after. Rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu is also refined. Fan Yuan's mood was tranquil. He had refined several rank 9 immortal Gu. He was becoming used to it, and did not feel excitement. Although the Gu refinement failed twice, there was no setbacks after that, and it finished smoothly. Fan Yuan had pondered over this before finally choosing to advance Heavenly Web Gu. He needed an immortal Gu that could help him in frontal offense and defense. And among the 2 main aspects of offense and defense, Fan Yuan unhesitatingly chose the latter. Because of non-conflicting down marks of sovereign immortal body, its defense was extremely weak and was Fan Yuan's shortcoming. If other venerables used this point, Fan Yuan would have almost no place in a frontal combat, and the consequences would be extremely severe. When Heavenly Web Gu was activated by itself, it could release a giant web to trap the target. Strictly speaking, it was not a defensive Gu, it belonged to the offensive aspect. But it was the core of a defensive killer move, Heavenly Web Protection Veil. Heavenly Web Protection Veil's power increased massively, and was even stronger than Reverse Flow Protection Seal now. Moreover, Heavenly Web Gu could be used in obscured Heavenly Secret, increasing the power of this move as well. Fan Yuan chose Heaven Path and gave up on Refinement Path because Refinement Path did not specialize in offense. Moreover, it was too widely spread. Heaven Path had extremely wide future prospects, and when developed well, was far better than Human Path. Even more amazing was that almost no one had the qualifications to cultivate Heaven Path. So, it was extremely wise of Fan Yuan to choose Heaven Path as his specialty. Using Heaven Path for offensive methods was naturally the best choice. Taking back the rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu, Fan Yuan inspected his storage. Because of 2 failures, a lot of Heaven Path immortal materials were expended. As for the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Refinement C, the sea level did fall but not to the point of exceeding the limit. It could self-recover even if it was not looked after. Naturally, the constant resource deposit by floating refinement hives accelerated the recovery of Refinement C. Just as Fan Yuan was planning on which rank 8 immortal Gu to advance next, news arrived. 5 Heavenly Court immortals surrounded and attacked Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder Lin Jianxing but were utterly defeated. Lin Jianxing revealed pseudo-venerable battle strength. He colluded with Fan Clan and helped to hide them, sending them intel secretly. Moreover, he was an otherworldly demon himself. There was much evidence pointing to the fact that Lin Jianxing colluded with and protected Fan Clan. It could be said to be ironclad. As an information path great expert, Zhou Xiongxian not only had the ability to gather clues, he also had the ability to forge false evidence. As for Lin Jianxing's otherworldly demon identity, it was deduced by star constellation Immortal Venerable personally. The whole world was in an uproar. Western Desert was in even more chaos. It was not easy for a pseudo-venerable to emerge in this region, but before Western Desert's righteous path could feel any pride about this, they were dumbfounded. This pseudo-venerable Lin Jianxing was actually dabbling in the demonic path, and his involvement was quite deep. Chapter 2307. Star Constellation, I will need you to die. If not for Heavenly Court revealing it, the world would still be unaware of Lin Jianxing possessing pseudo-venerable battle strength. He hid it so well that he definitely had other motives. And looking at the reaction of most of the Lin Clan Gu immortals, they were also unaware of this. Western Desert's righteous path superforces were adopting a wait-and-see attitude. Many of them anticipated Lin Jianxing to give an explanation, but Lin Clan remained silent and gave no such thing. There was no movement in Western Desert's righteous path. They did not want to create an anti-Lin alliance after the anti-Fang alliance. The consequences of attacking Fang Clan was already before them. If Lin Clan were to imitate Fang Clan as well, with a pseudo-venerable bringing the whole clan to fight a guerrilla war, how Western Desert's righteous path possibly survive? It is impossible for Fang Clan to make a move. Seems like the previous series of Fang Clan's attacks was a deception created by Heavenly Court. It was clear to Fan Yuan after he read through the whole information. After Fang Clan lost all their resource points, they had to rely on Fan Yuan even more. So, Fan Yuan had an even deeper control over them. If Fang Clan were to attack at such a large scale, it was impossible for them to not notify him and ask for his instructions. Fan Yuan found it somewhat funny. Heavenly Court tried to put their hands in Western Desert. It would have been okay if they chose anyone else, but they just happened to choose the strongest target. But shortly after, Fan Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought of an issue. Why did Heavenly Court suddenly target Lin Clan? Was it because they discovered Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's pseudo-venerable strength, and wanted to get rid of him in advance for their plan to conquest the 5 regions? This possibility was too low. Not to mention that the greatest obstacle to Heavenly Court ruling the 5 regions were the other venerables. Pseudo-venerables were inconsequential. Also, even if Heavenly Court discovered that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had pseudo-venerable battle strength, why would they only send 5 Heavenly Court Gu immortals to kill him? This was clearly not reasonable. What is Heavenly Court's true motive? Why did they suddenly target Lin Clan? Fan Yuan knew from Fang Clan that Lin Clan had never colluded with Fang Clan. This was just Heavenly Court framing them. Is it because Lin Jianxing is an otherworldly demon? That was not right either. Heavenly Court's stance towards otherworldly demons was not radical extermination. If they could be recruited, Heavenly Court would recruit them. They had tried to recruit Fang Yuan as well. Heavenly Court's recruitment standard was very clear, they just needed to be humans. So what was the reason? As the number 1 person in Wisdom Path, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not make the plan, she must have agreed to attacking Lin Clan. But she rarely miscalculates, so what was it that made her agree to attacking Lin Clan? This question was crucial and was worth pondering over. Even though Wisdom Gu was only at rank 8, it was helpful to Fan Yuan. After he used all kinds of Wisdom Path methods, Fan Yuan had some guesses, but he was not certain. After all, they were only deductions. What was the truth? Fan Yuan naturally had a way to verify his deductions. He immediately sent an order to make a rank 5 Gu Master undergo Immortal Ascension. Currently, there was no such rank 5 Gu Immortal Seed in Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Moreover, these Gu Immortal Seeds did not have deep foundation or enough experience. The possibility of them succeeding in Immortal Ascension was very low. This was why Fan Yuan decided to stop them to let them continue to deepen their foundation. But because this issue was very important, Fan Yuan felt it was worth expending a rank 5 Gu Master. In the end, this rank 5 Gu Master failed and died from the imbalance of 3 Qi. But using the short period of time of merging the 3 Qi, Fan Yuan used stealing Heavenly's secret to explore the truth. Although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was outside of Heavenly Court, being in Embroidered Tower, when she gave order to attack Lin Clan, Bo Qing's soul was taken out from Heavenly Court's secret storage. This was obvious evidence. Adding on that fairy maiden soul modified Bo Qing's soul in Heavenly Court, Fan Yuan learned of many valuable information. Fairy Ziwei and Ying Wu Xia are trapped in Heaven Path Dream Realms, So Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to cultivate Bo Qing even though this action carries risks. With these clues, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's goal was obvious. It was to use Bo Qing to scheme against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fan Yuan's eyes shone darkly as he mumbled. He knew why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's actions already made him the main threat to Heavenly Court. Naturally, this was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's understanding under the condition of Fan Yuan hiding his situation. Were the truth of Fan Yuan's many rank 9 immortal goo to be revealed, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would be thrown aside. Not only would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable find trouble with Fan Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would also impatiently ally with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to attack Fan Yuan. Splash, splash, splash. At this time, Fan Yuan made deductions rapidly. Thoughts gushed in his mind and formed into torrential waves. He knew an opportunity was before him. A huge opportunity. If he missed this chance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might succeed in her plan. Such opportunities seldom came twice. So would he be able to grasp this opportunity? If he could not, the outcome would be extremely bad to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could not decide immediately. Although he knew of Heavenly Court's secret, he did not know how much progress Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had made over this period of time. He was even more in the dark regarding Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Longevity Heaven. Fan Yuan refined rank 9 Immortal Goo, he had an advantage in this aspect. But the other Venerables might be able to offset his refinement path advantage through other aspects. Battle. Fan Yuan did not like battles, but he did not hate or reject them. As far as he was concerned, battles and killing were only a way to obtain benefits. An outcome of inflicting a little more damage to enemy while suffering less damage was already a good result in a battle. There were huge risks in battle. It was not a wise decision to start a fight rashly. Compared to fighting, Fan Yuan liked doing transactions, to plunder the economy. But Fan Yuan was aware, there will be upcoming battles between the Venerables and it will be frequent. Let's fight then. After pondering and considering for several days, Fan Yuan finally made this decision. And he immediately took action. On one hand, he sent Gu Immortals to Western Desert to contact Lin Jianxing and try to recruit him. On the other hand, he arranged a troop of capable experts. After making proper arrangements, Fan Yuan flew to the sky and entered Spectral Heaven. Great Love Immortal Venerable suddenly flew into Spectral Heaven. This significant information was quickly obtained by Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. It was rapidly spread throughout the whole 5 regions Gu Immortal world. Every action of a Venerable captured the attention of all the Gu Immortals. Let alone when Fan Yuan was making such a big movement. What is Heaven Refining Demon Venerable trying to do by entering Spectral Heaven? Fight with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was puzzled. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, however, felt her heart jump. Not long ago, she had completed the transaction with Fan Yuan regarding the star array calculation formation. Her calculations went wrong because of Lin Jianxing's strength, and she was just about to deal with this when Fan Yuan made such a strange movement. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not even make a deduction when a strong intuition hit her. This was going to be bad. But as the exact situation and how this intuition was going to be realized, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know. She needed to continue deducing or let the situation play out. Among the Venerables, Fan Yuan is the person in the worst position. Why did he take the initiative to go to Spectral Heaven? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also puzzled. Spectral Heaven had already become Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory. He did not show any movements when other Gu Immortals entered or left Spectral Heaven. But if a Venerable like Fan Yuan entered? This was like a tiger occupying a mountain. It would not move when some small animal stepped onto the mountain. But if another tiger entered the mountain, the tiger would become vigilant, and even start a fight. Would Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attack Fan Yuan? The reply to this issue weighed on the 2 Venerables' minds. They activated their investigative killer moves to pay close attention. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not show any movement. Both Venerables were shaken. Both thought of a possibility at the same time. Did Fan Yuan have a method against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, so he had the confidence to enter Spectral Heaven? But why did he suddenly enter Spectral Heaven? Similar question appeared before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's first thought was, Has Fan Yuan already settled the issues inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture, and is trying to annex variant human grotto heavens? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jolted as the bad feeling grew in her heart. Does Fan Yuan already know of the Heaven Path Dream Realms? In the battle in Kray's Demon Cave, he killed Paradise Earth and obtained a large piece of truthful floating ice left after Limitless Demon Venerable's death. Fan Yuan did not conceal his movement, and directly went towards the location of Heaven Path Dream Realms after he entered Spectral Heaven. Soon, he was before the Heaven Path Dream Realms. After sensing this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was shaken. This is a dream realm? It is the dream realm closest to the depiction in Legends of Renzu. So Fan Yuan's target is them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. Fan Yuan had Heaven Path cultivation and was also the number one person in the world regarding Dream Path. The Heaven Path Dream Realms were too useful to him. I can't let Fan Yuan succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of this and immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable learned that these were Heaven Path Dream Realms. He immediately agreed to ally with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to suppress Fan Yuan and stop him from obtaining Heaven Path Dream Realms. At the same time, he wondered to himself if this was real or not. This was the first time Giant Sun Immortal Venerable knew of the Heaven Path Dream Realms' existence. I already have a rank 9 goo. Although it is light goo, is damaged and can't be used for the moment. This is already enough to make Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable ally to deal with me. So is this situation planned by them to plot against me? This was definitely a possibility. Fan Yuan looked at the Heaven Path Dream Realm before him and sent Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo inside. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo was an investigative goo. Fan Yuan soon learned the details of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He became quite excited. The price to create these Heaven Path Dream Realms is huge. The Heavenly Tao definitely expended its true meaning. This means, if I obtain these Dream Realms and absorb the true meaning, the loss of the Heavenly Tao will become my gain. Through this, my attainment in some aspects of Heaven Path can become even higher than the Heavenly Tao. Naturally, this could not be considered as Heaven Path's Supreme Grandmaster. Because right now, there were too many things in Heaven Path that Fan Yuan still could not comprehend. Fan Yuan, have you been well? Just as he was thinking, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arrived. As expected, it is easy to do things secretly, but hard to do them openly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is probably arriving as well. Fan Yuan thought of this and smiled at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation, I must have these dream realms. If you don't retreat, I will need you to die. Chapter 2308. Fan Yuan vs. Star Constellation. You need me to die? Hee, it is rare to see you, Fan Yuan, act so enthusiastically. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Fan Yuan's threat, but was slightly shaken inwardly. In her several fights with Fan Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable rarely saw Fan Yuan show such a firm attitude. It was clear that Fan Yuan was bent on gaining these Heaven Path Dream Realms. Because of this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to stop Fan Yuan even more. We have not fought for many days, you've probably made a lot of progress. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's long hair started fluttering without wind. Her long dark hair was like the dark night, but countless starlight specks glittered in between the hair like a shrunken Milky Way, so dazzling that it could not be ignored. Ding ding ding. Innumerable starlight specks flowed out of her hair and gathered to form a powerful starlight torrent. This torrent was made from countless star fragments that collided with each other, producing clear and crisp sounds. Fan Yuan frowned. He had not seen this move before. He immediately pointed with his finger, using the killer move 7 kills rainbow. In an instant, metal paths yellow light, wood paths jade green light, water paths light blue hue, fire paths red light, earth paths brown light, wind paths green radiance, and lightning paths deep blue light merged together to form a huge drill that charged towards the star fragment current. Rumble! The collision produced a huge explosion first. Shortly after, metallic sounds of countless star fragments colliding with each other resounded in the battlefield. Fan Yuan's 7 kills rainbow passed through star fragments, and snaked its way towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled as her body drifted back like there was a gust of wind. Fan Yuan's 7 kills rainbow continued to lose strength as it passed through the star fragments. At first, it had an unstoppable penetrative force, but as star fragments continued to attach themselves onto it, its momentum reduced rapidly. In the end, the light pillar continued to thin out, and when it reached Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, it was just like a wisp of smoke. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable watched with a smile on her face as the 7 kills rainbow dissipated before her. Fan Yuan frowned slightly, his gaze fixed upon the star fragments that were scattered throughout the battlefield. Every one of the star fragments was extremely small. They were not real star fragments, but created from the killer move. Originally, the star fragments flickered with blue light and gathered to form an azure torrent. But now, these star fragments were scattered, and as they absorbed the 7 kills rainbow, their surface became tainted with colors like golden yellow, green, blue, red, brown, and so on. The sky above the battlefield was filled with all kinds of colors, forming a gorgeous scene. Fan Yuan, however, sensed intense danger from this boundless beautiful scenery. He continued to activate killer moves to probe, but each of them showed their might for a short period before their strength began to fall rapidly, and were then absorbed by the star fragments. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated another method. She occasionally flicked her fingers or waved them in the air. Following her movement, star path down marks shone in the battlefield correspondingly. These star path down marks increased in numbers rapidly while connecting with each other. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, they had constructed the initial form of a battlefield killer move. How could Fan Yuan let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable succeed so easily? Once the battlefield killer move was activated, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately have a huge territorial advantage. Fan Yuan immediately acted to obstruct her, but there was minimal effect. The star fragments protected the down marks. Even if Fan Yuan destroyed the star path down marks, these down marks would break down into countless star fragments and fill the gaps. I need to thank you, Fan Yuan. If not for Permanence Goo, there would not be these 2 moves. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said. Fan Yuan had never heard of these 2 moves. They synchronized with each other, and were indeed extraordinary. Fan Yuan saw that he was unable to resolve this directly. He decisively stopped probing and used another killer move. At the next moment, his body released the light chi of 5 colors: Central Restriction White Gold Saint Light Chi, Northern Restriction Jade Licorice Light Chi, Western Restriction Red Raging Flame Light Chi, and Eastern Restriction Blue Water Light Chi. The light chi connected with each other but were distinct individually as well. They quickly spread throughout the battlefield, covering Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete battlefield killer move as well as the countless star fragments. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded slightly, revealing her admiration. Be it the previous 7 kills rainbow or the current 5 restriction Profound Light Chi, they were both modified by Fan Yuan. If it were the original version, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have immediately disrupted them, and Fan Yuan would have suffered backlash. 7 kills rainbow's modification was quite ordinary. In just this short while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already seen through it. As long as she was given some time, she could deduce a method to break it directly. But this 5 restriction Profound Light Chi killer move was modified properly. Besides the increase in its power, its activation speed had also become very fast. This modification level surpassed 7 kills rainbows, which showed that Fan Yuan had paid a lot of attention to this. He must have invested a lot of time and energy. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable began to suffer backlash. She did not have sovereign immortal body which had non-conflicting down marks. In this 5 restriction Profound Light Chi, the stronger the killer moves she used, the stronger the backlash she faced. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path since ancient times. 5 restriction Profound Light Chi had been revealed before, so how could she not have a method to deal with it? Over this period, she had thought of at least 3 ways to deal with every method of Fan Yuan's. Immediately, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chose to use the simplest one. She opened the door of her immortal aperture slightly, letting out countless star beasts. These star beasts had varying sizes. They were as large as white whales or as small as mosquitoes. Some had huge heads and horns, some were soft and twisted, they were of all kinds and shapes. But every one of these star beasts was at least an immemorial desolate beast. Among them, the leader's aura and status were clearly higher, their gazes even shone with shrewdness and spirituality. The star beasts charged into 5 restriction Profound Light Chi without any obstruction. 5 restriction Profound Light Chi killer move originally came from Tao Zhu. He created it based upon the 5 regional walls. The 5 regional walls could obstruct the living beings of 5 regions but did not have much effect on the beings of the 2 heavens. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable deliberately raised these star path beasts, which were all from the two heavens, so they were not suppressed by 5 restriction profound light chi. The star beasts formed groups and charged forward aggressively. Fan Yuan activated killer moves to clear out area after area, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable kept on adding more beasts. The star beast scale was still growing slowly. The star beast leaders even possessed their own immortal aperture and had goo worms. Their intelligence was not inferior to a human. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seems to be able to raise legendary immemorial beasts at a large scale. Fan Yuan's mind was shook. But thinking about it, he understood why. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 person in Wisdom Path. Enlightening the star beasts and giving them wisdom is her specialty domain. Actually, it was not just Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The countless mutant goo immortals in Crazed Demon Cave originated from mountains, rocks, wind, fire, and so on. They were all evolved into goo immortals by Limitless Demon Venerable. From a certain angle, in this aspect of enlightening legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Limitless Demon Venerable's accomplishments were much more shocking than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable must have spent countless star path resources to nurture so many star beasts. The merging of the two heavens gave me countless heaven path immortal materials. It also gave her endless star path resources. It allowed her to construct the star array calculation formation and even raise so many star beasts. Fan Yuan made a guess Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wealth. The truth was, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had spent a very large amount to raise so many star beasts. Not only did she use her gains from the merging of two heavens, she also used star path resources from Heavenly Quartz storage. Looking at the approaching star beasts, Fan Yuan activated Sword Tongue Dragon Soul Killer move while maintaining 5 restriction profound light chi. Countless dragon souls flew and sword chi pervaded the air, but they still could not match the endless star beasts. At most they delayed the offense of some star beast groups. After these star beasts were injured, the surrounding star fragments mended their injuries and healed them rapidly. If they were severely injured, they would die and break down into star fragments. Once the star fragments reached a certain level in an area, they easily formed star path Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 moves were connected to each other. If one was weakened, the other would benefit. They were mutually linked and made Fan Yuan's situation increasingly tough. Looks like this is another one of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat systems. Fan Yuan noticed something. His thoughts moved like lightning. This fight with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was different from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave or the contest over rank 9 light goo. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave was to seize Primordial Domain and the Crazed Demon formation. It prioritized on strategies and making use of the situation. It focused on the competition of information, people's support, and their respective forces. The contest over rank 9 light goo was a pursuit battle. It focused on speed, initiative, offense and defense. This time, Fan Yuan wanted to seize Heaven Path Dream Realms. The prerequisite to this was to take control of this battlefield and gain territorial advantage. Great minds thought alike. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the same view. Be it Fan Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mysterious battlefield, they were both meant for this purpose. From the start of the battle, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable directly used her new combat system, lowering the effectiveness of Fan Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi and other methods. On the other hand, Fan Yuan was decisive. He saw the situation getting worse and immediately stopped all offensive methods, only defending himself. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and waved her sleeves, making all the star beasts press forward. Fan Yuan could only dodge while preparing his killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shone with starlight as she suddenly took out the lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth. Mental domain. She lightly swung mental domain towards Fan Yuan's direction. Instantly, countless emotions attacked Fan Yuan's mind and body. But Fan Yuan was already prepared. He activated several defensive killer moves, among which was the killer move, Calm and Steady. This move was already used in Crazed Demon Cave. It was also modified now. It suppressed and eliminated Fan Yuan's emotions quickly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not succeed in disturbing him, while Fan Yuan stabilized his footing as his preparations succeeded. He opened his mouth slightly. Light smoke gushed out of his mouth and ears. The pink smoke gathered above Fan Yuan's head and turned into a mini image of Dang Hun Mountain. At the next moment, the killer move activated as the mini Dang Hun Mountain shook intensely. Ding! Ding! Ding, sounds of crystals colliding resounded in the battlefield, and soon, the sound became ear-piercing. The pink sound waves were visible to the naked eyes. Wherever they went, star beasts cried in pain, freezing on the spot before crumbling apart. The battlefield that was filled with star beasts became empty instantly. Even the stronger star beast leaders were unable to resist as they collapsed amidst the pink sound waves. Not only this, even the endless star fragments also disintegrated and disappeared. The surrounding star path Tao marks were broken in succession, and drowned in the pink sound waves. Immortal killer move, shocking departure of your dream wave and Dang Hun sound. One move swept the whole battlefield and changed the situation easily. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was aghast. Her expression changed. Chapter 2309. The Power of Heavenly Web. Shocking departure of your dream wave and Dang Hun sound was a compound killer move. It used rank 8 rule path departure Gu, rank 8 wisdom path great shock Gu, rank 8 time path your Gu, rank 7 dream armor Gu, rank 8 water path huge wave Gu, rank 8 sound path ringing sound Gu, and its core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. It was because the core was Dang Hun Mountain, a secluded domain of heaven and earth, that this move could be comparable to a rank 9 killer move. Under the Dao mark amplification of Fa Yuan's various paths, its might was astonishing. With just this move, Fan Yuan immediately broke Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 continuous moves and alleviated his worsening situation, regaining his footing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed as thoughts surged and moved in her mind, trying to analyze this move with all her strength. This move seems like Fan Yuan's trump card. It is the source of his confidence to fight me. Roughly analyzing it, this move contains rule path, wisdom path, time path, dream path, water path, soul path, and sound path. It really is difficult to block it completely. Wisdom path was fine, but dream path was troublesome. Despite the dream path Immortal Gu dream armor being only rank 7, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have an effective way to block it. Fan Yuan had the advantage in dream path. He was the number 1 in the current world. The greatest source of this move's strength is Dang Hun Mountain. How much time and energy did Fan Yuan spend to deduce this move? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated inwardly while feeling somewhat helpless. Her painstakingly created new combat system was broken by one move from Fan Yuan. No matter how ingenious the 3 connected moves was, Fan Yuan's shocking departure of your dream wave and Dang Hun sound was extremely domineering, directly clearing the battlefield. The thing that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was concerned about, the time and energy she spent on these 3 moves compared to Fan Yuan's expenditure in deducing shocking departure of your dream wave and Dang Hun's sound. It was fine if her time and energy spent was less. If it was more, her losses would be more than gains. The result of a confrontation between Venerables also signified the difference in Venerables' cultivation and management methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated inwardly, and felt the possibility of Fan Yuan expending lesser than her was rather low. But the truth was not so. The main source of this killer move, shocking departure of your dream wave and Dang Hun sound, came from the nature of heaven and earth. In the remote antiquity era, there was a kind of immemorial desolate beast called Shocking Year Beast. Wherever it went, shocked Year Gu would fly out. It was already extinct now. Dreamwave was a phenomenon. In Fan Yuan's 500 years of his previous life, Dreamwave was formed when dream realms appeared at a large scale. There was no need to say much about Dang Hun Mountain. Soul Sound Wither Tree was an already extinct, rare immemorial desolate plant. It used woodpath resources as nutrients and emitted soul sound that influenced the souls of the surrounding living beings. These phenomena and natural abilities existed throughout heaven and earth naturally. After Fan Yuan gained the information through stealing Heavenly Secret, they became an important foundational reference material. The creation of compound killer moves was actually easier than an individual path's killer moves. Especially when Fan Yuan had rank 8 Wisdom Gu, it gave him accurate inspirations, so he did not have to waste time on dead ends. This shocking departure of your dream wave and Dang Hun sound was essentially only a quasi-rank 9 killer move because it did not contain a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Thus, rank 8 Wisdom Gu was helpful in deducing this move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, can you deal with this move? Fan Yuan smiled as he calmly approached Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could only retreat constantly, maintaining distance from Fan Yuan. It was difficult to construct a combat system. The 3 connected moves that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable painstakingly created were exquisite, and already formed an initial incomplete combat system. But after Fan Yuan's move unreasonably broke it, the 3 connected moves became a joke. Naturally, this did not mean that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's effort ended up in vain. Maybe in the future, when she obtains a rank 9 Star Path Immortal Goo, this combat system's power would rise explosively and be able to withstand Fan Yuan's compound killer move. The foundation of a combat system were still the Immortal Goo that formed it. In a contest of Venerables, they first competed with rank 9 Immortal Goo. If there was no rank 9 Immortal Goo, then they would contest with secluded domains of heaven and earth. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable possessed the incomplete Blood Sea, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable possessed Book Mountain, Mental Domain, and the Door of Life and Death. Fan Yuan possessed Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, City Well, Reverse Flow River, Huland, Refinement Sea, Human Sea, and the incomplete Xian Kun Crystal Wall. When the foundation was solid and it was hard to determine a winner through fighting, the combat system became the biggest factor to decide victory or defeat. Fan Yuan really has extraordinary aptitude and shocking talent. This move is so powerful and mysterious, it is really hard to block. But I also have a move, please appraise it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shook the mental domain in her hand. Fan Yuan immediately looked vigilant and activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow River was already restored. Reverse Flow Protection Seal had even been modified. Originally, after the killer move was activated, a large white robe was formed with ripples moved along the surface. This was the image of Reverse Flow River flowing slowly. The surface of the white robe had faint mist surrounding it. There was also a strip of light that was deep azure. It was curvy and wavy, resembling a long sash. It coiled around Fan Yuan's arms, the back of his neck, and around his waist again. Now, besides these, Fan Yuan's peerlessly beautiful face was partly veiled by a translucent gauze, highlighting the matchless charm in the depths of his unconcealed eyes. The lantern-like mental domain shook slightly. In an instant, the surrounding battlefield dimmed. Mental domain was like the only source of light, but it was letting out a mysterious suction force. This move's range was extremely large. Fan Yuan was directly struck by it. His accumulated emotions were extracted and absorbed by mental domain. Fan Yuan immediately used Calm and Steady Killer move, but could not block this process. He used other methods as well, but as they showed no effects, his expression started to change. Because at first, only emotions were extracted, but gradually, Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path Tao marks were also being extracted. Wisdom Path cultivation focused on 3 elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Furthermore, emotions were related to Wisdom Path Tao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was extremely powerful. Besides extracting emotions, it could even extract Wisdom Path Tao marks, permanently reducing the target's Wisdom Path foundation. Once my emotions are all extracted, my heart will be empty. It will be extremely easy for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to add in emotions then. Fan Yuan felt that the situation was going south. During the whole process, his Reverse Flow Protection Seal had no reaction. Clearly, this extraction was extremely subtle and was not considered an attack, so it did not trigger Reverse Flow Protection Seal's counterattack. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable probably created this move to target Reverse Flow Protection Seal. She succeeded. Fan Yuan's effort in modifying Reverse Flow Protection Seal was made pointless. In just a few breaths of time, Fan Yuan already lost 100 Wisdom Path Tao marks. He activated defensive methods crazily, but even Dream Armor Goo showed no effect. The core of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was Mental Domain. It could be considered a quasi-rank 9 killer move. Adding on the amplification from her Wisdom Path Tao marks, it had overwhelming might. Methods like that of Dream Armor Goo were at a lower level and did not have enough strength to block this. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was of a high level and had enough strength, but it could not be triggered. Fan Yuan had another option, which was to continue activating Shocking Departure of Your Dream Wave and Dang Hun Sound, using offense against offense. But he was in a dilemma. It was not his intention to fight such an intense attrition battle with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Both sides would suffer losses, giving Giant Sun Immortal Venerable the most gains. Moreover, Fan Yuan did not want to fight Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. His first priority were the Heaven Path Dream Realms. Thoughts collided in Fan Yuan's mind, and after a few sparks between the thoughts, he made a decision. He secretly used the Heaven Path Killer move, Heavenly Web Protection Veil. This move originally formed a giant milky white web outside of the goo immortal to block attacks. But now, it quietly turned into a milky white light stream that entered the thin fishing net formed from obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move. Like this, the thin and tightly connected fishing net possessed the power of two killer moves, Heavenly Web Protection Veil and Obscured Heavenly Secret. Heavenly Web Goo was a rank 9 immortal goo. Heavenly Web Protection Veil's defensive power was higher than the strength of Mental Domain's killer move. Heavenly Web Protection Veil had gaps but nothing was allowed to pass through. Or as the saying went, the net of heaven has large meshes but it lets nothing through. 1. A Chinese saying similar to the mills of God grinds slowly but surely. In an instant, it stopped Fan Yuan's emotions from being extracted, causing Star Constellation and Mortal Venerable to exclaim in surprise. The even more amazing thing was that the rank 9 immortal goo aura was not exposed. Because the two moves were interconnected, the aura was concealed by obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. After just a few exchanges, she forced Fan Yuan to use his rank 9 Heavenly Web Goo. Like this, obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move faced a huge burden. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mood was even heavier. She could not block Fan Yuan's shocking departure of Your Dream Wave and Dang Hun Sound, but Fan Yuan could resist her Mental Domain's killer move. That meant she could not even keep up the attrition battle by using offense against offense. Does Fan Yuan have a method that is not weaker than mine in terms of wisdom path deduction? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but feel doubtful. Fan Yuan thus gained the upper hand and finally had the leisure time to deal with the Heaven Path Dream Realms. He did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and only defended against her while targeting those Heaven Path Dream Realms from afar. His first method was naturally pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. Ordinary dream realms would be transformed into pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies by this move. But it had no effect on the Heaven Path Dream Realms. Not only this, the Heaven Path Dream Realms were instead angered and formed a tidal wave that rushed towards Fan Yuan. These Heaven Path Dream Realms are filled with Heaven's will, while pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation condenses a dream realm into a human body with human will as the core. This means I need to get rid of all the Heaven's will in the dream realms first. After learning of this, Fan Yuan activated Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move. He had used this move many times before to deal with dream realms, and its effect was extraordinary. But this time, although it was still effective, its side effect was much larger. Fan Yuan felt some heartache as he watched the targeted Heaven Path Dream Realm shrinking rapidly. Seems like Heaven's Will Dissipation is usable against ordinary dream realms, but is an extremely crude measure against Heaven Path Dream Realms. It not only removes Heaven's will, it even eradicates the true meaning contained in the dream realm. Fan Yuan was not without gains. He realized that Heaven's will and Heaven Path true meaning were entangled in the Heaven Path Dream Realms, so they were hard to separate. His wisdom path methods were rough. It was difficult for him to precisely separate the two and target just Heaven's will. But Fan Yuan still had a way to deal with this. At the next moment, he brought out his Dream Path clone Mingqiuzhen, letting him be devoured by a Heaven Path Dream Realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed, feeling somewhat anxious. Fan Yuan's strength was exposed, which made her quite surprised. He was actually starting to take these Heaven Path Dream Realms right under her eyes. Giant Sun, are you going to watch as Heaven Refining Demon Venerable takes these Heaven Path Dream Realms and increases his strength? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contacted Giant Sunday. Of course not. At the next moment, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable showed himself. Note, the net of heaven has large meshes but it lets nothing through, a Chinese saying similar to the mills of God grinds slowly but surely. Chapter 23:10. Two Venerables fight against Fan Yuan. Ever since Fan Yuan suddenly flew into spectral heaven, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been paying close attention to this place. When Fan Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was happy at first. After all, the two Venerables expending each other's resources was most beneficial to him. But shortly after, he was faintly worried about Fan Yuan not being able to withstand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks and getting defeated too early. If Fan Yuan can't continue, I will help him a bit. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been secretly preparing to help Fan Yuan. He naturally did not have good intentions. First, Fan Yuan being in a weaker position was not beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. As far as he was concerned, Heavenly Court was still the biggest enemy. Second, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable still wanted Fan Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to continue wearing each other down, so he needed to help Fan Yuan to maintain the battle of attrition between the two venerables to gain the most benefits. I have unified essence each easy after all, my immortal essence can be replenished greatly. Consuming some immortal essence in battle is more detrimental for them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had this thought back then. He was not wrong. It was also very reasonable. It was just that he did not know the truth. He only possessed the information that he could obtain. But soon, he was shocked to see that in the battle between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fan Yuan, it was Fan Yuan who had the upper hand. He had not expected this. After all, in his impression, Fan Yuan was behind on refining Dao marks. Although he had potential, his immortal essence reserve was the worst. How could he gain the upper hand? He even made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable take the initiative to ask for help from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had witnessed the whole fight. After the surprise, he felt that it made sense. Shocking departure of your dream wave and Dang Hun's sound left an extremely deep impression on him. Fan Yuan used Dang Hun Mountain as the core to create such a powerful killer move that destroyed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete combat system. It made sense for Fan Yuan to be victorious. When shocking departure of your dream wave and Dang Hun's sound showed its might, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was actually not too anxious. Instead, he became a little relieved and no longer felt such an urge to probe Fan Yuan's foundation. The reason? Fan Yuan lacked immortal essence, and was the slowest one at refining natural Dao marks. What did he spend the rest of his time on? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable understood now. So he used his time to deduce killer moves. This was a rather correct choice in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's opinion. He was even more at ease because the killer move used a secluded domain of heaven and earth as the core. Looks like Fan Yuan does not have a rank 9 Immortal Gu, so he used the secluded domain of heaven and earth to create a quasi-rank 9 killer move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not help feeling envious. Fan Yuan had the most number of secluded domains of heaven and earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also had several, but he, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, only had one and it was incomplete. He really wanted to have a complete secluded domain of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was observing the battle quietly. When he saw Fan Yuan gaining the upper hand with shocking departure of your dream wave and Dang Hun's sound killer move, his mind turned calm. However, when he saw Fan Yuan withstanding Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mental domain's killer move, he could no longer sit still. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable already expected Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to use a Wisdom Path killer move with mental domain as the core. But he never expected Fan Yuan to have a defensive method that could block this mental domain's killer move. Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal already made Giant Sun Immortal Venerable feel a headache. He had racked his brains to secretly deduce a luck path method to counter it. But he did not think Fan Yuan was still hiding another defensive method that was even stronger than reverse flow protection seal. Fan Yuan's performance went beyond Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expectations. Now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was wary. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not break Fan Yuan's defensive method. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was the same. I did not think that you, Fan Yuan, has such deep attainment in Wisdom Path as well. In just a short period of time, you actually created, deduced, and modified so many killer moves. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable entered the battlefield and praised Fan Yuan sincerely. This was actually nothing. Fan Yuan possessed Stealing Heavenly Secret and Wisdom Gu, and with Sovereign Immortal Body's advantage, it was easy to create compound killer moves. Just one of these advantages alone could make the other venerables envious. Now that these advantages were stacked together, even Fan Yuan felt it was terrifying. Shocking departure of your dream wave and Dang Hun's sound and heavenly web protection veil were only a part of Fan Yuan's recent gains. He chose to use them because he felt they suited the situation. Fan Yuan had at least 10 killer moves of similar level. The power of Stealing Heavenly Secret could be seen from this. Of course, Rank 8 Wisdom Gu also provided a lot of help. It was because of these two that Fan Yuan caught up from behind in terms of killer moves. He even had a wide range of options to choose from. Naturally, nothing could be perceived from Fan Yuan's expression. Facing Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, he frowned and snorted coldly. I must obtain these Heaven Path Dream Realms. Giant Sun, you also want to block me? Are you still not clear of who is stronger between Heavenly Court and me? Giant Sun Immortal Venerables looked at Fan Yuan's incisive gaze. His expression eased and turned somewhat complex. In his view, compared to Heavenly Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fan Yuan was still weaker. The reason? Fan Yuan did not have enough immortal essence. He had been venerable for the shortest time and did not even have his own base. How many natural refinement path Tao marks did he refine in this period of time? It was very obvious. Fan Yuan looked powerful, even suppressing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But in fact, he was relying on the novelty of new killer moves and their powerful strength. How much immortal essence could he have? How could he fight a battle of attrition? From what Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought, Fan Yuan's situation did not look good. But even though Fan Yuan was weaker, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable still needed to stop Fan Yuan and stand with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for the time being. The reason? Because Fan Yuan wanted Heaven Path Dream Realms. This could not be allowed. If Fan Yuan absorbed all these Heaven Path Dream Realms, he would definitely rise in power and change the power structure of the Venerables. This was something that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not want to see. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable felt Heavenly Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were his greatest threats, but he also wanted to suppress the rise of Fan Yuan, who was the weakest Venerable but had the most potential. Thus, he took part in the battle. On the surface, he was helping Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but secretly, he was striving for Star Constellation and Fan Yuan to expend their immortal essence, so that he could maintain and enlarge his advantage. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's choice was no doubt extremely sensible from his point of view. With his help, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the battle situation and began to suppress Fan Yuan. The environment in spectral heaven was not helpful to the three Venerables. They relied on their own foundation and strength. Under this situation, Fan Yuan's worsening situation was immediately clear. After all, he was fighting two opponents on his own. Naturally, this was under the condition where Fan Yuan preserved most of his methods and did not use his full battle strength. The fight of the three Venerables shook heaven and earth. Every Gu Immortal in 5 regions raised their heads and watched the battle nervously. Oh no, Lord Alliance Leader's situation is not good. Good, this demon Fan Yuan will finally face retribution. I did not expect my ancestor Giant Sun to join hands with Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court is quite sensible to not look for trouble with my ancestor Giant Sunday. Being able to make Giant Sun Immortal Venerable help her so easily proves Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is indeed the #1 person in Wisdom Path. Rank 8 Gu Immortals understood the situation more clearly. They saw Fan Yuan being suppressed and his situation getting worse. The Eastern Sea Immortals looked extremely solemn while Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were rejoicing with raised morale. Thunder rumbled and countless rays of light exploded from the collision of killer moves. Fan Yuan's situation did not look good, but he was calm inwardly. Although the two Venerables allied, due to their conflicting paths, they could only attack Fan Yuan in turns. Moreover, the two Venerables were wary of each other. One would not allow the other to set a battlefield. Without the threat of a battlefield killer move, Fan Yuan still had a grasp over the choice of fighting or retreating. More importantly, Meng Qiuzhen was already in a Heaven Path Dream Realm and was making good progress. Because of the sharing of the clones and main body's attainment levels, Fan Yuan could clearly feel his Heaven Path attainment level rising slowly. Fan Yuan just needed to maintain this situation, and it would do. What was the use of superficial victory or defeat? Man strives for recognition while Buddha requires incense. This was a reasonable proverb. But Fan Yuan was far beyond the age of fighting for recognition, and he was more willing to strive for benefits. If the choice of honor and benefit went against each other, Fan Yuan would unhesitatingly choose the latter. It was this situation right now. He could be forceful and suppress the two Venerables. But what was the use when he would not be able to kill them? Instead, it would make the two Venerables wary and deepen their alliance. Was this not asking for trouble? As for the support and morale of the 5 regions Gu Immortals, Fan Yuan did not care. What was the use of that? Even if Fan Yuan was defeated miserably today, the 5 regions Gu Immortals still could not defeat him. They still had to fear and revere Fan Yuan. As long as Fan Yuan was not dead, could Fan Clan, the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens variant humans, or even the Eastern Sea super forces side with someone else? They still had to follow Fan Yuan. It was just that they would be more worried about their future. But what did the worries of these minor characters have to do with Fan Yuan? Fan Yuan did not need to bother with such things. There were no two ways about it. These minor characters were only resources and tools in Fan Yuan's eyes. The Gu cultivation world was ruled by the strong. The actual trend of the world still depended on the fight between venerables. Even if Fan Yuan was defeated, as long as Meng Qiuzhen made huge gains, he would be the biggest winner. The loss could be considered a victory. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable beat Fan Yuan badly, as long as Fan Yuan lived and absorbed all the Heaven Path Dream Realms, their victory would be the same as defeat. Fan Yuan knew this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was aware of it as well. The alliance of the two venerables could not make Fan Yuan retreat. He was still absorbing the true meaning in the Heaven Path Dream Realms. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly anxious. She transmitted her voice to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, if this continues, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will succeed. What are you still holding back for? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Star Constellation, are you telling me that you are not holding back? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a solemn expression. I am going to prepare a killer move to search for Fan Yuan's Dream Path clone and try to eradicate it. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took a deep look at her before nodding. Then I will target Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal and pressure him in order to create a chance for you. Chapter 23:11. Meng Qiuzhen's Crisis. Although Giant Sun Immortal Venerable participated in the battle, he had been preserving his strength. He wanted to save his immortal essence, and continue to hide his trump cards while making Star Constellation and Fan Yuan expend each other's immortal essence. Although Fan Yuan's situation was bad and was in a disadvantage, he was actually making gains constantly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not take it anymore. Giant Sun was an immortal venerable. He would not be easily deceived by the advantage they had right now. Fan Yuan, take this move! Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted as he used two killer moves, Lingering Scrap Luck and Accumulated Return, in succession. Lingering Scrap Luck's activation was extremely fast. Fan Yuan could not dodge it. It was because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used this move towards himself, and not on Fan Yuan. Faint golden fog curled up around Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But the next moment, this golden fog appeared indescribably on Fan Yuan's body. Fan Yuan was startled for a moment before understand the profundity in this move. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fought with Fan Yuan, their luck continued to entangle and form a close connection like a bridge. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable acted based on this and easily sent Lingering Scrap Luck to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan also had high luck path attainment, and immediately saw through this. But his luck path attainment was far inferior to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's. Even if he saw through this profundity, it was hard for him to stop it. Lingering Scrap Luck killer move coiled around Fan Yuan's body, constantly scrapping his luck. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was triggered at this moment, and reflected Lingering Scrap Luck killer move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was happy to see this. He coordinated with Reverse Flow Protection Seal and let this backlash reach him by following their connected luck. Accumulated Return killer move showed its effect, increasingly the density of his surrounding golden fog. The slightly denser golden fog followed the connection of the luck and returned to Fan Yuan's body. Lingering Scrap Luck killer move was reflected once again by Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and was again strengthened by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's accumulated return before it returned to Fan Yuan's body again. As this back and forth action continued, Lingering Scrap Luck's power continued to grow. Fan Yuan had a solemn expression. Venerables could not be underestimated. It was not only Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who thought of a counter to Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also did the same. Comparatively, as a wisdom,